8 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Welcome in. We thank you for being with us. Busy show today, and we got a little something going on today. Honored to kind of reveal the medals that are going to be used in the World Games before any other media outlets are able to see and showcase them. We'll have the CEO of the World Games, Nick Sellers, with us in a couple of hours from now. The World Games comes to Birmingham, Alabama, and the Birmingham area July 7th through 17th. And we're excited to have Nick Sellers back in studio and see those medals. That'll be a lot of fun today. Also, don't forget the Wheel of Meat could spin. Bible study live today, noon Central. And we got to discuss Rick's method of, something he's doing here at the office. That's all I'll say. Plus your phone calls, 866 We Be Big. That's the number. All right, so Eddie Van Adler, fresh back from San Antonio, is here for day two. He's back, saddled in, ready to go. Good Time Gang is all here. Then I've got Greg Burgess to my left and Michael Helms to my right. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Fire it up. Let's do it.
Good. Certainly don't want to discuss it because it is a big show material. But I will say this. I've been here for 14 years. Or I guess said to us yesterday, I line up with him on most everything that comes out of his mouth, and I am just not sure on this one. But I will say this, found myself wanting to do it. And I'm going to leave it at that, and we'll just move on. We'll move on.
I must have missed whatever.
You know it's just not hitting.
Yeah, it's not hitting, and plus you'll probably blurt it out. But just
yeah. He just told us a little something he's doing to bypass something that we've been trying to adapt and overcome here at the new studio.
I remember.
And it's not that none of us have ever done it. It just seems to be his method of how to do that every day. Not just oh my gosh, I have to do it. It's that's just his routine, which is kind of funny to me. So we'll discuss that a whole lot more today. And as I said, the World Games coming to Birmingham in 2022 this year, July 7th through 17th, and it's going to feature a number of sports, and we've been, every now and then we've kind of been showing you a little bit about the World Games. I think lacrosse was our last one. Then we had the sumo wrestling, which I enjoyed tremendously with you and Adler, Greg. Today, though, it'll be the medal reveal. The unveiling of the gold, silver, and bronze medals for the games will happen today, so that'll be something happening. Man, you don't think I'll?
Do you bend over and put it on you?
So we know,
I don't know
obviously,
that I'll do that, but I might let him put it on me.
Obviously, as an athlete,
lean forward.
Yeah.
Let's say that.
Obviously, an athlete, you're going for gold, okay? But if they laid these medals out, the bronze, the silver, the gold, just for you to have, what you going with?
Gold?
No, but you're not the athlete. I'm saying, what is your preference on the
bronze? Probably looks better.
It probably does.
A little, maybe,
and I'm more of a silver guy. Like gold would be my third choice. Just kind of wondered where y'all were at on that.
If you could just decide.
If I could just decide. Because you do. Okay, we obviously, if you're an athlete, you want the gold. That's what you're striving for. That's what you've worked for. Got it. Mm-hmm. But I would never pick gold. I'd pick silver.
Gold.
I'd pick silver or the bronze.
Huh.
I want to get a gold medal and then kind of put it in my mouth like I'm biting it.
Yeah,
that's what you need.
Kind of like that. How do you think about that?
I'd like
Show
to
me
see
how
you do
you're
that
gonna
today.
get your medal.
Put it around the neck. So anyway, that's today, and we might even let Nick spin the wheel of meat. You don't know. You never know.
I'd like to get it off the plate today. I'll tell you that.
We might give him a gold medal if he lands on if he lands on Henry the horse.
A medal of meat.
There you go.
Okay.
Meat medal.
Hey, we've got some meat sticks. We can put a string on it and just present
You talking about a meat medal?
a meat medal.
Yesterday, towards the end of the show, I love when coaches react to silly questions in press conferences. I love it. And then they'll get to ranting and going before they know it. Tom Izzo from Michigan State was not happy with a question that was asked him about post-game handshakes being done away with after Juwan Howard's mix-up with Wisconsin's assistant at the end of their game, and we've got that audio today. It's gold because he gets to ranting and gets mad about it, and basically says this is typical of our country right now. Let's just do away with it.
Yeah,
and it's pretty good stuff. So we'll have to look at that. Also, a number of stories out there today that we'll kind of have to get through. We've got the whole Ukraine-Russian thing. We got Trump in the news. We got all kinds of this Washington, D.C. thing, y'all. The mayor's now had to issue an alert about these truckers that it's going to be trying to shut down the Beltway there around Washington, D.C. We'll give an update on that as well. And the USFL, speaking of Birmingham, the USFL is coming to Birmingham up into the playoffs or the championship game or something. And their day one of the USFL was yesterday. And so a lot of quarterbacks and some that are familiar to a lot of you have been picked. Yes, the USFL draft picks day one. And the Michigan Panthers picked Shea Patterson as their pick. That was the first pick of the USFL draft. Remember, he was at Ole Miss and transferred to Michigan.
Yeah, he was highly recruited coming out of high school.
And so anyway, we'll look at that as well and kind of run through that and maybe
Any
pick out some names
in there.
Yeah, a few of them, and we'll need to kind of break that down a little bit. It looks like the Birmingham Stallions. I think it is the FIU quarterback. I'm going off memory here. I'm not looking at it, but we'll look at it. The USFL draft will consist of 12 rounds, and yesterday was day one. So we'll see. A lot of names out there, and we'll kind of look through them a little bit. But that was the number one pick overall, and that's real. USFL is going to really actually happen.
Yeah, right here.
And we'll see how that plays out. You know how we feel about spring football.
Yeah, we're going to have two
leagues.
of them.
We are.
I think we need three.
Why not? We'll take a break. We'll come right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. A lot to discuss. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
That he's never been in because he's not authorized to go in. But we're walking down this hall, and I'm looking at all of this things on the wall, like looking through their TV screens, and he hits a button and it turns to granite.
Wow.
Changes the whole scene.
Oh, yeah, so you can't see in there.
Wow. Dang.
Yeah, and he hits
What?
it again, and all of a sudden you can see it.
Now, is he? What's your relationship with him now?
Well, I mean, we're not dating or anything.
But I'm talking
But he's a partner in your company,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, he's equity. He owns equity. It's not 20% though. I won't tell what the percentage is because I'm bound.
I just meant was y'all still in business?
Oh yeah,
together?
yeah. I just talked to him 2 weeks ago because he's added some more people to his team.
Okay.
But he called me the week of Shark Tank and he said, "I want to renegotiate my position with you." And I said, "Dang, Robert, I can't give you any more."
Can you do that?
Yeah, you can do anything.
Anything's negotiable, I guess.
And
if
I
both
said,
parties
"Man,
are in it.
I can't give you any more. I mean, I gave you 20%. You know."
Yeah.
He said, "No, I want less." I said, "Oh, you want less?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "It's because when people see this product, you won't need me." He said, "Believe me, the money's going to come pouring in. You won't need it." And I said, "Okay, well, I didn't believe that, first, but," and he said, I said, "So what do you want?" He said, I want 3%.
Wow.
And I said, "Really?" So we ended up somewhere outside of 3, but he said, "I don't want the 275 to come between our relationship and you regretting that I had 20% of your company and you made that 275 in minutes." And I said, "Okay, you drive a hard bargain, but okay, all right then, let's do it."
But it made a tremendous difference.
Oh. I mean, I would probably still be in business without it, but we would not be. I mean, we're over 15 million in sales.
15 million.
Wow. Of cord buddies.
Million.
Yeah, we just sold
How about
over
them cords?
500,000 cord buddies. Over 500,000 people.
How does most of that move off or out of the warehouse? Is it online or is it at one of the retail?
More and more, it's going wholesale, but we're trying to build up our online more because we get full pop if we sell it online. So we're trying to build that up more. But you got SEO black box gurus, and all
Wow.
that.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
All All right, so if you have questions, 866 We Be Big with Travis, and he can tell you about the Shark Tank experience. Joseph is in Rainbow City, where it all began 24 years ago. As a matter of fact, just this January. So
speaking of Shark Tank,
I'm telling you, you talk. We didn't have anybody there, but we did have people that put us on the air. So Joseph, thanks for your patience. You're on with Travis. Go ahead.
Hey, Travis. Hey, I was just wondering what was some of the things they may have edited out that they kept off of the main thing as far as when they were filming it, and also did they put a lot of pressure on you? What was your overall experience, and did you have it to where they were reasonable, or were they always just trying to take advantage, or what kind of experience did you have? Because I watched that show as an entrepreneur, and I was interested in maybe having it to where a new product line, we get their help on it or something like that, or if I came up with a patent. But I was just wondering about those types of things.
Okay. Well, hey, thanks for your call. And, my personal experience for years I was an entrepreneur. And finally, I'm an entrepreneur.
Yeah,
so,
right.
Thanks to Shark Tank.
Well, Travis, I think it's that's a good line. I think it's an interesting concept because you have inventors and small business people who have tried to hook up with venture capitalists and people that wanted to finance them for years. I mean, it's happened in boardrooms and coffee shops, but to get to see it happen live on TV and get to see these guys compete against each other, which I think was more the idea when they first started, that they were going to eat each other up. And you see some of that. A lot of times it's the people bringing the plan that gets eat up.
Right.
But I think it was an amazing concept. Do the producers of the show give them money to spend, or do they always have to spend their own money?
No, it's 100% their money.
So they have disposable money to come on the show to use.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that, I was looking at a story. I think they are celebrating maybe tonight
$100 million.
$100 million of deals that they have handed out so far.
Wow. Well, what? And back to that guy's question. So
a lot of it ends up on the cutting room floor. I was in the tank for over 90 minutes, and so my whole segment, including what they call your home segment, where they flew to Dothan and shot all the family. Because I invented the product for Brady, actually, is why I did it. And I regret it, honestly. Yeah. No. And
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour. Thank you so much for watching and listening. As always, making us part of your day. We do appreciate it. A lot happening today. We'll have the World Games in for their big medal unveiling today. Gold, silver, bronze. It's going to happen in studio today. And then a little bit later, they'll have their official press conference for the world to see as the World Games come to Birmingham, Alabama, playing host July 7th through 17th. And we'll have CEO Nick Sellers on with us a little bit later today. The Wheel of Meat could spin. The Bible study's live today, noon Central, and a whole lot more. All right, so in the break, the guys have been kind of looking through the USFL Day 1 draft because that's coming to Birmingham, Alabama as well, and just kind of discussing some names and some different things. A lot of, hey, I think I remember this guy. And I think we're going to get a lot of that from the USFL and the XFL as well. All right, so I brought up Tom Izzo from Michigan State. And we all know the Juwan Howard deal with Wisconsin and the shakeup, and when they were trying to shake hands, and we had, confrontation with the players, and we've had suspensions for Coach Howard and a $40,000 fine, I think a $10,000 fine for the Wisconsin head coach, a couple of players suspended for a few games. And so typical America now. Now the question's been asked, all right, should we do away with handshakes altogether now? Because of this one incident. And
so we're just going to do away with handshakes.
So somebody actually asked that question.
Because let's think about this. The successful handshakes that happen are the large majority.
Right,
it's not even close. But we're going to shut it down because we can't act right.
So I'm a reporter, and I think the best question I need to ask Coach Izzo is, do you think we need to stop shaking hands in America?
The way the question was asked is, hey, this is trending. Do you agree with that? In other words, this is being discussed. Do you agree with it? And you're going to really appreciate Coach Izzo's response.
Talk shows, there are suggestions silly as they may be, that we should do away with the handshake line now.
Oh, my God.
Have you heard that?
Oh, my God, I have. And I do got to comment on that, since that's not insulting to anybody. That, to me, would be the biggest farce, joke, ridiculous nature of anything I've ever heard of. We've already taught these poor 18-year-olds that when you know, you're told to go to class and you don't like it, you can leave. We've already told these kids, if you're not happy, you can do something else. We've already told these kids that it's hard to hold them accountable, and now we're going to tell them to not man up and walk down a line on somebody who's kicked your butt.
Edit.
And have enough class. I think he's full of it. If the best coach in America said it, I think that gets me way more than this incident. Not shaking hands.
I agree.
That's typical of our country right now. You know, instead of solving the problem, let's make an excuse and let's see if we can just, instead of confronting and demanding that it changes, let's eliminate it so that we don't have those problems. Let's try to do that. That's perfect us right now. That's not perfect me. That's not happening here. So if some team doesn't want to shake hands, you're going to see 15 of my guys walk down.
He's shaking air right now.
I'm going to shake air,
Hey, look, you did it.
and I'm going to shake air, and then we're going to leave.
I agree. It's
Michigan State's head basketball coach, Tom Izzo, the longest tenured coach in the Big Ten, on his reaction to that silly suggestion.
Good night. So we're to
He's
the
gonna
point.
shake
We're doing
air.
away with it. Really?
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, some talk shows, their suggestion, you know, should we do away with it? And that was his response.
No, how
when
about
asked
this? How
about
about this? Just tell your team to act right.
Yeah,
And
your head coach.
Yeah,
too.
you might need that right too.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. This is ridiculous. You can't walk up. My gosh.
I think, but my favorite part of that, if for those of you that couldn't see it, he was actually walking down the line shaking air. He said, if
That was
the other
funny.
team wants to do that, that's fine, but we're going to walk and shake air. And then we're going to leave.
That's ridiculous.
Typical of our country, though. Would y'all not agree?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this right here sums it up. Instead of dealing with a problem, well, let's just do away with all of it. Let's do it. Like I say, we have how many successful handshakes after games? A lot. A large majority. Not even close.
Yeah.
But we need to do away with them because we had a few incidents.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, come on. I mean, there's been a lot of, you know, really mean handshakes because they're not happy, but they shook hands. You know what I'm talking about?
I bet Juwan Howard, after that suspension and that fine, I bet he'll act right from this point forward.
You think so? And he's got
You know?
some anger issues, but he's got a history of that. But you know what? Maybe he's dealing with it personally. And
Well,
and this
I
is
bet-
on camera, on video, you know, messing up Helmsy's little talk when you saw Chaz Bono,
That
you
was
know,
bad.
up there with a tank top on. You went, good night, look at
but
that.
Y'all got to
And-
admit that was shocking.
Right, but you know what it was? It was eye opening for you, and you went, okay, I do have to work on that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what Coach
Hadn't done a
Howard's
lot of
going
work
to do
on
now.
it, but yeah.
Well, and I hear you on the anger issues, but guys, we had times where coaches threw chairs out onto the court. I mean,
Exactly.
we've dumbed down everything.
Yeah.
That's
Juwan
true.
Howard was peed off because he lost a basketball game and they were pressed. You know, he put him out there still trying to do whatever. But I don't know what he does. Anger issues to me is what he does when he goes home.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
get
He
mad.
lost his temper.
We all get mad.
And he's being punished for it.
Right, but
okay, and we move on.
Yeah, right,
absolutely.
exactly. But
Absolutely.
he was not
And he'll
able.
next time probably go, you know what?
He was not able to remove himself from the situation.
Next time I'm in this mood, I'm
he
just going to
escalated
leave.
it. Yeah,
Well, we
yeah,
do.
that's exactly
we
right.
We have this every other week where somebody's pushing somebody, slapping somebody in sports. It's happened for years and years and years because we're in the middle of a doggone competition
That's
and
right.
things get tough.
Yeah,
but I
this
think
isn't
I
new.
do think
Yeah.
Helmsy,
And I
what
do-
separates
no, I
this is
think
there.
he
That was a
needs to-
coach.
I need to no. I think he needs to be
Yeah.
the adult in the room. But I hate to break it, everybody. We've had coaches do this too. My point is this: don't get rid of the handshake because
no.
of this instance.
No,
crazy.
no.
And like
no.
I said, we've had skirmishes.
yeah,
You know,
gonna happen.
as long as we've played
We've had
sports,
coaches
and
come.
you deal with it.
We've
You
had
punish
coaches.
them.
Y'all remember when Cheney? Was it Cheney that came into the press conference and they nearly got in a fight in the press conference after the game? Do you remember that? UMass coach.
I
It was.
think
I think it was
seems like-
at the time. these things always happen, and so now because of this world we have to live in that Izzo's talking about, goodness gracious, I completely agree that he needs to be the adult in the room. But everybody on the planet, if you will be honest with yourself, have had this kind of moment before.
And you wish it didn't happen.
The thing about it, though, I think that's really sad is that you have less than 1% of the country that wants to whine and do away with things when the majority doesn't, and they seem to get their way. And so hopefully they'll make a stand and not do away with this handshake after this one incident, that had to do with coaches. I mean, there's been moments where, foul language and they cuss each other out, but they normally don't throw hands at each other.
But the large majority, it goes well.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
But the point is, I hope, and I think it's probably the case, some idiot threw that out there. Nobody that has any sense or any authority to make this call said that.
Correct.
No. Right.
Surely not.
Right.
And then something good and wanted to ask about it because he probably thought he'd get the reaction from Izzo that he got.
Yeah.
And, hey, well, guess what? That was successful.
Yeah, it's funny when he was air shaking. When he was showing you how they were going to do it.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 29 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
All the boring stuff about shares, stuff that people really at home doesn't care about is what ends up. Because if they like a product, then they start asking you, okay, so if you do a deal with Robert, we can tell you liking Robert over here. How's your company structured for international investors? Mm-hmm. How's your taxes set up for someone that comes in from another country? And so I had to stop. I said, to be honest, I don't know. So I had to call my accountant and get him on the phone, and so that took a little while.
So all that happened during that time?
Oh, yeah. In fact, I made 2 calls, one to our attorney and one to our accountant to ask. Cuban wants to know how international investors, how we're set up for taxes or something,
How was Cuban?
Cuban was good. Cuban really liked the product, but the only thing that isn't true about my segment is they edit it so it looks like he said, well, you've got 3 young kids. This is going to take a lot of you getting out on the road and traveling and to support it. I just don't think you're going to be able to do that. For that reason, I'm out. That's not when he got out. He got out because he asked about voting rights and proxy for how proxy voting worked with us, and because I own the majority of the company, was my vote more important than everybody else's, and blah blah. And I answered it wrong. I misunderstood what he asked me, and I answered it wrong. He goes, "Well, if that's the way your company's set up, I'm out." So that's when he got out. And then I circled back around and said, "Hey, Mark, I've thought about what you asked me, and this is the way it's set up." I answered it. He said, "Well, because Robert and everybody else wants in," he said, I'll still stay out.
All right.
Okay. Huh. That's in. So a lot of it does end up. It takes a lot longer than what we see, obviously, but it still is a legitimate. They're not pressuring you. Hey, won't you go with so and so? It's all your decision. And these are real offers and real everything.
They know nothing about you going in. They actually have to leave the set in between.
People setting up.
Yeah, because
they want a cold experience of seeing it firsthand.
Right. Yeah, they might have a minute before you walk out there that they can see what the prop is, but they don't know anything about it.
Let's go to Regina, Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Regina, go ahead.
Hi, I'm curious. I took a lot of interest when you were on the show because I grew up real near Dothan, Alabama. And I was curious about the Math Buddy, whether that ever took off, and whether you ever had to bring take your jobs overseas because of that. I saw the update about it, and that was the concern at that point. And I'll hang up and I'll listen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Math Buddy still in the works. Went up and presented that to our governor, who loved it. He said that he actually thinks that Math Buddy is the single-handed best product that he's ever seen that can get kids excited about math. And if y'all don't know what Math Buddy is, it's something we're developing that teaches mathematical principles, division, multiplication, subtraction, and addition, while you're playing the guitar.
Oh, I thought it was the Asian girl that sat by me.
Yeah.
My math buddy.
C. Circle C.
So
I need a math buddy.
But he had his issues this year, as we know, so we've pulled back.
Yeah, he kind of forgot about the math buddy.
Yeah. We
he had a buddy. It had nothing to do with math. But we'll.
But we're working on that. We're trying to get guitar in more schools. Every kid out there, you hold up a recorder or a guitar or tuba guitar.
Oh yeah.
They want to play guitar, but guitar is only taught in 7% of schools nationwide.
Really, what you've done,
disconnect.
you tried to make the reality of that scene in a School of Rock when he got caught teaching. He tried to teach math with his guitar. You really thought, hey, that might be a good idea.
It is.
Yeah, well,
when you sing it, you remember it.
That's the thing.
And you can remember it. I mean, we learned that with School of Rock.
Right. Yeah. I'm going to have to ask you to get your glasses straightened. I've looked at it all morning. I don't know if it's your headphones that keeps making them crooked. I mean, they're not just there. Is
that better?
Yeah, that's
unbearable.
I think I did it the other day, too. And I think Stevie or somebody.
This is those fold up ones you put in your pocket. They're not quite as streamlined,
and then a level for glasses.
Glass buddy.
That's what it is. You put the headphones on it. You put the headphones on it. It happened to me the other day. Speedy's like, you're going to have to straighten those glasses. Well, Travis, thanks. It was great having you.
Thank y'all.
I appreciate you.
We're really, really proud of your success.
Thank you.
And you've been an advertiser here on the show. We're proud of that, too.
And everywhere I go, people say, man, I heard you on Rick and Bubba. Heard you on Rick and Bubba. And we were in Sam's Clubs for 3 or 4 years, and everybody came up. So y'all's reach goes far and wide.
Well,
thank you
very much.
And continued success.
We'll be back. We continue. Let's go to Mark in Athens, Alabama. Mark.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, it's 25 minutes until top of the hour. We discussed a ridiculous sports story last segment. If you missed it, we apologize, but it had to do with silly handshakes and the suggestion that we do away with them in basketball after the mix-up between Michigan and Wisconsin. And Coach Izzo with Michigan State had some very colorful things to say, and we loved his reaction. The other sports story that's getting some headlines is Phil Mickelson had to tweet an apology on Tuesday in which he said he was sorry for recent comments he made about the PGA Tour and organizers of a Saudi-financed breakaway league. He said, and I quote, "Although it doesn't look this way, now given my recent comments, my actions throughout this process have always been at the best interest of golf, my peers, sponsors, and fans." He said there is a problem of off-the-record comments being shared out of context and without my consent, which he says happened here. But the bigger issue is that I used words that do not reflect my true feelings or intentions. And I know, Greg, you hate those kind of apologies. He said, if I was reckless, if I offended people, I'm deeply sorry, and blah, 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 blah. This is because he was being quoted as saying that he was, although Saudi Arabia has some terrible track records when it comes to human rights violations and all this kind of stuff, he was actually going to look at that league and possibly overlook some of those human rights violations and their controversial history when it comes to how they treat people and gain leverage with the PGA Tour. And everybody is going crazy because he mentioned that. We were talking about it a little bit in the break, but, man, everybody's going after him pretty hard.
Well, I mean, if you don't agree with him, that's fine. But there's no reason to attack his sponsors and all this about. I mean,
well, it goes back to the inconsistency of these things. I don't. First of all, and I'm gonna be, and look, I may be canceled. I don't really care. Okay, I don't think what Phil Mickelson said was that big a deal. He was simply explaining. I don't know Phil Mickelson's heart when it comes to how he truly feels, but all he said was, "Hey, they've got this new Saudi Super League that they're going to pay like $40 million a year for guys to come over and play, and that's guaranteed money, by the way. You don't have to worry about
whether
winning.
You win or not.
You don't have to. And so that for many, many years, players have been complaining about guaranteed money, having unions, these type of things, and so why not? Now they have something, to Speedy's point, leverage, because they're recruiting these American players, these European players. Hey, you ain't got to mess with winning and having the stress of that. Come over here. we'll give you 30 or 40 million for the year, play on our tour, whatever. And he made the comments like, I know they've chopped somebody's head off, the reporter. Remember the reporter?
Yeah.
That,
Oh, yeah.
And he listed off a couple other things, and he goes, I know, and he says something of the nature of, why wouldn't I want to play over there? This is good leverage. PGA Tour really needs to look at what they're doing, and he's being just – I mean, he lost his biggest sponsor yesterday. You got players like Rory McIlroy who are just shredding him in press conferences. And honestly, he was really – take all the, what he said about the reporter and the salt. I mean, he's not building them up. He's just simply saying, this is the kind of league we need here. You need to make some changes, PGA Tour.
Yeah.
And so everybody's canceling, basically.
And what you're saying all came from Alan, I guess it's Shipnuck, who is releasing excerpts from his upcoming unauthorized biography of Phil Mickelson. And in that, he talks about what you just described, and that is how Mickelson described the Saudis as scary. But said he was looking past their controversial history of human rights violations to gain leverage with the PGA Tour, basically saying, hey, maybe this will help hold them accountable. Now, this Super Golf League we're talking about, financed by the Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund.
Yeah, they got some money over there.
But it's fronted by Greg Norman. And it was attempting to maybe steal some of the PGA Tour's best players. Yeah. Most of them have already come out saying, David Johnson, McIlroy, and others, saying, I'm not going to be a part of it. Phil just had this comment of going, Saudis, they've got a history, but I'm looking past that to kind of see, is this going to maybe gain some leverage on the PGA Tour? Well, no. He is.
And the inconsistency.
He was looking at more as a business, not, praising what the Saudis have done in the past.
Absolutely.
But he's lost to Helmsley's point.
He's taking a step away. He's not even
leaving the
play.
tour for a while, yeah.
People, WWE goes over there, singers.
Well,
no. I mean, I'm talking about Beyonce, them type people get paid unbelievable money to come play these private concerts. I mean,
this shows
the whole
you
entertainment and sports world is
Greg. The inconsistency, even with the PGA Tour.
I mean, they'll be
quick
at
to
them, right?
Hey, they'll be quick to go to China and have them a PGA Tour China. Yeah. They'll be quick to do that.
Wasn't it Mariah Carey that made news about playing over there for some outrageous price? And I mean,
yeah, and you look at NBA and China and all that. I mean, nobody has any consistency there. But his biggest point too, in his statement is that this was taken out of context and was off the record. Now, the author of this
Shipnuck says that's not true.
He said that Phil never told him that. But Phil's kind of like, well, it was understood. We were just talking, and really the way you described what I said is really taken out of context too.
Phil probably not real smart on your part when you're making your point to bring up about cutting somebody's head off. Maybe should have left that out.
Right.
I would say this too,
and I guess Greg Norman's getting a pass.
Well, a great point.
Shark.
Yeah. So are we just? I mean, guys, everything this day and age, 2022, and I hate to say this to Phil because I love Phil. Everything's on the record. Nothing is off the record.
Yeah,
that doesn't exist.
Nowadays,
on the record, off the record does not exist today.
There's a chance it's going to be
recording. Because nobody keeps their word anymore. Everybody's going to backstab you. You're right there. I mean, anytime you say anything, you better think it's on the record.
Yeah.
That's another big story at top of the headlines today, as he has to offer an apology for the Super Golf League comments, and will focus on the best interest of golf and take some time away from the tour. Loses his longtime sponsor, and
I would just like to see one player. Maybe there's somebody out there. Rory, lost a lot of respect for him out of this. When he answers the question, when somebody asks him about Phil, the way he describes Phil, I could not believe it. Do you not have a set, Rory? Can I have a player get a set, step up to the mic, and go, you know what? I don't really know Phil Mickelson this well. He's not this guy. The times I've been around him, can somebody step up and say something and quit squirming around like you're going to lose your tour card?
Yeah, and if you don't agree with him, just go, well, I wouldn't go play there. That's just my opinion. I got a problem with it. I'm not telling anybody else what to do. But
right. But I think, and this is what Phil even said in his statement that he released, and it's one of the, I'm just going to paraphrase, it's almost like, could y'all look at my body of work and my actions?
Well, now we don't do that.
No, but, because I think, if a Roy or David Johnson or some of the guys that have been very critical go, you know what, we've known Phil all of our career, and we know what type of person he is. we're going to let him walk this out for us. I'm sure he didn't mean it the way it sounded, and we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt because of his actions. He's never done anything like this. You just
guys,
and it could be that if Phil wants to issue an apology and go, hey guys, you know what? I didn't say it. It was out of context. It was off the record. That's not really what I meant. Then give him a chance to do that. But instead, we want to cancel him and let him.
How about this? And I may be in the minority here and really don't care because I you know what, it's still America. And until that point, I am going to say things that are on my mind. I don't think what he said was a big deal.
I don't either.
It's not a big deal what he said. Calm down.
And I could see if somebody goes, I disagree. I wouldn't want to be a part of that.
Right.
But as far as attacking person, you're a horrible person. You must be canceled.
He was simply talking about the golf tour, the opportunity, the leverage that this could bring in a competition scenario with the American tour here. That's all he's talking about. You don't like his examples he gave? So what?
Yeah.
Move on.
Yeah, and I guess all you golfers that are wearing your little shark shirts, I mean, you need to throw them away because Greg Norman's the fronter in all this.
Yeah.
And nobody's really talking about that.
Yeah. Rory, where were you at in that press conference yesterday?
Norman got a big check for that.
Yeah, probably did. He's a businessman. Now, again, we can criticize him, and rightly so, on who he's doing business with. I think he's up for, conversation when it comes to that. But when it comes to Mickelson, it's just crazy that he's being canceled so quickly and criticized.
That's the nature now.
It is.
We love to cancel people.
Yeah. He was talking about somebody giving the PGA a little bit of leverage.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Go ahead.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, Biggins.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, good. I was wanting to ask Greg if he was going to give anything to the new Mama June show tonight.
Oh, they got a new. I didn't know they
had
a
new one.
Have you seen the promo where they show everybody what she looks like and they are shocked?
And she lost much weight.
Recognize her, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Was she down about 240 now?
They say from not to hot.
No, that's impossible. Come on.
Maybe from not to maybe. Is that what you're saying? Good night.
So, Grace, tonight, is that right, Mark?
I haven't. I didn't know.
The promo for it says not to hot.
Oh, Greg, please. You got it for the show.
Greg, they have like a giant trailer they're carrying her around in, and they bring people in.
You're making that up.
No.
She Petey Moore?
They video their faces when they show the new one.
That's what I mean. That's what it's about. It's basically about revealing her. Is that it? I mean, we're not. We ain't got. What's the old man's name?
Old pal.
All of them aren't on there. What about old Honey Boo?
I don't know. She said one of the things she got rid of all the bad men in her life.
That's a good move. What was his name?
Sugar Bear.
Wasn't he hurt in an ATV wreck or something?
He was.
I didn't watch the show, but I just remember you talking.
I know.
About it.
I'm laughing because I'm trying to remember the bizarreness of this family.
He was.
It was the whole thing.
So this are just going to ride you around and show you June's lost weight. Is that what it is?
I heard she was beautiful.
Well, it says from not to hot. Is that what they're saying?
Did it say hot?
One of the reactions from the people.
Greg, I can't believe
she's beautiful.
I can't believe you have not seen the promo where it shows them and you.
You're making up the trailer.
They all jump.
Listen, you're making up the trailer.
It's a trailer. They put steps out there and they run people through like it's a circus.
Look, it's funny without it.
It looks like an MRI trailer.
Are you kidding me?
Ricky also has one. It's got one of them cattle head catches in it because they have to deal with June.
No, yeah,
Bubba's right.
No.
Look at the promo. It's a trailer.
Oh, my God. There it is.
Watch their faces.
We'll be back for some of you. For others, have a great weekend. Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up. If not, enjoy the day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, a couple of things. First of all, let's talk about
Eddie Van Adler.
Well,
what do you guys want?
Where's that backpack you have?
No, this is different. First, I want to ask you about yesterday.
I want to compliment Eddie. Once he got there yesterday, he did a great job.
I was 8 minutes late. I'm sorry.
You know, Bill Bubba Bussey.
8 minutes.
Really, I think Helmsy hit on it a minute ago when you were talking about. I mean, when Bubba's legacy is complete.
Yeah.
People will say he was the face and what he did for tennis. And, oh, by the way, he dabbled in radio.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? But he will be known for his tennis legacy.
The legacy he leaves in tennis, people are going to question why he even dabbled in the radio game.
You know, there's a couple of things I've learned not to bring up on this show. One is tennis. 2 is any production you may have done prior to 1985.
Don't you get tired of people?
And
always-
any,
good morning,
and
Mr.
any
Allen.
poetry that may have just hit you out of the blue.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Allen. I hope
Off
you're
the
not too
list.
mad at me. I was running a little bit late this morning, and I was hoping you wouldn't be too mad with me.
I'm going to add that to celebrity death. Have a policy.
So you've often said, because you do love the sport of tennis, that it needs to learn promotional and marketing skills from the big three.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I've long said that.
And you've tried to bring some.
I
of that.
think it's a great sport. It's underutilized in our country, and
Underutilized?
It needs. Well, it's not where it needs to be.
Right.
Based on the merits of it,
Right.
and that it needs a shot in the arm. It needs some refining, so it's more Americanized, and that way it can be sold to the masses. You're not going to overtake the big three. You just don't need to find yourself at number 8, because resources are limited in space, and you don't want to end up your tennis courts or a warm-up court for the soccer team.
Right. Well, it goes back to what you said. Even you look back, in what some people call the finest decade in the history of our country, the 80s.
Oh, the finest decade mankind has ever seen.
Look, I will tell you this, and to your point,
That's
people. I did not play football because of my love for football. I played football because the stadium was packed. The school made a fuss over it. There were pep rallies. And if you wore a jersey, it was a big deal.
Yeah, I don't want
And
to.
then the football just kind of was. I wouldn't have gone through the crap you got to go through to play football. If all of a sudden I was going to go out there and when I walked up there were 3 people sitting on aluminum bleachers.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have gone through that.
There's a risk reward factor with football and the big three that draw people to it, and I think our sport needs some more of that. But that's a whole nother topic.
Well.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother.
All right, it is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show sponsored by CarShield.com. None of us, raise your hand if you do, because you'd be a unique one. Who wants to deal with broken heaters or, being stuck somewhere when your car's broke down, expensive repair? You need CarShield. Taking care of covered repairs with their administrators is easy, and they'll handle the paperwork and expensive payments so you don't have to. Seriously, they can help you in so many ways. Plans even provide coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental coverage, and trip reimbursement, all at no additional charge. They have a lot of plans to fit your needs. They say, look, if your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles on it, CarShield has monthly coverage options to fit your budget, and that's why they're the best defense against costly repairs that could put you in a handle and your budget in bad shape. So get coverage today and see why CarShield cars go farther. Just call them at 1-800-665-2157. That's 1-800-665-2157. And mention promo code Bubba, and when you do, you're going to save 10%. You can also go to carshield.com and use promo code Bubba to save that 10% if you'd rather do that just online. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, as we're kind of, what we kind of been doing? We kind of been ranting a little bit.
Yeah, we
today.
have. We have.
I'll
be honest, I've kind of liked it.
Yeah, and
Calm down.
And if we could just stay with a rant, and this time I know this hour does not. We don't talk politics too much, just because we don't really like it. But somebody else that's in the news, Trump, former President Trump, was on with Clay Travis and Buck Sexton yesterday, and was out in the media a little bit.
I wish your name was Buck Sexton.
Yeah, and when he was asked about Putin, he said what he's done is genius. The way he's tried to say that he's sending in peacekeepers, and it's an independence.
There's people who want to be back
right.
in Russia or whatever, like almost they're being held against.
So so what he was referring to is the way he's trying to play this out, and the words he's using is genius on how he's playing this out. And he was really critical of the current administration on how we didn't see this coming and we didn't get in front of it. And he gave some suggestions on what we should do. He also said that don't think China's not watching this and they're going to go after Taiwan after this is over. He wasn't saying that Putin was his buddy, but now the media, because again, they hang on every word he says. The big headlines is Trump calls Putin genius and try to portray that like he's his best friend and he's rooting for him. He says he's a genius and like he's rooting for him or something.
Exactly.
And that's not what was that's not what he meant. What he said is the way he's phrasing things and the way he's playing it out is his strategic.
Now, I did think it was a little much that he and Putin have taken an invite to play with the Saudis on the golf tour. Now that's a little much
with Phil Mickelson.
With
Phil,
yeah.
It's going to be Phil, Greg Norman, Putin, and Trump. That's the foursome.
Now I haven't heard.
We're kidding.
I haven't heard the interview, but now he's also been known to when he's making a point, he doesn't make his point very well.
He doesn't. Sure, I'll give you that.
It sounds, and you go, see, that's not like we was talking. Yeah. We've had different things on that.
If I could make
when
one
you break
person,
it down, you go, no, that listen to what he's saying.
If I could make one person, and this is just my, I just wish I could.
Yeah.
DeSantis talk for Trump. DeSantis is a very good communicator.
Yeah,
I mean, he really brings his point home. But again, I know what you're saying.
Like
he sometimes doesn't finish what he's saying or doesn't explain it well.
Thing they always throw on him when he says some white supremacists are good people. No, the way he said it, it sounded that way. But what he was saying was some of those people up there protesting are not white supremacists. No. They're there because of heritage. That's what he meant to say.
Right.
He said, well, some white supremacists are good people. No, that's not what he was saying.
That's not
he was
what
saying all those protesters were not white supremacists.
Correct. Yeah.
But they keep using that one. And then the border about the rapist. And
sure.
He called all Mexicans rapists and drug dealers. No, he didn't say that.
No.
He said if your border's open, those people are going to be coming in also.
Yeah,
and he doesn't do a great job of sometimes of finishing his sentence. But also when you're looking for it, you also can take it and turn it too. So
Biden has gone and hit the Kremlin cronies with U.S. sanctions and warns Russia to, Russia is ordering blood supplies ahead of full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and Putin is now saying, look, we got advanced hypersonic missiles and warns his nation's security is non-negotiable. So I mean, we're really at a sticking point here. And
I saw where Biden said that Gorbachev better back off.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good. I wish we could just end the show right now.
Most people don't know who Gorbachev is, but he used to be the guy. Actually, when Russia failed. But
no, and it doesn't help that Biden is sitting in silence and picking his teeth after being asked if he underestimated Putin. You can see him going.
My favorite one was when they put that together, them talking about how busy he was, and it showed him in that ice cream shop tearing that ice cream cone up. No, that probably ain't fair, but it was fun.
Right.
He's done that time, he just tearing that ice cream up.
That's good stuff.
Oh, Jeff.
But no, I mean, it's sad.
Where did it go?
I say, yo. So anyway, that's out there. That was just another little rant of how people are being portrayed, and so we got Izzo with Michigan State on a little rant, right?
Who's doing air handshakes,
right? Then we got Phil Mickelson being canceled because of a comment, and then yesterday Trump mentioned that Putin was genius on what he was doing, not saying he's his buddy and he wants him to win. Right. He was saying his strategic, the way he's phrasing things, the way he's saying stuff,
compared to our reaction,
is
our counter of it, which is
correct.
Probably not been very good.
It's why most of America.
That's what he's saying.
It's why most of America, instead of watching the news, instead of listening to our government officials, they're watching Netflix. Exactly. This is why, because y'all do things like this.
Yeah,
and it's both sides, but in this instance, it's the side that we are against. But that's why I don't watch the news. We talked about it yesterday. I have not watched live TV since the Super Bowl, and prior to that, it was the college football playoff.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, and maybe a little James Spann tornado coverage.
Sure.
That is the three things in 2022 that I have watched on live television. And you idiots in politics specifically and who do the news are the reasons that I stream otherwise. And y'all don't realize you're doing this to yourself. And that's the reason ratings are down. And I'm talking about all over the map. It's why these streaming services continue to go up, and you're going to continue to lose business. And by the time you figure this out, it's going to be too late.
Yeah.
Another little rant. Another little. I mean, it's just rant. What is it? Wednesday? Rant Wednesday. I'm going to tell you this. If we can get that stupid wheel of meat out of the way today, I'm going to be in good shape.
Yeah, you go ahead and get that.
How you feel about it?
It's stupid.
Okay, all right.
Well, I just.
Will.
Do you know I used to get in trouble when I would say the word stupid? Okay, my mom would get so don't say that.
Yeah,
I know.
I got the same.
And my parents listen, so you just said.
Yeah. How about
I'm
your
gonna
dad?
get a text.
How about your dad text me a minute ago?
Oh, really?
Yeah. We've been exchanging
Call him
text
that
messages.
stupid, too?
No, I love.
Okay.
It's an honor to receive a text message from him. It is.
By the way, and thank all of you for yesterday. I had mentioned the home button on the iPhones, and I talked to Dad yesterday. He has an iPhone 7, and I was like, well, and he doesn't need all the bells and whistles. He's just texting and emailing and doing notes and stuff like that. But because of his eyesight, the upgrade, they did away with the little home button. But the I guess it's the iPhone SEs, I guess. They still have them, so he could upgrade and still use that. And there's other things, and he does do voice commands and stuff, but to get it going and kind of open it up a little bit, I guess he could still do that. But that's kind of been why he hadn't been able to upgrade. Still has a 7. And I talked to him yesterday about that. I was like, hey, I think we might have a plan if it ever shuts down on you.
I'll say this: everything he put in, and I'm looking back from so we've texted a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's perfect.
Yeah,
I mean it's perfect. And one time it wasn't even sent with Siri, and it was good.
She can really understand him. I wish she could understand me. She can't. Sometimes I look down and read what she's putting down. I'm like, who are you listening to? You know?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You still can see real good.
Even when the rain falls. Well, I am washed by the water.
There it is. Need to breathe. Washed by the water. Bubba, how are you, sir?
Good stuff. Good stuff. I am Dan Dio. How are you doing?
Well, much to do. We go forward on the program. We had a very, very active weekend within the show, outside the show, and, of course, around the world, and we'll unpack all of that. I sadly have to report for you, and I know you'll just sit quietly, there seems to be a number of celebrity deaths
I know.
over the
I saw
weekend,
that.
which I know you are not able to speak on until they're solidified and make sure they are correct. But I've heard some of those. It was really weird on the Bill Paxton one, too, because I just read an interview with him last week.
Not that old by today's standards, 61. He was best known for his roles in blockbusters Apollo 13, Titanic, and was in Twister, too. Remember?
But I just saw an interview, where they were talking about him and him talking about what he was doing, him and his wife.
He loved
those kind of interviews where they go, all right, if you got to date yourself, what do you do? And he's sitting out there on the beach just talking.
I think he was kind of semi-retired, living in looked like the Fort Worth area, and he would like to work on these low-budget movies now. Trying to really launch them.
So
he was currently in the CBS series Training Day, which aired February the 2nd.
That's what they were talking about.
And they're not really sure what they're going to do with the rest of the episodes that they've already recorded and
What
taped.
is that? What is that show about? Training Days.
I'm sorry, I haven't.
If it's based on the movie,
that Denzel Washington was in.
I don't know if it is. Where the police
corrupt cop and a trainee, that kind of thing.
Of course, Bubba, I've talked about it earlier. I know you agree with me. I think his best role was Chet in Weird Science.
I was just thinking. You know what? It's funny because I was just thinking we haven't mentioned something he was in, and I just thought about the gap in the teeth, and I went, my gosh, that was the older brother in Weird Science. Boy, he terrorized him.
Yes, he did.
Rick, one of my favorites, Hatfield McCoy's. He played an excellent. He played an excellent.
Him and Kevin Costner,
really good.
He's just one of those actors you'd like for him to be in any movie. Because he was personable and you liked him.
And it was also, I never saw it.
Came through the screen.
Wasn't there some sort of HBO or something called Big he was into?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't remember what that was about, but anyway, it was a pretty popular deal for a while.
Yeah.
Helms, you okay, buddy?
A little red, a little raccoon face today.
I mean, you know, when
it's chilly outside and the sun's out, you'll still get sunburned.
Yeah.
And when the wind's up, it'll fry your face too.
Now you got 2 for there.
Yeah.
You okay over there?
Yeah, no, I really want to wear my
Red
sunglasses.
face? How tight is your face? Can you
It feels pretty tight.
Yeah.
Looks like I've been shot up full of Botox or something.
I didn't know whether somebody had pushed you face down on a frying pan. Or,
I think that's a good look for you, man.
Well, good. You misjudged that we had that much sun going on.
Yeah,
didn't
I did.
But anyway, so
7 hours. Wow, that'll do it.
That's a lot.
Well, if you got to get out in it, I mean, you got to get out in it. We're just not used to it this time of year. We've been inside so much.
You don't think hats and stuff like that right now, sunscreen, any of that. So
it's hard to put sunscreen on when it may be just even a little chilly. But like I say, sun and wind.
Oh yeah,
do it.
they're active. They'll get the job done, and the results are in. So we'll get into a lot of stuff to talk about. I know some of it we kind of touched on the kickoff hour if you got that, but we'll get a little deeper in that too as we continue to work through today's edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Also check our website rickandbubba.com. All the information about the show can be found there too. If you need to get updated, check those show notes too. Anytime we talk about a story, especially if it has a video or a link to it, we'll place those there too. You can stay updated. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Hello and welcome. A brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show starting right now. This hour, as you may be aware, traditionally starts with our national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. 28 years now, Rick and Bubba's show rolling along. And, buddy, it's been quite the journey, and excited about what's ahead. You know, acknowledging what's behind, learning from it, but never losing focus of what's ahead. So you'll be part of the show today, I hope. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Maybe you've never called the Rick and Bubba show. Maybe today. We'll see. We'll get to some of those phone segments today to find out what's on your mind. We'll unpack the stories of the day. I know a lot of people will be unpacking the same stories, but you can't out Rick and Bubba. So be sure that you're here to hear it in a way that I promise it may not be all that great, but it'll be unique. So we've already had a kickoff hour with the guys, Speedy, the Real, Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler. And now Bubba and I will join them. But in order for Bubba to get on the field, we got to get him out of the tunnel. So speaking, of course, of the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to the block party we call Rick and Bubba.
Well, I'm going down the road. So, Bubba, how are you today?
I'm great. How are you guys
Well,
doing?
I'm ready to get a medal. I'll tell you that. It looks like it's the World Games will drop by again today. And, when you look at our home city, because those of you that may not know this, the show comes to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, out to the world. And there's a lot going on in our home city of Birmingham, Alabama, including the World Games and one of 2 spring football leagues.
Yeah, how about that? They USFL had their draft, the first round yesterday, and I was looking at some of that. Do they feel? I guess we could get into that later. Do they feel pretty confident they can sign these guys they're drafting, or did they have to put their name in a pool to be drafted?
I bet they did.
Yeah,
I would think so.
I mean, you don't want to waste draft picks.
No, I doubt they just.
Yeah, I just this is the girlfriend that keeps treating you bad. At some point, you just stop dating. So
we got some big names. You got Tom Brady's brother, Eric Brady.
Oh.
Big names.
So when you look at the USFL, which will start playing fairly soon, I guess in April. World Games coming up. I mean, we got a lot going on.
No, there is a lot, and
it'll help to bridge us over to college football again.
It will. And today they will on this show, the medals for the World Games will be unveiled.
So we're actually going to see the medals.
We'll see the medals.
Or we're going to see a picture of the medals.
I don't know that.
He's bringing the medals in.
Will we wear a medal?
Are you sure? Real medal?
Yes. Nick Sellers, the CEO, will be in here with medals.
Nick, bring the real medals.
Yep.
Greg
wants to get up on the platform and have a medal put over it.
Yep. Greg, funny, and you know how it is with the different ways of texting, and there's so many ways to make mistakes. So I was active yesterday, had a very active day, and I looked down, I see a text from Speedy to me and Bubba, and I realized pretty quick, I said, well, this has got something to do with the World Games. And it
started with that.
And it says, that's what I recognized pretty quickly. And I realized the whole team wasn't on it, so I thought, this is something he's hoping Bubba and I will at least pay attention to.
Yeah.
And we probably won't. But I looked down, and it says, hey, tomorrow they're unveiling the medal, METAL.
Right.
And I said, and I thought, oh man, they're gonna have
metal.
They're gonna have Metallica.
Hey, they'll have free metal.
I said, we're gonna have metal at the World Game.
Metal here.
They're gonna be telling us what band it is.
Well,
and I was excited.
I was driving, and of course Siri can't understand a word I say, and it was very clear what I meant, but it was funny.
Well, it's right under your bow and arrow.
No, I know how to spell metal, y'all. Just
it's the same word.
This is not a joke on you. This is me going. This is me going. Well, they're going to reveal some metal.
Well, I will say this. Rick
stand
up and shout. By the way, your eyes with that. He had a great idea though. If Metallica opened up,
I thought, man, Metallica, the World Games.
Well, let me ask you
in a new
this.
stadium.
Yeah,
because the
awesome.
World Games. The World Games is different. They have different sports. It's a little different deal.
Sure.
So to separate them from the Olympics, instead of having gold, silver, and bronze, why don't they have other metals? Like iron and tin and something else.
The metals.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. I don't know what the top one would be. But maybe iron is the second one, and tin is what would be the bronze.
I want you to think about it because this is brilliant right here. They're doing it in what was once named the Steel City.
Right.
Now you would name it Orthopedic Sports Medicine City. But I mean, really. it was once the Steel City. One time it was Banking City. But anyway, and then when you won, it was degrees of metal, not metal. Right. Metal. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
A little late.
It is.
What about iron, tin, and limestone?
I like it.
Or quartz. Let's polish up quartz.
Bubba, they are celebrating in Yugoslavia over their team getting the limestone.
Look at the piece of tin. They are so excited. They've traveled halfway around the globe and carrying home tin.
Let's run down the numbers. The United States leading with the most tin.
I think iron would be the top.
Iron's got to be with the most iron.
Yeah, you have iron, then tin, and then we can fool with the other one.
Let's start with who's leading in the most iron, and then we'll work from there.
Yeah.
Total metals goes to
right.
Yeah, but anyway, it's going to be metal with a D.
Correct. Right.
That's right, Rick. Yeah. We'll mention that.
But now I find myself wishing it was metal.
Stand up and shout.
I know Nick is looking for creative ideas. We'll share that.
Oh, sure. He's loving every minute of this.
Right.
Tell you one thing, he might get a chance to spin that wheel of me today because it hasn't. WOM.
Wow.
All right, so we'll come back.
Why is that not an event?
By the way, WOM sounds like somebody's got another local cable channel.
Yeah, or stomach issues.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so that's coming up later in the program. We'll unpack the stories of the day coming up.
Rick and Bubba.
She says she can help us a little bit. What we were trying to figure out on this debacle with the Academy Awards last night is had they not given Best Actress yet? Why was there another card still sitting around with Best Actress on it? How did Warren Beatty end up with it? And how did the announcer go along with what Faye Dunaway read? Did she just adjust or whatever? But anyway, Nancy says she can help. Nancy, go ahead.
First of all, Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Oh, thank you very much. Glad you called. So try to help us with this.
Okay, so when Leonardo DiCaprio gave Emma Stone her Oscar, most of the Oscar winners took their Oscar and that red envelope, and right. Leonardo DiCaprio held on to her envelope. And I was watching thinking, well, she's going to want that, but he was holding on to it, and he never gave it to her. So she got her Oscar, but not the envelope that had her name and the fact that she won the Oscar.
How in the world did that end up? But if the envelope, well, I guess you can shut it back. It looks like it's not as. I guess you could seal it back pretty easily. Well, how did Warren Beatty end up with it?
I don't know, but when Leonardo DiCaprio walked even backstage, he still had it in his hand. He didn't hand it to her. And if you watch all the others that won an award, got the Oscar and the red envelope. And she just walked back, and then she came back because she was up right after the Best Actor. So I think that it got messed up backstage.
So he carried it backstage, laid it down somewhere, and it got mixed up in the pile.
Probably.
So then okay, so that's good that you saw that. That's a good catch. So they had already given that award. Best Picture is the last award, right?
Yes.
All right, so then I guess the announcer just goes, well, undoubtedly the notes I have here are incorrect. I'm shifting to what legendary actress Faye Dunaway said.
Yeah.
Right. I guess, right?
I guess.
Yeah,
I guess.
Wow. They were the stars of Bonnie and Clyde. You know, that's.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. All right, thanks a lot. Appreciate the call, Nancy.
Mess.
So it's Leonardo DiCaprio's fault.
What a mess.
Hey, you didn't give her the card. He's walking around with it, toss it backstage on the table. Somebody put it back in, and Warren Beatty ends up with it thinking it's best picture.
What a mess.
You okay,
gracious.
Speedy?
I know.
That's got to be.
This is awful.
All right, so anyway.
Well, you know, usually if there's somebody that's quote a star, you're gonna have some handles with that anyway.
You're gonna have it,
and look at all of them. You got the top, echelon of the A list there. And can you imagine how many handles, if you try to tell somebody, put envelopes here, put them here, it's amazing they pulled off what they pulled off.
Are you saying prima donnas don't exactly follow instructions?
I would say it would be tough, and none of them go to a walkthrough.
I mean, you can't even get nobody here for a sound check.
Can you imagine getting Warren Beatty and Faye Dunaway there for a walkthrough sound check?
Nah, not going to happen. Not going to happen. They might send somebody.
The Oscars version of a sound check, since they're not performing. But
look, they're now showing everybody's faces, figuring it out, standing around up there. Look, there's Emma Stone back there, and you see her go, oh, my gosh. And now they've got the whole thing where they bring everybody out and watch everybody show.
This guy here takes charge.
Yeah, look, this is a guy who says, I'm going to get this right. I'm not going to be called a racist for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
I'm going to get this right.
Good gracious.
Now, I did not see the movie Moonlight. I didn't see La La Land either.
I saw La La Land on a date night. It did its job. But it's a great chick flick. They love
really?
it. Oh,
what was it about?
Love it. It's just romance and a bunch of dancing, and some singing in there too. It's like a musical kind of thing.
Right.
Sort of.
That's Greg's favorite. He loves musicals.
Yeah. But they don't like sing every line.
Yeah.
Just songs break out from time to time.
I was kind of pumped to binge watch Timeless last night and get caught up. So.
Okay. All right. There you go. But Moonlight,
I love it.
I actually saw the trailer for Moonlight, and I had not heard of it. Mm-hmm. And I watched the trailer, and here's my only problem. Some of these, not in every case, like, for all of its chickness of La La Land, and it's not a dude movie or anything like that, if it's a great date movie, but at least you kind of go, there was some laughter in it and some fun. Some of these critically acclaimed movies, it's like critics think if a movie is just tragic all the way through,
it's good.
Then you have to love it. I have a hard time just sitting down in a movie. The scenery is sad. Everything about it's sad. Nothing good ever happens. The tragedy of every human possible problem could ever happen. There's violence. There's people being abused. There's people being mistreated. There's all kinds of strife. Yeah. Those movies just kind of drive me into a bad place.
You know what? I don't want to go to the movie to have that. Life has that.
Right.
So I want to go to. I mean, to me, I want to go and have a Dumb and Dumber, and Napoleon Dynamite, a Chevy Chase. I like.
Do you know what I mean by that?
Yes, I know exactly.
Even the way they shoot it looks
it's dark. It's high contrast.
Yeah. "21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us. Wednesday Bible study returns today. Live at noon on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, we continue our walk word for word through the book of Genesis, the beginning. So we'll be in Genesis chapter 8 today. And we'll archive it like we always do, and most of you watch it on your own time or listen to it. Audio archive will be on our podcast channel, video archive on our YouTube channel. Just your preference. So, Bubba, we got some things to cover on the program today. Will of Meat could happen at any time. We've got the World Games. They're going to do the big reveal on their medals today on the program. And we've got yesterday. We'll get to this in a moment. Adler's searching for it. We do have a Trump update today, but just on that note, and I know it's not the same thing, appreciate everybody emailing us yesterday and clarifying the new Trump app. That was as clear as mud. My email was completely overwhelmed with the Truth app.
Rick, it's
or whatever it is.
It's very confusing, the whole thing.
It is. Well, it sounds like
I've never seen anything rolled out like this, and maybe this is the new trend, how we're going to do it, but nobody can say, well, how this ought to be done, because I don't remember anything being done.
I was trying to...
Right, am I missing something?
I was trying to see why we lost the election.
Yeah, I was trying to listen yesterday, because I expected him to declare that it was the greatest response ever to a social media platform that the world has ever seen. But I didn't hear any of that.
Proud of myself.
But we will talk about he's got himself in controversy coming up next segment.
Well,
Now,
you know the thing that gets Trump in trouble with some people. Of course, this is just them always, the other side always looking for something to say about it. He speaks candidly, kind of like Phil Mickelson is in trouble for now. You know, he tells you what he thinks about things, and of course, when you do that, most of us understand exactly what he's talking about. But if you want to take what he says, take it out of context, twist it around, and use it as some kind of wedge, it also is very easy to do that because he speaks candidly about it.
Oh yeah. Well, if you want to have sound clips that you want to try to use against him, he makes that easy on you. So anyway, we'll hit that next. Right now, Bubba, you talked about this. I never will forget the first time on the show that I heard it. That there are dogs that are designed to let you fall on them.
Yeah, we've covered this before, but I'd never seen a video of it actually happening real time. And we have a lady who is in her kitchen, and we're going to see some video on that. And Rick, she has one of these dogs that are trained to smell an epileptic. I can't say that. Epileptic
That's a tough
seizure
word.
before
it
it
can't
happens.
even say seizure.
I can't either.
Good
Boy.
and
you see the dog is getting kind of active with her and really, getting up there in her face. He's already sensing that she's going to have this seizure.
Wow, that's amazing. By the
Isn't
way.
that wild? And she has no idea.
Right.
And she's talking to the dog and whatever and telling him to get down, and he's still jumping up on the counter and won't leave her alone. And now she's bending over, petting it, and you see she goes down.
Greg.
Greg. Looks like she's wrestling it.
She's going to go on down the floor here.
I know, but Bubba, like, what camera is catching this?
I don't know.
So how would that be? How would that be videoed? I'm sorry, Greg's done this to all of us.
I know.
Well, I mean, who is it? Why would you have a security camera there? But why would you have a camera set up to watch that?
Well, that's what I said. I want to go security camera, but why would you have one right there?
Maybe if she has epileptic. I can't say it.
Oh my gracious!
Right, epilepsy.
Let's go to Adler.
Epilepsy.
Just say seizures. Just stay there.
If she has seizures, maybe they have cameras in their house for that.
Well, she's
the seizure camera
on the clip. It says this was supposed to be a training session clip, but he alerted me to something that I didn't know was coming. So does that make sense?
So I'm giving a training session. I happen to have a real seizure in the middle of it.
That's exactly what she's claiming.
Attaboy, Greg.
Yes.
I ain't buying it, but go ahead. Show me.
That's what she's claiming.
Greg, I've got a stand over here selling that. You want some?
I'm not buying.
Here's the clip again. See, it says trigger warning, of course. How is that a trigger warning?
I don't know.
How would seeing somebody have an epileptic seizure be a trigger for somebody?
There he is.
I'd like to see her put those dishes up.
Oh, look at him.
Wow. I kind of wonder what they had to do.
Mr. Buddy does that.
Yeah.
Well, either way, we'd never really seen this take place, so you see kind of what it would look like.
Right.
But that's a good sized dog to fall on.
Big
Well, he's
dog.
fixing to push her down.
Good night. Is he going to clean the dishes?
What if she would have been? What if
He's
she'd have
licking
been?
them.
What if she'd have been okay if he just quit jumping on her?
Yeah, that's what knocked her down.
Right.
Yeah.
So then she has it right there.
By the way,
she just bent down.
I've seen people fake pass out before.
She just bent down.
I tell you what,
I saw Amanda and Coco doing that yesterday.
Guys, that's training video. That's all that is.
Yeah, that's not real.
By the way,
that dog, he's thinking, dang.
Somebody's trying to convince us that a seizure really happened during the training video, but it's really just a training video.
Yeah.
But we can still see how the dog operates.
Yeah, I
You
like
see
that.
what it looks like.
But that
now, they're saying it really happened.
Because it was
but
kind
I
of a
don't know.
controlled fall, looked like to me.
Yeah.
She didn't just fall.
She called
Well,
herself.
I have an example of
I
this.
think most people
She
that
laid
got,
down.
like Betty is hypoglycemic and she passes out.
You can get her one of those?
Usually she doesn't fall like a tree. She kind of starts bending down and she can tell she's not right,
Well,
so
maybe
she'll
that's
start
it.
bracing herself.
But I hadn't seen a fall like that since.
Well,
No.
don't bring that up.
I'm sorry.
That's the first thing I thought of.
I know, me too.
Don't,
You remember that one?
And we're moving
Yeah, you
along.
do.
Yeah,
I'm not going to bring it up.
Why'd you?
Well, and again, I didn't go down. I didn't go down like a tree.
Rick,
No,
Rick,
it's not you.
You can't say I'm not going to bring it up after you've brought it up.
I know exactly.
I'm trying to get a rise out of Bubba.
Rick, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Don't write it down.
If I got one of those dogs to break my fall, if I was having that problem, and thank the Lord I don't at this point.
We need a wolfhound.
Those are big. They're real big.
Okay. I completely forgot about that, by the way. I mean, I'd need one of them mastics. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd need like a pony in there.
Did he say a mastic?
He did. Bless his heart.
Hey, we're off to a rough start. Hey, can somebody get a dog to stand behind Bubba? I think he's about to have
going down.
I haven't had my caffeine yet.
I love how you fill it to the top too.
Well, you water it down so much.
Bubba, how about
I like
this?
to see shake it up.
I think for you, we're going to leave the whole canine world. We're going to go get a horse. You know,
Miniature pony.
Yeah, what about a pony?
A little Shetland. God, you just want to say it.
A little Shetland.
you know, people would go.
He's a little Shetland.
People would start going from feeling bad about the Bubba having the seizure, and then start feeling bad about the dog.
Yeah, so quick, get Bubba off the dog.
Somebody roll Bubba off now. Help the dog.
Yeah.
Let's go to the dog for a comment.
He needs a new hip.
Speedy went to the dog for a comment.
So none of us think she's having a true seizure. here.
I think it's a training video, and she had to show how it works.
Well, great. Think about what they're asking us to believe. We set up a camera to do a training session, and a real seizure happened.
Yeah, I'm filming myself washing dishes.
Right.
But we see how the dog works, and that was the ultimate thing. We did see how the dogs work.
Bubba, I can't breathe. Get off me.
I didn't fall on
What'd you
Nopey.
follow, Nopey?
Nopey wouldn't break no fall.
Hey, no, Nopey.
Bubba needs one of them mastics.
I'm under here.
What do you call it?
Mastiff.
Wow.
That's cool.
Does he need a mastic for his sergeant? See if you can say I need a mastic for my epileptic seizure.
Do it.
Try it.
Come on.
Like he's down in the
He's
ball.
down on the ball.
Watch out, he may be going down and get the dog.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, they can control that.
And the whole thing is to show you human tragedy for 2 hours, and I just have a hard time. You know, I struggle with that. You know, now if, you know, you take a movie like Fences, you know, where the acting is just so good and everybody in it just is incredible. I know that one, you know, had a little bit of that, but overall you still kind of have, it's still at least shot sunny and bright in times, and there's some people laughing from time to time in it. You know what I mean? I just can't take one of those things where he goes, well, this is dark. Oh my gosh, it's getting even darker. Oh, and I'm not talking about scary and all that and murder. I'm just talking about just some people's lives are just so, you know, they're in a job they hate, they're in relationships that don't work, and it's just those. I have a hard time with those. And when I watched the trailer of Moonlight, it looked that way. So I was just kind of like, oh my gosh, I just don't know that I can sit through a movie that doesn't seem to have much uptick to it. Now I understand the art side of it as we're showing you human struggle, and I got all that, but I've had enough of that in my real life. I just from time to time, and I'm not saying I never watch a movie like that, but I gotta be in the mood for it.
Yeah, it needs to be a sunny day.
Yeah,
and you got shrimp.
You're sitting there going, all right, this person's life can't get any worse. Oh my gosh, it just got worse.
Yeah,
you know, and they always show them in a job they hate. And their
relationships are crushed.
They're always living in subpar housing. You know what I mean? The place they live depresses you. The way that cot looks over in the corner depresses you. You know what I mean? It's just everything you see. The sink depresses you, and you're just like, man. So, but you know the critics, they love that kind of stuff. Oh, yeah. I mean, they'll take spoonfuls of that.
Sure.
If I see that Sundance logo, I know I'm in trouble.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
you know,
very few are big there that I like.
If it was beloved at Sundance, I'm in trouble.
I'm out.
They loved it at Sundance. Watch this thing. I know exactly how it's going to look. I know what it's going to look like on the screen. The way it's going to be shot. I'm going to spend my time in a lot of alleys and government housing. It's just going to be bad. You know it.
Yeah. You're depressing me talking
about
it.
Well, good. I'm glad I got it because I was. You never have one of those things you think, can I communicate this well?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, good. John, go ahead. You got 30 seconds. What's on your mind, buddy?
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
Boy, it's fun watching you guys chow down there. Boy, y'all really eating a few minutes.
Oh, yeah, man. You must have RBTV.
Hey, I hope it's not fake news. I checked two sites, but the official report from the Oscars, they make duplicate envelopes. The accountants, they have one on each side of the stage.
Okay.
And that Emma Stone says she had her envelope with her the entire time, was her quote. But they feel like what happened was one of the side that Beatty walked in on, the guy handed him, he still had his Best Actress envelope, and he handed him that one instead of Best Picture.
Because he came in from that side of the stage where the duplicate was still there.
Okay. They have one on each side of the stage
Got
with
it.
duplicate envelopes. So that's their official report, and you guys enjoy whatever you're chowing down on.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Thanks. And that's one time out. Speedy allowed that, so we're only down to one now. D in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. D, go ahead. D.
Good morning, guys.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. Is this not a perfect example of the intelligence of Hollywood on the political views that they can't even conduct their own award show without screwing it up like they do everything else?
Well, let's face it. When you're dealing with a bunch of actors and actresses, let's not make it too complicated. We continue. Let's
follow the script.
We're going to talk about
You
Tony.
Get it? Follow the script.
Yeah, we did. Let's go to Tony in Georgia. Tony, we're going to talk about this story more in depth coming up, but go ahead.
Fellas, it's absolutely sickening that a 17-year-old boy went undefeated and beat 30 girls to win the Texas State 110-pound wrestling championship. He's a boy.
Well, he's not.
All the way through.
He's really not.
He may identify as a girl,
No.
but he's a boy.
No, you got it backwards. See, the headlines, this is the problem with the fake news days. We thought the same thing. That's not the story. We'll actually unpack that for
Well,
you.
at least the version we've got.
Unbelievable.
It's very confusing.
I'm reading it right here.
The guys, it's not up for debate. This is a female who's transitioning to a male, but she is taking male hormones and testosterone. And so the story isn't, as the headline reads, that some guy declared himself a girl and went and beat all the women in Texas in the women's division of wrestling and went 56-0. But what the story is how come if you're a female and you declare you're transitioning to a male and they make you keep wrestling in the female division, how are you able to take hormones and testosterone that would disqualify a female wrestler who declares herself female?
Yeah.
That's what the story is, because the testosterone did make her stronger, and the hormones are making her stronger, and she's defeating all the women. And the story also says she desires to wrestle with the men because she says that she's transitioning to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us today. I do want to point you to Relief Factor. This has been helping Sherry on her shoulder surgery recovery, and thanks for all of you that keep checking in. She is progressing well, and she's a go-getter. And look, it helps. You know why? Like one of the movements they're trying to get back to full rotation. The reason why it's not moving, you know why? You know what's in there, Bubba?
What?
Arthritis. I mean, not arthritis, but inflammation. I saw the word arthritis and it just popped right out.
It's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, but inflammation. So anyway, and guess what? Relief Factor helps. Inflammation. Let me help you. Give you an example too. I told you how it's going with Sherry, but let's hear from Nancy. Nancy actually gets the show in Springfield, Illinois. She listens to the TuneIn app, obviously. Having been in discomfort for some time with arthritis, that's why I said that, in my hip as well as in both my hands, I was searching for something to help stop the pain. I tried ibuprofen. I tried arthritis creams. I tried just rubbing the areas, all to no avail. After hearing about the 3-week quick start pack on your show, I've been using Relief Factor now since early January, and I felt a huge difference in the pain level. It's almost like having a dog I can fall on. I'm sorry, that's not in that email. I can walk without any pain whatsoever. My fingers and both my wrists move without that gouging pain running up my arms. Thank you. This product really works, just like you guys said it would. Well, there you go. Maybe you'd like to send us an email like this. Well, it's not going to happen if you don't start trying it. Get a 3-week start pack. It's $19.95. Inside those 3 weeks, you'll know if it's working for you. It's all natural, so you can take it every day. It's 4 botanicals. ReliefFactor.com, or you can find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, it's been a while since we've said this. We've got actually a Trump update.
I'm very proud of
Trump
myself.
update.
You can't always get what you want.
Incredible. Really amazing. Don't be stupid.
But if you try something,
So Trump, and we'll hear this from him in his own words, he's caused trouble today involving Putin and Ukraine because he says that Putin's invasion plan was genius. So here he is in his own words.
I said, this is genius. Putin declares a big portion of the Ukraine. Putin declares it as independent. Oh, that's wonderful. So Putin is now saying it's independent, a large section of Ukraine. I said, how smart is that? And he's going to go in and be a peacekeeper. That's the strongest peace force. We could use that on our southern border. That's the strongest peace force I've ever seen. There were more Army tanks than I've ever seen. They're going to keep peace all right.
And there you go.
Well, see, if you understand the way Trump talks, like we do, you know exactly what he's saying. He's saying Putin has used a very clever tactic to try to get the upper PR hand going in and invading the Ukraine. And the other part of that, I will add, is he was claiming that Russians were being slaughtered and he had to go in to save them. You know, it's just a whole laundry list.
Sure.
So I think fair assessment on Trump's part. But of course, because he claimed the Russian leader was genius, they're trying to turn that against him now.
Well, yeah, of course they are. And so here is Psaki.
But I understand what he means, and I think most Americans do.
Going, oh, yeah, they're going to be a peace force. You know,
right.
Come on,
he's
guys.
making fun of that. And now he did throw in this would be a good strategy on our southern border.
Right. Right. Well, he's pointing out that we still are just wide open down there.
Sure, not real secure. All right, so here is Psaki getting asked a question about it. At her press conference. Here we go.
Thank you, Jen. Does the White House have any reaction to former President Trump calling Putin's move yesterday genius and smart?
Well, as a matter of policy, we try not to take advice from anyone who praises President Putin and his military strategy, which I believe is what happened there, expresses an openness to lifting sanctions about the seizing of territory in Crimea, or at any point in time told leaders of the G7 that Crimea is a part of Russia, regardless if they are a former president. So there's a bit of a different tactic, a bit of a different approach, and that's probably why President Biden and not his predecessor was able to rally the world and the global community in taking steps against Russia's aggression.
You can so tell that question was so ready to go.
Yeah.
And you saw she looked down. She had all of her notes she'd written down for the answer, so she can sound like she's really hard nosed in the Biden administration. And we don't tell you, it was hey, give me this question so I can say this thing I want to say. And
get it up, plan it so you can ask it, throw it out there, and then I can answer. But you know, here's the truth of it. Unless I'm mistaken, the Russians made no advance in land during Trump's 4 years in. But they did during Obama's. They took Crimea back, and now they have during Biden's by declaring these two territories independent and rolling in the peacekeepers. So, I mean, those are non-negotiable, non-arguable facts. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Well, what Trump is saying, because you got to understand how to speak Trump. You know what I mean?
He talks like a New York City cab driver.
Well, what Trump is saying is the Biden administration is getting outfoxed by Putin, and if I was still your president, this wouldn't be happening.
Right, exactly.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly how
I
he's saying.
Interpreted it.
That's what he's saying. Yeah. And, of course, they don't want to hear that. Of course, now I saw that clip, and I want to be fair. It might have been an unfair edit because it was just a little small clip that everybody was sending yesterday of someone asking Biden about his thoughts on the genius of Putin, and did you underestimate him or something like that?
Well, we've got it. Let's look at 1A and 1B. We can look at both of them.
Yeah, and he sits there and picks his teeth.
Yeah,
but,
that's not good.
So anyway, would that be
that Biden? First off, is warning Putin. Okay. Let's hear it first.
All right, let's hear it. We'll do 1A first, Adler, and then so let's hear how President Biden, since he did win the presidency, what he's going to do about Putin.
With regard to being weaker, the fact is that I've gone head-to-head with Putin and made it clear to him we're not going to take any of his stuff.
Now, that was in 2020.
Okay.
I think you're taking his stuff right now.
All right, so now somebody help me with Peter Ducey asking if he underestimated Putin. Is this really what his response was?
Yeah, he's just sitting there thinking, Rick,
and then starts picking at his teeth. Mm-hmm. All right, so
it's like one of us in our meetings.
You're right. Yeah, yeah. That's the first thing I thought of. That's me in a meeting. All right, so let's see what happens here.
Okay, all right, give him a little bit more time.
I'm sorry
to pull it up.
Yeah, okay.
And we the response is being. I mean, the administration is being panned on all fronts right now. You got yesterday the vice president's story, how she's handling things, and now Biden's picking his teeth.
Yeah, and I'm trying to be fair. Is this really what happened? I mean,
Yeah.
is
Here
he,
it is. Here it is. We'll see it.
His face.
He just asked that.
Well, it's like he is speaking his teeth. That's not exaggeration.
Is this real?
Is this his attempt to do the KI commercial?
They're trying to wrap everything up, and in the beginning we might have been talking over it. You can hear Peter Ducey scream. Did you underestimate him?
Yeah, let's hear it one more time.
Okay, you can. Give him a second.
Okay.
I have to sit through an ad every time this plays.
Sorry, I just didn't want to talk over it like we did the first time.
That's sorry. I'm so sorry. I have to reload this page.
That's fine. At first, I thought he was trying to do the KIB commercial.
Nice doors.
You know when she just sits there.
Well, it looks strangely like it, Rick. I mean, but how about this? They're rolling in. What are you gonna do?
Hey, he looks the most like Walter.
Oh, yes.
The puppet for Jeff Dunham right here that I've ever seen him look like.
I mean, his eyes are completely closed.
Yeah, he looks just like that puppet. I mean, I'm talking about like
same
it's
eyebrows,
no longer
same everything.
It's no longer he reminds me of the puppet.
Right.
He looks like he is the puppet.
If Jeff Dunn would walk up behind him, act like he's sitting on his knee.
Oh wow, that'd be good. That'd be so strong.
And it's just sitting here spinning.
Yeah, never mind.
He got
He hollered.
his teeth.
He hollered it.
He
screamed.
holler. It's just spinning away.
He screamed.
He was just saying, "Did you underestimate Putin?" And he sat there, and that was the response. And I know that'll make everybody snuggle up and go. I guarantee you, if you're in Ukraine, you're like, "Oh, good. Looks like they're really going to help us." This is about to be, and I think it may just happen because you know how you can say usually what's one of the best indicators of how something's going to go, how whoever you're dealing with they handled similar things in the past. So that's usually a pretty good indicator of how they'll handle anything in the future.
I mean, it's not a guarantee, but it does.
No, people can.
It does give you a starting point.
Yeah, there's times you can go, well, that was surprising. That's not normally what they would do, and I hope we have that. But he'll probably respond to this the exact same way they did in Afghanistan. What they do is their response is a debacle. It's awful. It's terrible, and they just sit there like he was doing and pick their teeth until we stop talking about it and we move on. You realize we just left him alone about leaving people in Afghanistan. Everybody just moved on.
Yeah.
To the next thing.
That was handled well.
All right, here we go.
Do you think you may have underestimated Putin? Thank you.
What's that smile there? In his defense, he probably couldn't hear the question.
Do you think he didn't hear it?
No, he heard it. He heard it. Look at the look on his face.
Yeah.
You know what it looks like? Jeff Dunham took a break to get a drink of water.
He wants to come back in and settle down behind him.
Get his hand back.
I expected Dunham to come in here and put him in a carrying case. And just walk out of the room with him.
Adler, could we find a quick clip of Walter? Just anything, just to look at him.
Biden looked like he thought to himself, you know what? That stupid SOB might be right. I did underestimate Putin.
Is transgender, but the Texas authorities did not allow her to do that this time. So now the controversy is, what made her controversial is we've got somebody wrestling, taking testosterone, still wrestling with women and beating them badly. Does this person just get to do that because they've declared that mentally they want to be a boy and they're going to try to transition to that, so the testosterone gives her an incredible advantage?
Texas rules state what your birth certificate says is who you are, and that's the holdup. Like I say, her family, he, her, they're calling him he. I don't know what you call him. Says that would be rather be wrestling with the guys, but the state of Texas won't let him.
So, but the point is,
him, whatever.
This is the part I can't get out of the story.
But
can any female take male testosterone and keep wrestling in the female division who does not declare they're transgender and it be legal? Mm-hmm.
I'm confused.
That's the story.
I don't even think a male could take added, could he, and wrestle?
I don't think so.
Did she win?
They call here's where it gets confusing. They refer to him in the article.
That's why you're confused. It is a girl transition.
Her name is Mac, though.
Right.
Well,
that may be the new name she's picked.
Did Mac defeat and win the championship in boys division or girls?
Girls.
So she was a souped-up girl because of all the testosterone.
Correct.
Okay.
And they said
part of her therapy to transition is taking testosterone.
But if a
56 and 0,
if a girl was taking that, they would be declared ineligible.
I'm asking that question. I don't know.
If a boy was taking that much, they would be declared ineligible.
I'm going to go out on a limb. The article doesn't explain that. I think that's the whole controversy. How does she get an advantage?
But she gets a pass because she claims I'm transgender and I'm changing.
And now you have the story correct.
And then she, whatever, Mac claims would rather be wrestling boys, but the state of Texas says what your birth certificate says is what you wrestle.
And the reason why is they go on to say if Texas says we're going to start saying birth certificates don't matter, now we're back in the bathroom situation again.
Right.
Which is what they're trying to stop with the birth certificate.
I do remember in the Olympics
a few
years ago, they banned a sprinter not for steroids or growth, but because he had taken some allergy medicine that had and it may even be as simple as Sudafed type stuff in it, because to some degree it did alter your body's chemical makeup for a period of time. But so if you're sick, you can't take certain drugs that will put you over a limit. But if you're transgender, it's okay. So the politics is overriding the science.
That's exactly it. That's what this whole story is about. Can politics and the political correctness of the transgender movement, does that supersede the rules of wrestling on what you can take as far as supplements and hormones? Because they're saying she gets a huge advantage when she says she's a he, because she says she's a he, she gets to take the hormones and the testosterone, which makes her bigger and stronger than the other women.
Right.
But yet she's still wrestling women because Texas says birth certificate rules.
Right.
And then they're saying, well, birth certificate rules, we got that, trying to keep chaos from happening in the locker rooms and the bathrooms. But now we're letting someone wrestle taking supplements and hormones that we would ban people for.
Right.
And that's where that's the heart of the story. Now, I cannot believe that we've gotten to this point of confusion. Well, I think you can come back and say this. Look, and this I'm going to go as political correct as I think we can. Let's take out the confusion part. Let's take out whatever your view is on the morality of it all. I think you have to say these substances are banned, and you have to make a choice. If you decide you want to transition to a male,
you're going to have to wait till later.
You're going to have to. You can't wrestle,
right?
Because you've sacrificed wrestling because it's not fair for you to be able to take things we won't let the other wrestlers take. And then, of course, her family's saying, well, then let us wrestle in the men's division, and Texas is saying, well, we don't allow that. Mm-hmm. But, see, this is that thing, again, where I want to make these choices in life, but I want to suffer no consequences for them. Well, if transitioning is the most important thing in your life, then there's going to be some things you're not going to get to do, just like anybody who makes a choice on something, right? But what we're trying to do, and now see what you go, well, let's just let them do that because we can't say they can't take these things because they're transitioning, and now you got a 56-0 wrestling championship that's tainted. Because you allowed her to take testosterone, which gives her an unfair advantage against women who don't. So I don't.
They basically had a situation here where the rules of the athletic governing body was in conflict with the laws.
Right. It is 9 minutes now to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. So let's kick it around here with Team Rick and Bubba. Bubba, are you familiar with, because they're talking about Putin, in the comments that he made yesterday.
Have you ever notice how round his face is?
Yeah, very round. Very round.
I mean, it's like a basketball round.
Watch it. He was speaking on Defender of the Fatherland Day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a big day today for them.
Yeah, Defender of the Fatherland.
Oh, and
well, look, here's the question that I have for Putin right now.
Better known as DOFD.
He's talking about he's a defender of the defender. Who is threatening the fatherland or the motherland as far as that goes?
Ukraine.
The Ukraine is no threat to them.
Well, Putin says they are.
There's people within that are,
I guess you don't
being
care.
held.
You don't care how those Russian people are being treated there?
Just because they don't curtsy to everything that he wants.
What about that independent area that he's got to come settle?
Yeah, he's got to be a peacemaker.
Yeah. All right. So here's the big question, and you see this on both sides of the political fence, and everybody doesn't really line up. I think you have our nation, and I would include even President Trump in this, and he was very clear about this. There's a certain fatigue over us getting involved in other people's, and I'm just saying the way they say it.
Right.
I know that sometimes is naive because thinking other people's problems don't present problems for us is naive.
Right. It is.
But the people that say that say, well, I mean, I'm tired of us having troops strung out all over the world. We got enough problems here at home, and it's none of our business. And if Ukraine can't defend themselves, then too bad. We don't need to be involved in this at all. And then there's others that say we can't stand by and let this happen. So what should we do? What are we going to do? And
well, you know, Senator Tuberville, who was on earlier this week, was talking about it's a European problem and they need to jump on.
There's another example.
And you know, there's some truth to that. I really do think that the French and the Brits and a lot of folks over there ought to be the ones leading the charge on this, because if they're not concerned about it, why should we be? Now, here's where it's kind of the sword cuts both ways. We have not made Ukraine part of NATO because the Russians didn't want them to be in NATO, but now we see there's a real reason for them to be in it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If he wanted a buffer zone, he's taken away the facts. He's actually building the case for them to be in NATO because they're going to have to defend themselves.
Yeah, and I also don't understand.
NATO is us. Okay, we can call it whatever. It's us with a little bit of help from everybody else.
Yeah, it's like somebody talking about that hey, we may just do this without Tom Brady. Now you probably won't.
Right. It's like using a forklift to unload an 18-wheeler,
right, and
you throw a bag of feed on your shoulder and help. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
The pallet jack and the forklift's doing all the work.
Yeah. There's a big mess. We're rolling bulldozers through, and you're over there picking up stuff with a plastic bag.
Mm-hmm. But let me ask you this: Should we have give Putin his way and said, okay, we're not going to let Ukraine be in NATO for a period of time. So we're going to have a bad situation either way. We're going to have NATO not being able to, or the Ukraine not being able to join NATO, or they're going to be invaded one way or the other. So I don't know if we shouldn't have maybe curtsied on that request, at least for a period of time.
I heard great commentary on what really hurt Ukraine is that when Bill Clinton talked them into giving up their nuclear weapons, that's what really hurt them, because, you're not going to invade a nuclear weapon superpower. Well, now they don't have that.
Well, look, I don't totally blame him for that, because we didn't want another country running around with nuclear weapons.
Right.
They were part of the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union put a lot of their stuff in there. So, I mean, what do? You want another country? And we didn't know which way the Ukraine was going to go. They could have gone further the other way politically. We didn't know they were going to be, more freedom-loving at the time. Nobody knew that.
You're calling the Ukraine again.
Why? It's just
hard
for
not
some
to.
reason.
I know. I'm with you.
Why is that? I wouldn't say the Cuba or
but I
the
want
Canada.
I want badly.
But I want to say the Ukraine. Why is that?
When I say Ukraine versus,
I feel like it just came out and it needed something in front of it.
Well, when I say Ukraine versus the Ukraine is so much better.
I know.
I enjoy it. It sounds more intense. Mm-hmm. But anyway,
how about this? The United States.
Right.
Don't we say that?
Mm-hmm. The word. We don't say just We've even had some people say the Rick and Bubba to make sure there's no others.
The Rick and Bubba show.
Well, let's go back to this. Here's what I don't get: the inconsistency. You hear people all the time who are war haters, and nobody likes war. If you do, you're weird.
You should avoid it.
You're weird if you like war. But the ones who just like why, but then all their policies and all the things they believe in make us less independent and more dependent in being everybody else's business. And I don't follow the logic of that.
Yeah.
If we don't want to have to be in everybody else's business,
if we don't have to be the policeman of the world,
like if we don't want to fight war over oil, then we got to just have our own oil. and we had that for a while, and then we gave it up, and then said we don't want to be in wars. I don't follow that. I'd say if you want to try to achieve that, you're going to have to be self-reliant. And what we do, and for some reason, I heard this yesterday, and I heard a speech that I said, ladies and gentlemen, Bill Bubba Bussy. I talked to a guy yesterday, and he had a Tesla. And he was talking about how he's having to educate all these young people of how much petroleum it takes to have a Tesla.
Oh, yeah.
And he said
the whole thing's plastic.
He was giving the speech, which you were talking. He goes, "Do y'all realize that petroleum, we have it in everything? If you think you're going to rid this country and the world of petroleum, do you realize how many products? See, a lot of young people think petroleum. All it is the combustion engine, and that's it.
There's about 60% of every barrel.
Hey guys,
the rest of it's other stuff.
Guys, if y'all knew how many things, including your beloved new electric car, if you don't have petroleum, you can't even have it.
No.
Hey,
gotta have plastic.
And he was basically saying, "Look, I bought this automobile because I think its performance is something I enjoy.
Yeah, it's kind of awesome to drive."
He goes, "I'm not driving this to save the world and rid it of petroleum because there's petroleum in this car." Look, let me show you all the things on this car that's made with petroleum base. He looked at my glasses. Your glasses have petroleum in them.
Sure.
He's like, and I'm like, yeah. And he goes, you wouldn't believe how many young people don't know that. They're buying this. Let's all go to electric cars and save the planet and rid the planet of petroleum. And you heard we got somebody in the Biden administration. She's on camera being recorded saying, well, we hope we put all these oil people out of business. That's what we want to do. Well, I hope not. But then we'll turn right around and say that we don't want to fight wars, but yet we do everything to make ourselves less self-sufficient and more dependent on everybody else's business. I don't follow that logic. You can't have it both ways.
There isn't a lot.
Yeah, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, you just heard that conversation, and I love our country. We certainly do, but I'm not one of those people that the country can keep raising prices on everything, devaluing my currency, devaluing my savings, devaluing my retirement plan. There is a point where you go, I'm out of here, but then you start thinking, well, where could I go? You might want to consider Panama. Take a look. Our friends at International Living, did you realize that if you were retiring to Panama, right now, the minute you said, I'm going to Panama, your retirement is 10 times what it's worth right now? 10 times. You could be living comfortably on a nice condo on the beach for $24,000 a year. So you just don't the dollar goes it goes further in Panama than it goes here. I'll tell you that. You know what the taxes are in Panama? That'd be 0% income tax. So if you'd like to find out more about Panama, now this is not some third world country. Don't picture that at all. Do you realize that the white sand coastline is only 2 hours from Houston? Every dollar in your savings account, it's tenfold. So this is 100% free for you just to check it out. So go to buypanamanow.com/Rick Bubba. Now, a lot of you are responding to this. Buypanamanow/Rick Bubba and get your copy today. Hey, you got big decisions to make, but don't you want to know what your options are? This is a good one. Buypanamanow.com/Rick Bubba.
Time. Right. Now, here it says the law in Texas allows for a student who is being administered steroids or testosterone by a physician to compete.
So you can't or can?
Can. That's what it says here
if it's by a physician.
You're right.
So they put this person under that. Yeah. And said, well, she can do this. She's under a physician's care, and she's transitioning. So in her case, taking testosterone does not deem her illegal, which is obvious because she got to wrestle.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the conclusion they came to. But you see where this is causing,
the confusion too, Rick, on the him and she and all this. You got to get on in the story because they're calling. It's saying him the whole time, and
which
boy, whatever.
Wise way have
that's why
confused.
The caller was so confused, and
well,
rightly
so.
so.
You can't even have journalism.
No,
I mean you can't even because the journalist has to call it a him the whole time, which makes the story seem like it's saying something that it's not. So all of you that are sending out telling us that a male went and declared himself a female and beat all the women in Texas in wrestling, that's not the story. The story.
But that's coming, don't.
Oh, well, sure.
We had that in MMA. There was a fighter.
Now, that did happen in MMA. It sure did. Come back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Hey,
Bubba,
how about it?
Good. Hope you had a good weekend. How about
Rick, I did. I had a busy weekend. I know you did too. We were all going in different directions.
Oh, yeah.
I managed at one point to get a Jeep stuck, a tractor stuck, and I walked up a mountain that I've only looked at and said would be impossible to climb, and walked it with a bad ankle.
Well, how about that? But other than that, how'd it go?
Other than that, it was pretty good. You get out. I love this time of year because if you have a little property out somewhere, hunting club, camp, whatever, it's not snaky yet. It's not ticky yet.
Yeah.
Everything hasn't come out. You still can see real good, but it's warmed up a little bit, and deer season's over, so you don't have that pressure. So I like to get out and explore this time of year. I mean, it carries me back to being a kid playing. We had a blank lot behind our house growing up, and I went back and you look at it as an adult, it's kind of funny. It's just a little yard, like. Right. But when you're a kid, you think you're out in the jungle.
Oh, I thought the woods behind our house went on for 400 acres.
Oh yeah, that's great.
What did it go on? What did it go on about 3?
Maybe. But you know what? I still love just getting out in the woods and walking around, and of course, the curse of Adam. There's briars galore.
Sure.
But man, it's just fun to get out and scout a little bit.
So did you learn that no matter how many wheels you got, if you can't get them to grab, it doesn't matter?
Rick, I made a couple of foolish mistakes. So, but you know what? It's part of the training process. You get better, and I had the equipment to get out if I needed to, but we were able to work our way out finally.
Okay,
with some good help.
Got stuck up a little bit.
Yeah.
Who got you out?
No, we were able to get out, but if you're on, I think ice is even more this way.
We learned that the hard way.
If you don't have some wheel on something solid, it don't matter if you got 4-wheel, 8-wheel, 9-wheel. They're still just going to be sliding.
You could have 12 wheels if they're all spinning. It doesn't matter.
You got to be on something solid.
One's got to grab.
Yeah.
Well, I took John Thomas out.
John Thomas
down did the same thing, but this time we did not have the women. In the past years, we've had the wives with us, and we did not this time. So it was just he and I. And to take John out, and so I got to do some things with him that in the past either it was freezing cold in the past, or we were under a little tighter window and this was still a tight window, but it really allowed plenty of time because we got out of here pretty quick, and the weather was beautiful. So he's never been four-wheeling with this type of. Did you see the picture that I sent y'all of his happy little face on that four-wheeler? I sent it to Adler. First of all, the four-wheeling. When he's on that four-wheeler, I mean, he is so happy. And, I mean, the grin on his face is so big, it's almost like he can't contain it.
Yeah, it's like his smile is about to break off his face.
Right.
Because it's just all it can take.
And so this time I said, John, this one has just been serviced. I want to put you on the one. And he said, I want, do you mind if I take, look at his happy little face, if I were to take the four-wheeler and go here on the dirt road? And I said, well, sure, let her eat.
Let her eat.
He went flying by me in his little body on that little four-wheeler. And I mean, the wind blowing through his face. And
what's it go, $130?
Oh, it may be. Yeah. When I went at one time, just sat up on a hill and watched him ride in the pasture and just watched him. And I was just so happy
Do
for him.
they not have ATVs in South Africa?
Well, I do not. I want to go full. So then this time I said, John, how would you like to fish? And I said, have you ever fished? Seven minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio. Yeah. We'll get a name to her sometime. Maybe the World Games can help us with that. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged and excited to have an old friend back in the studio, Nick Sellers.
Nick Sellers, World Games CEO.
Good to be with you guys. Thanks for having me.
Nick, it's our pleasure.
Nick has done so much with sports, Rick, because, he's Gene's right-hand man.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And, they walk in step. So, when you see what Nick's doing, you know where Gene's at.
That's right.
Yep.
When you work for Gene Hallman once, you always work for Gene Hallman. I found that out.
A lot of people haven't fared well. You've been in there since day one.
I'm hanging on tight, buddy, with both hands. But
well, I remember I saw him one day going by and he said, "I'm about to make Nick Sellers an offer he can't refuse." And I thought, well, that's really adding to all the. So Nick, the World Games are coming. And Birmingham, Alabama will host the World Games. I mean, I remember when this seemed so far away, but boy, it doesn't now.
134 days before it's here. And we're going from all the planning to now execution. It's really going to be a big moment. Now that Beijing's over, the eyes of the international sports world turn to Birmingham, turn to Alabama for World Games 2022.
So today we have, kind of the unveiling of what the medals will look like. But we have I love a hot video. Do you love a hot video?
Everything has to have a hot video now.
So we've got the World Games hot video, and you said we've got kind of our catchphrase, and what is that going to be?
Yeah, the battle cry is step up.
Step up.
Step up. To the moment.
You got to step up to the moment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So here it is. Let's take a look and listen.
Every road is different. They lead us different places. Remind us where we started, how far we've come, and where we're trying to go. They take us from home to what's next, from our history to our future. But every road starts with that first step, then more. Some taken together, most taken alone, when no one is watching. When there are no medals, only the medal it takes to take the next step. Until you learn that sometimes steps backwards can be the ones that take you forward. Those steps look different for each of us, but we take them over and over until we lose count. But always towards the one that counts. This year, those steps pave the roads that will lead the world here to Birmingham. And we take these steps together towards our medal moment. So join us as we step forward, step through, as we step up. Step up, Alabama.
Man, that's a good one. I like that right there. That fires me up.
Very well.
It makes me want to run through a wall over there. Step up. Yeah, that's it was there's a lot going on, and the organization of it is going to be pretty incredible. And not put any pressure on you, but so you got to have the medals that you're going to be handing out, and you have those with you today.
I've got them. I've got them to show you guys.
Oh boy!
I hope you'll put them on.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sure we will.
Greg, this is the moment Greg's been waiting.
Yeah,
for.
I like to look at
Oh
those.
man, these are nice. All right, so. Can I put? I mean, I can put them.
Yeah,
on.
absolutely.
Rick, we'd like to stand there and
You'll
have
be the first one.
Here you go.
Ah.
Well, good. I'm gonna be gold.
Oh, you got it. Wow, look at that.
Wow.
That's it, right
There it is.
There it is. That's the moment you've been waiting for.
That's lightweight sumo.
That's so good.
Actually, there's a great story about a guy named Trent Sabo, y'all. The storylines of these games are incredible. But Trent Sabo is going to be called the truck driving champ. He's from Idaho. He's won 2 silver medals, and he is competing to win gold in his home country. The last time he'll compete in sumo against the great champions of the world. But the guy drives a truck for a living. It's like Sylvester Stallone in Over the Top,
He's a sumo wrestler?
Yeah.
How about that? Well, these are nice.
They really are.
It's got kind of like you see Schloss Furnace there. Of course, you got Vulcan on it. It really, if you're from our home city and our home state, it's really something to be excited about because the medals, reflect our city.
They do,
and our state. So it's pretty cool.
Bubba, I'd like to see you do that thing where you act like you're taking a bite of it. You know how they do?
Is that the thing you have to do?
That's it. There's the money shot.
Doesn't even let me do that.
Heavy. These. So who designed these, Nick?
A gentleman named Bill Hoffman, who's here in Birmingham. He actually works with Gene. He's a really creative guy, and he did a little video about it. Gets emotional talking about, he's designed a lot of things, but knowing that these medals, there'll be 250 almost medal rounds, that these medals will be in folks' homes and athletes' homes all over the world forever is pretty special.
If you look real close, Rick, you see our broadcast tower.
Well, that's what I was looking. I was looking on there.
You got to look really close. It's right at the back of Vulcan there.
Oh, I do see it. Yeah. So I mean, would it have hurt maybe just to cross the water tower to have rickandbubba.com?
we should have had that.
Yeah, no, that's.
If you look close, you see the candelabra back there.
Where is it?
The antenna is. Yes.
Well, these turned out nice. So today there'll be the big press conference for this.
11 o'clock is the big press conference at the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame. We'll unveil these. They'll go all over the country, all over the world today, because really after the Beijing Olympics, this is it, y'all. The roads all lead to Birmingham for this summer.
So these obviously there's
got a good feel to it.
I like it. There's some, and we've talked about this a lot with you, but there's sports that we're familiar with,
right?
And then there's sports that we're familiar with, but we've never seen them being competed at by world teams. And then there's maybe some things we've never even heard of before that we're going to get to see.
Yeah.
So, but there's some traditional stuff there too. So I mean,
how many different sports?
It's a lot.
It's a lot. And really, we define these, and the Olympics define these as the new generation of global sports, to your point.
Yeah.
So there's sports we know and love. There's 34 in total, Bubba.
34?
Yep, and you'll have sports.
I see all the little logos over there.
That are real Americana that we know, like lacrosse, which was founded by the Iroquois Nation. I mean, like Native American, you know.
And you told us that cool story
really
about the
cool.
Ireland team. That's really cool.
It is. Women's softball, there's 8 Olympians who competed in Tokyo. They lost in the final inning to Japan. You got 7 SEC ladies, 2 Alabama All-Americans, Haley McClenny and Montana Fouts. Gymnastics, martial arts, sumo, Muay Thai, kickboxing. But then you've got sports you've never heard of before, as you say, like drone racing, which is now on NBC on the weekends, will be at Protective Stadium. How cool is that?
That's cool.
Wow.
At the old Powell Avenue Steam Plant downtown, we just announced yesterday, inline speed roller is there. And there's a young lady named Erin Jackson. She won gold medal, the first black American in history to win a gold medal in ice speed skating in the Beijing Olympics. Y'all, she didn't even get on skates until 2017, which was the same year she competed in the World Games in inline roller. Wow. So there's a lot of connectivity.
Wow. That's cool.
Now, has cornhole been added yet? That's the one I think I got a chance in.
I hear pickleball and cornhole a lot.
So here are the medals. I mean, we've got them right here.
Don't underestimate pickleball. You can be hurt doing that.
All right, well, come back. We'll continue to talk with Nick and ask some questions now, because what we got to talk about now is you want to come to the World Games. Well, obviously, we've got the website in our show notes today, but if you want to go directly to it, it's TWG, the World Games, TWG2022.com. But we do have it in show notes, and it's got all the information there on how you can get tickets and packages and make your plans to see the World Games as they come to Birmingham, Alabama.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Every road is different. They lead us different places, remind us where we started, how far we've come, and where we're trying to go. They take us from home to what's next, from our history to our future. But every road starts with that first step, then more. Some taken together, most taken alone. When no one is watching. When there are no medals, only the medal it takes to take the next step. Until you learn that sometimes steps backwards can be the ones that take you forward. Those steps look different for each of us, but we take them over and over until we lose count. But always towards the one that counts. This year, those steps pave the roads that will lead the world here to Birmingham. And we take these steps together towards our medal moment. So join us as we step forward, step through, as we step up. Step up, Alabama.
I have never fished in fresh water. I fished maybe 20 years ago. And I said, well, look, John, just take this little spinnerbait here with a little bass jig on it. What do you mean, a bass jig? And I said, well, it's just the name we use for. Roll it out there, and how about this? He took to the rod pretty good. His casting was better than I expected. He figured it out pretty quick. I just gave him a little open face. Didn't want to go crazy with the bait caster.
I don't.
And all that.
My thumb ain't fat enough for
I
those.
was wondering, where should I throw it? And I said, well, John, why don't you take it? I see you see that tree sticking about there? If you could get it. I was wondering, why are you catching fish? I am not. And I said, well, it's presentation, John. I said, so just take it. I said, if you can drop that thing right there, you're gonna catch fish. If you'll come on, and don't, just
on the far side, drag it by.
Right, and look, and finally he did. And all of a sudden I heard, Rick, I have one. And here he comes. And look at it.
No.
Now he would not touch it. I was trying to get it. You see my thumb. It was so bright I couldn't even see if I could even see out of the camera I was taking the picture. But he would not take the fish off the hook. He did not desire to do that. But see, I had to take the picture with it still on the hook. But he caught a fish or two and had a great time.
Good.
And
I'm glad he had a good time.
And then when I caught this bigger one, that one.
How much that weigh?
That's probably what you think. 4?
I was gonna say 3.5, 4.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
It's a little fish.
Yeah, when it hit, and I'm kind of mad at myself.
I like to hold them out far enough to the side. It looks like it's eating my head.
Yeah. Well, the thing that I really want to beat myself up for this because he wasn't that far from me, and there's nothing better when you go good fish.
Mm-hmm.
And so I same thing. Found a tree, came off of it, finally got to come by, and it dropped down in there. And then I came through, and as soon as it hit, I said, "Hey, good fish." And so I should have handed him the rod.
Oh yeah.
Well,
because I thought you don't think to do that to a grown man,
right? I thought to myself,
get it, but
he was.
Well, he's the size of a child,
right? But he was like, "I see now why they call these largemouth." Wow, that's a Rick. Come here. You can stick your fist in there. And so he loved the bass. And how long could, and his questions are, I was wondering, how long could it survive out of the water? And I said, not very long. It would be, are you going to throw it back? And I said, yes. Why?
Why?
Rick, no. He almost got, you must eat that fish. I said, John, what are we going to do? We're going to clean it right here. I'm about to go to Albany, Georgia.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a little tough to clean fish.
And I was like, no, we're throwing them back. And then I showed him, some of the ones that we take out. We caught some small ones too. But it is 21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. The World Games are coming, and the unveiling of the medals has happened on the show. The official press conference to unveil those will be coming up today at the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame at 11 o'clock local time. If you want to get your plans together for July 7th through the 17th, and they did design this around Greg Burgess's birthday, that they would do the closing ceremonies as we celebrate Greg's life all on the same day. So anyway, the 7th through the 7th.
That's a big day, right?
That's a big day. And you can get all that information at rickandbubba.com. We have the World Games website there for you to shop around, get your tickets, get your plans, and come see our beautiful city as the world comes to Birmingham this summer. So Nick Sellers here with us, the CEO, and he's let us have the honor of seeing the medals first, and we've worn them. He's been extremely nervous about that.
So these are slightly used now.
Slightly. Yeah. And it was funny. It was awkward in the break.
Marks on one of them.
Because you could tell that Nick wanted them back, and everybody was giving them back, and I still kept walking around with mine on.
Rick said he thought it was his.
And I had the gold on, and he's kind of like, I need those for the press conference if you could just hand me that there. So, Nick, when you find out that you're the CEO of the World Games, and you start thinking about how many teams, how many sports, how many people,
countries involved,
all coming to this city, you've got to find venues, you've got to find hospitality areas, transportation,
lodging,
housing, lodging,
referees.
What in the world? I mean, yeah. I mean, so that yeah. I mean, that's a big old spoon.
Nick, that's a big checklist.
Yeah, you ask your mother-in-law to start praying the novena for you. You go make Stations of the Cross. You do all the things good Catholic boys
I mean,
do.
Do y'all sit around, like we were talking about, we have a very, very famous place here called Sloss Furnace, and it has an incredible history of the steel industry and all these things. And so are y'all sitting in a conference room and somebody says, hey, over here, yeah, what are you thinking? What, you want to do something with Sloss Furnace? Yeah, we do, and we've had concerts there and stuff in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let's do something with it. How does it happen? Because you said y'all going to turn it into this incredible.
Oh man, it'll be the world's biggest sports party at Sloss Furnaces. It really will. It's such a historic, beautiful place, and this is 5+ years in the making. So there was a lot of investigation and people that came to the table and said, how are we going to showcase the city in a cool way? Let's not all do it at the same venues. You can't. It's just like an Olympic event. There's 34 different sports over 9 days of competition. You got to move it around. So we really searched for probably a year until the host committee did, the organizing committee, until we landed on where we have these venues. In fact, we just moved a couple. We moved drone racing to Protective Stadium. It was going to be out at Barber Motorsports Park. Canopy piloting will still be there. And we moved inline roller downtown. That was going to be at the Crossplex. But we wanted to showcase some of the coolest landmarks in Birmingham and the area's history, but also really kind of give a good feel for where these sports best fit. For instance, Oak Mountain is going to be where water ski jumping and wakeboarding will be. You'll have the Sloss Furnaces, as you mentioned, Rick. We'll have beach handball there. We're building a beach competition court there for beach handball, which is this mix between volleyball and soccer.
Wow.
It's really wild. We'll have sport climbing there, and now sport climbing is an Olympic sport. It'll by the next time it's in Paris, and then in LA it'll be in the Olympics.
Wow.
We'll have parkour. That's where these athletes are jumping over cars and on sides of buildings, and believe it or not, breakdancing, one of the 4 dance sports.
There you are, Bubba.
We'll be there, Bubba.
That's as
Get
close
your
as I'm gonna
parachute
get.
pass.
Right
Hello, gold medal.
Well, I'm more of a pop and lock. But
Speedy does that worm. Remember, we've seen Speedy do the worm.
Yeah.
Nick, now is it true you're going to have competitive driving down 280 on Friday afternoon? Is that still in the making?
I was about to say, here's the chance for my wife to medal. That's she's yeah, right. Wow. I mean, I'm telling you, that's. I've said it before. NASCAR's been trying to find a female driver that could compete. My wife was a missed opportunity there. So it's a lot.
It's a lot. And then opening and closing ceremonies is massive.
But I think and you look at and this is good for this area for the future, because in the future, if you're going in to bid for something, you can say, well, we hosted the World Games.
Absolutely.
And if we can do that, what you need to do is really not a big not a big endeavor for us.
Yeah. No, this is well, the president of the Olympics
what it's going to produce in the future.
Oh,
of things that may not be as big, but you could go, well, it's not as big. If we could do World Games, we can do your deal.
That's right.
And then of course they know you can handle something big.
Yeah. No, we'll have to totally change how we bring fans in and move them around. We're working with the city right now on a transportation plan to have a kind of a gold, silver, and bronze medal loop where you can park at the different entertainment districts, whether it's Pepper Place or Lakeview or 2nd Avenue, jump on the loop, get to the venues, get back to your car. It'll move around every 5 minutes. But we really got to do things different, man. This is a chance to reimagine Birmingham and the state of Alabama in a big way. And that's why we want our community and our state and our country to step up to the moment, just like these athletes are.
Yeah.
This is the first major international multi-sport event in the world with full venues again coming out of the pandemic, guys. Remember, Tokyo and Beijing didn't have anybody.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, and I think that took away from a lot of it. I think that people, when you can't do the full stadiums, you can't do capacity. I never
fooling with mask.
Yeah, I never thought about how much it would affect me even as a viewer.
Yeah.
I don't like to see an event that doesn't look like that there's electricity and energy, even watching it. If you're watching live coverage and you're not there. So I think that's going to be great for the people who, can't get to Birmingham but will still be watching all the coverage.
Now, I heard you already had a problem. The Russian team was trying to take somebody else's place they were staying. Is that right?
The Russians and the Ukrainians are both competing here. They have athletes and teams. So the Russians have to compete under the Russian Olympic Committee, the ROC.
Right. They're in trouble.
I've got an idea to solve this whole thing. I really do. They have country houses. The G15, G12 countries all have country houses. I told our team, just put Russia and Ukraine next door to each other and have our official vodka of the World Games, Charles Barkley owned Red Mod Vodka, come and just do a little party for them.
That's funny.
They'll work a deal out by the time.
Well, Bubba has said for years that if some of these countries that seem to always be causing trouble, if they would just start playing sports, they could get all that out of their system.
Yeah, they work it out.
Yeah, and there's a lot less damage.
That's true.
A good softball league would help.
Right.
Something.
We've tried to get a softball league in the Middle East forever. No, we just can't get them to get us out.
Yeah. Just have a kickboxing match, and whoever wins gets to keep the land.
You get the land for the next 4 years.
Well, Nick, you have done something special for us today about allowing us to be part of the unveiling of the medals. So we feel like we should do something special for you. And we'll do that when we come back. All right, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number.
Not yet an official sport in the World Games, but hey, you never know.
You never know. So we'll come back and we'll finish up our time with Nick Sellers. The World Games, they're coming. July 7 through the 17th to our city, Birmingham, Alabama. You get all the details and show notes. The website is sitting right there. Go get your plan together.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So it was a big day when he got and he saw some deer. And you talk about, you would think a guy from Africa seeing some white-tailed deer, who cares?
Yeah, right.
We saw 3 deer. Rick, look! Did you see them? And I was like, I did, John. And then he starts chasing them on his 4-wheel. And I was kind of like, John. Man,
well, they're used to herding things over there.
And then one of the funniest.
Tell him they're big mouth deer.
One of the things that I did just too is this time I went and put him in a tree stand. If you could have seen his little stuff sitting up in that tree stand looking around, and Rick, tell me what this is here. Well, that's a rub on a tree. And then I described the scrape to him, and he was just his mind on the scrape.
Yeah,
they do this with what? I said, with their hoof, and I said, and then they do what? What do they do? Why? Did you say they urinate? And I said, yes, right there. Anything he says, even if you're talking about something. And what is its purpose? Well, then the female comes by. Yes. And then he will follow after her. Yes. Amazing. God's creation is amazing. And I was like, yes, it is. Well, Rick, would you mind if I climbed and sat up and looked around? I was like, no, that'd be great. Climb right up there. And so he went up there, and at one point, John Thomas from South Africa sitting in a tree stand.
Did he have his Mexican Coke with him?
Oh, sure. I am enjoying this view. Rick, how much longer do we have? I'm like, we're in pretty good shape. So what I did is I kind of cut a little close. So I did end up in Albany, Georgia. When you've been fishing, you can wash your hands all you want to.
You still smell
what I
like
mean?
fish.
And but that was still actually kind of a cool thing, to go. I just came from bass fishing, and here I am.
Yeah.
So anyway, but and I had a great time with that too. So anyway, we John got to fish a little bit this time.
All right.
The 4-wheeler.
I wish he'd come and stay longer.
I do too.
And just get out in the woods a little longer.
Rick, may I ride one more time? Yes, you may. Let it eat you. So to this other deal, so we had spring fling kind of on Saturday involving the two boys. This is that thing where they go to the dance, and it's what we used to call Sadie Hawkins.
Right.
Yeah, so
right.
We had that, and then Sunday we were all going to get together, and we were doing a combination in the Burgess family of Greg and Lisa's anniversary is this week, Greg. It's
Saturday.
It's Saturday.
Why are you so mad about
My
it?
dad just turned 76 at the end of January. Brooks just turned Big Love 18, and then my sister, and she won't me to tell what she's turning, is this week. So we just said we're going over. We're coming back home. We're gonna have a big lunch, and we're all gonna eat together at the big buffet there on back where we're all from. The old classic, which by the way has got everything you could ever imagine.
A lot of food.
What breaks your heart is when you see something on the way out the door you didn't see. On the way out, I'm like, I didn't even see this stuff.
Oh, I know.
Gumbo? Are you kidding me? I didn't know this was even here. So anyway,
gumbo.
So the whole family had a great visit where we're sitting there talking about life and all this and having a good time, and all of a sudden, this April the giraffe conversation breaks out.
Oh yeah, Lisa's all about it.
And my sister-in-law Lisa's, and then she's, I'm just watching it, and and I'm like, what are y'all talking about? And so I remember the Eagle's Nest thing that everybody got upset
It's
about.
a whole nother one of those.
Is this Eagle's Nest giraffe
That's
version?
all it is.
Yep. Can I ask the people
Except the eagle was actually in the wild. Giraffe's in a pen.
All right, can I ask this question? Why do we desire to see a giraffe have a baby?
Rick, I don't
Who wants to see that?
I don't.
I think there's some curiosity about how in the world does that take place. Have you ever seen them try to get a drink of water? My goodness, it ain't normal.
Here it is live, Rick. We're watching it live.
What? So in other words, until she has the baby, you just watch a giraffe standing in a pen, right?
Yeah, she'll walk around. She'll stick her face in the camera every now and then.
Here's Oliver outside.
That's Oliver. That's the daddy. He's checking in.
Yeah. Now I also understand.
Does that window open? Is she got her head out and they're like talking or something?
I don't know.
Well, they did more than talking.
He's telling her.
No, I mean
now. Now, okay, I got you.
How about she's got something 6 foot, 150 pounds in her?
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's a huge animal.
Yeah, but, how high off the ground is she? About 10?
I don't know.
Well, a lot of times they use that when they drop, that starts them breathing. Oxygen. They hit.
Yeah.
And they start
clear.
breathing.
Maybe so.
Look, I'll have a tidbit on stuff like this. But I don't want to see an animal being
But won't
birthed.
they record it and then you play it back? Are we expecting it to happen like right away?
I don't know.
Rick, I did good to stay in there watching my own kids.
Thank
be
you.
born.
That's
Much
my
less
point.
than
Guys,
that.
I don't really want to see it. I don't mind after it's born. Watch her in there.
Yeah, guys, this is not eggs hatching. This is going to be a different deal.
Yeah.
Has anybody? Have y'all seen this? There's going to be moments you're going to be say somebody help.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to.
Do they have to have help or do they handle it on their own pretty much?
On their own, unless you got an issue.
But now, have you seen where the animal rights people what they did?
Now, that's
they had
weird.
it shut down, right?
That's
Yeah,
weird.
but because they claimed under the YouTube's no nudity thing. Now, how's that?
Giraffes are always nude.
They pulled it down for a second and then put it back.
Yeah.
I guess if you make a complaint, they have to pull it down, and then they realize that hey, it's an animal.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. That's our number. Nick Sellers, CEO for the World Games. July 7th.
And all around good guy.
Yeah, and no pressure. I keep saying July 7th. I see Nick, he'll move just a minute. It's coming. It won't be here long. And so you've been very good to us today, Nick, and there's no way we could repay the fact that we are all, wearing the medals before anybody else could, and so we started thinking about something we could do to pay you back, and it's you talk about an elite group, and that's people that have actually spun the wheel of meat.
The giant wheel of meat.
You probably, as a child, thought to yourself, I don't want to shoot too high. I don't want to set myself up for disappointment.
Why do that, Rick? Why?
But maybe one day, if I play my cards right, okay, the Lord may allow me the opportunity to spin the wheel of meat. And today, Nick,
is your day.
This is your day. Come on. It's time for you to spin the wheel of meat. There he goes.
The wheel of meat keeps on turning.
The wheel of meat, Bubba. Watch it light up, Nick. Wait till you see the light. Wow! Yeah, come on, Nick. Yes, sir.
Come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful Wheel of Meat. Rock and Roll City is there. The phones are open. Speedy as Nick Sellers ready to spin the Wheel of Meat. From our friends at harryanddavid.com. They provide the meat, $50 gift cards. For those of you that are fortunate enough to win today, 1-800-Flowers.com. They've got roses on the board. Cord Buddy's got the Cord Buddy on the board. Moultrie's got a feeder on the board. Rick and Bubba's got Rick and Bubba products on the board from our store at rickandbubba.com. And Bubba also, Buzzbox Coffee, Blaze TV, also putting things on the board. Not everybody a winner.
No, Rick, no. But they're out there. You have a chance, and maybe Nick can spin something good for you today.
Nick, how does it feel to be standing next to the Wheel of Meat?
It's better than I really thought, really. It exceeds my expectations.
And few things in life do. But you know what? So let's go to Winchester, Tennessee, where Justin is standing by. Does Nick know what they must say?
Wow, what a wheel.
By the way, when he stopped after wow, what a, I thought, here comes Radio Gold.
Or today, Rick, we might make a special exception. Step up.
That's good. All right, Justin, what do you say to Nick Sellers?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Nick. There you go. Spin it like you got the World Games coming. He did step up.
The positioning of the wheel is hard for me to watch.
That's a tough one for you.
Yeah.
Just look on a monitor. Look at here. Yeah! Moultrie! View it! Boy, Justin, you spun Moultrie. We still on feeders?
Good deal.
Yes, we are. All right, so Justin, you've got a Moultrie feeder coming your way, so we're going to put you on hold. Going to get all your information. So how do you get the show there in Winchester, Tennessee?
100.3 the river.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you're just above Alabama. Can we get a go for Justin, Greg? Go! Justin, thanks for stepping up. Putting you. See, man, thanks for listening to the show. All right, put you on hold. All right, let's go to. Well, we're staying in Tennessee. We go to Nashville, Tennessee. Karen is standing by. Karen, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Nick Sellers?
Wow, what a wheel!
Let's go, Nick!
Nick with a big spin. The Southpaw gave it a twirl.
Look at Big Boy, so pleased with Nick. All right, let's see.
I'm still hoping the pegs on that catch a speedy shirt one of these days.
I know it. Thanks, Bubba. That's YouTube gold. Yeah! Wow. Cord buddy, strum it! A chord buddy, Karen. Do you know how to play guitar?
This is so funny. My father just gave me a guitar, and I was going to start taking lessons.
Look at the Wheel of Meat working.
How magical is that?
Time for Karen to step up.
Step up, Karen. Step up.
All right. So, Karen.
Remember, eat at Dad's great burgers every day.
Let me tell you, you give us a food analogy, we don't forget it.
That's right.
All right. So, Karen, let me put you on hold, and Cord Buddy will send that. Now, what hand do you strum with?
Right.
Right-handed. All right. Let me put you on hold. Cord Buddy will send. You're going to be getting like the Cord Buddy and instruction book. Get a free app, lesson plan videos, Cord Buddy songbook.
You'll be playing the first day, much like that one behind us.
Do you hear Adler playing? That's going to be you one day. You might even be considered to be the first female in Rock and Roll City. All right. Let me put you on hold.
Rock and Roll City may need to come down about 3 dB.
Oh, my goodness. All right, let's go to Eric in Birmingham, Alabama, the host city for the World Games. All right, let's. All right, so, Eric, welcome
Gold
to the
is
show.
Forever, baby.
That's right.
Hey,
what do you?
Thanks for having me, and thank you, Nick, for bringing the World Games to Birmingham, Alabama.
Yep. Let's
much
go.
Better than the Olympics.
Yeah, much better than the Olympics. All right, what do you say?
Wow, what a wheel!
Let it rip. Let it rip, Nick. Oh, wow. He spun number winners.
Nick put his back into that one.
Boy, he meant that one.
That's a big southpaw spin, Rick.
Yeah, it is. Look at that thing still spinning. Oh, my goodness. Look at
Flowers,
that. Flowers. Smell it.
Boy. I wanted to get it in before it clicked one more time.
Let me tell you something. You almost couldn't have nothing. Eric, congratulations. You want 2 dozen red roses or 2 dozen assorted roses?
2 dozen red roses.
He likes the classics. All right, let me put you on hold. And 1-800-Flowers will send that to whomever you want, okay?
That pen is going to hurt through your legs, man.
It's fun standing behind Bubba.
Let's go to Wanda. out of Arab, Alabama. Wanda, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Thank you.
All right, Wanda, what do you say to Nick Sellers?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Nick. A reverse. Nick, I don't know. First timer.
Roll it down the alley.
All right, let's see where she lands. Here we go. Let's see what Nick's done for Wanda here. Look at here, look at here, look at here. Yeah! Moultrie. View it.
I'm in trouble.
Feed it.
Let me tell you something, Wanda. Do you have a deer feeder? It's every woman's dream.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take it. All right, we'll put you on hold, and we'll get all the information, and Moultrie will send that to you. Okay.
Thank you.
Bubba, he's spun. I don't want to mojo
In a
him.
funny kind of way, you win meat when you get a feeder. Because if you're putting in the backyard and you're good with a crossbow, you get meat.
It all comes together. Greg, can we get a go for Wanda?
Go! Go! Go, 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 go!
One more spin, Nick?
Yeah,
You got one more in you? All right, let me find you somebody else. All right,
Well, don't you throw your shoulder out before the big presentation today.
Let's go to Kevin. Kevin is in Selma, Alabama. Kevin, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say? Final spin this week on Wheel of Meat. And this one today's world class. What do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, Nick. Finish strong. Step up, Nick. Step up, Nick.
What a spin. We're going to have to oil that thing.
Boy, come on around. Come on.
I wonder how many miles that thing's rolled.
How's this possible? No. How's this possible? I'm in some
Moultrie.
View it.
Or feed it, in this case.
How's this possible?
Look, Kevin, you got Moultrie too.
Oh my God!
Now, Speedy, you'll probably never see Moultrie on the wheel again.
No, right.
But let me tell you something.
Not for the next 6 months.
Yeah, you got yours done, buddy. All right, so let's put you on hold.
Oh my goodness!
And we'll send that, get Moultrie to send that to you. Okay.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, well,
we appreciate you listening.
Like you said, Bubba. I mean, that's meat.
That's in a funny kind of way. It is.
How's it doing that? Because I'm turning.
If you're good with a crossbow or maybe a rock.
Yeah, Nick, thank you. You did a great. How did it feel?
Awesome. Yeah, it was better than the Price is Right could have ever been.
Nick Sellers, and congratulations. He just spent anything but winners.
You know what Nick did? He stepped up.
He did. He stepped up. Number winner.
Gold.
World Games. Got the job done. Coming to Birmingham, Alabama, July 7th through the 17th. Get all your information, and we're ready for you to come to our city right there at rickandbubba.com under show notes. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Greg, you know what time it is, my brother. Welcome to the city, Rock and Roll City.
Y'all strategy's not even good. This is the kind of stuff you live for. Human beings obsessed with an animal and can't wait to see her give birth like it's a real woman. This is exactly what y'all want. I don't want to see anything give birth unless I know them. Unless, it's like my wife. I don't want to see anything give birth that I don't know you. I mean, it's like I try to avoid being places where somebody's giving birth if I don't know you. You know what I mean? What do you always say? Oh, no, don't do it here, right? Let's get them to the hospital. Why are we doing that? Because you don't want to be the person that somebody starts having a baby in your car, and you're like, I'm here, I don't know this person. It seems like we live our lives hoping we don't see a birth happen unless it's our own.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
yeah, I agree.
Why are we wanting to watch an animal give birth? I don't know. That's kind of strange to me. It is. Is it to you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
well, we've been watching April.
Well,
that's a long
she's,
labor right
she's
here.
looking right in the camera now.
Guys, there's going to be stuff.
Yeah, look at April.
Now, where is that from? Where is that physically?
It's up New York
located?
somewhere.
Yeah.
Guys, I got bad news for y'all. This is not going to be. It's going to be in stages, and it's not going to be pretty.
I know.
It's not going to
What
be.
if it goes bad?
Right.
Well, I guess they got people to.
People coming there grabbing legs and pulling.
Look
Nobody wants to see
looking
that.
at the. Can I tell you, giraffe is just a strange animal, and we
Yeah, it is.
don't give it enough props because I guess they're so docile for the most part.
Yeah.
Now you seen them when they get mad, start slinging that head around.
They hit each other with them hands.
Oh yeah.
Got their little antennas on top.
You realize
pop each other with
if
it.
you want to have millions of people watching something,
Look
really
at the pattern on that.
all the money you spend on trying to write scripts and trying to write and this
Yeah.
and get the storyline, just put your animal up on the camera, everybody sit there and stare at it.
Look at that pattern, Rick. How complicated, and it all just fits right together. Isn't that cool?
You know, one thing we didn't
Like a cobblestone road.
I didn't know that Lisa Burgess had always desired to feed a giraffe, and at our zoo where we live, they do it all the time.
Yeah,
Matter of fact, Brooks Big Love Burgess ran that one time when he was a kid
funny.
working over there.
How will they? Are they pretty good about taking food, or will they slop you with their tongue a little bit?
It's a lot of tongue.
It looks like it.
It is.
It
How
is.
long is their tongue?
Oh my gosh, it's just like watching a snake.
Yeah.
They got a tongue.
Yeah, it's
2 foot?
It's huge.
It's no anteater.
It's
but
black.
close.
It's black too. It comes out. Look, just
Yeah, it's a big thing.
and grab something out of your hand, pull it in.
Anteater's a weird one too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
So they go hard for it?
Hey, 20 inches long.
Yeah, they got a lot of tongue.
Talking about the anteater or the giraffe?
Oh, the giraffe.
That's a big tongue, a big one.
Let's see 'em. Oh, wow.
Yeah, you know what?
How's it go?
Bleh.
Yeah, I mean it comes right out of there.
Yeah.
But I don't understand why we want to watch this.
How about they got Oliver out in the waiting room? He's just out there.
Yeah, Oliver.
Remember we
Well,
used to
Oliver's got an older woman. Oliver's only 5, and she's like 15.
right.
Should he be in there with her, or is that close enough?
He's looking at
Guys, can I
he's
give y'all
checking it
heads
out.
up on Oliver? Oliver is looking at the other females, waiting on one of them to come in here.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay, he's not.
He's
concerned.
done with her.
He doesn't even know his kid's about to be
No,
married.
he's completely done
Right.
with that whole
You know
situation.
why? He's not a
working
human
that,
being.
He's working that straw or that hay, whatever that is. Right there.
He's not. He's not a human being. She's not either. By the way,
Right.
these are animals, which is sweet. But I don't know. You know, I really don't. I can.
What a neck on that thing.
I can understand somebody saying, "Hey, the giraffe just gave birth. Let's look at the baby." I got that.
Right.
I can see that.
Yeah,
But having,
that'll be me.
Well,
I
I
don't
tell you,
wanna
you're
see
gonna
it
have a
anymore.
view of it right here.
but watching the birthing process, I don't know why we're doing this. I mean,
So they must think she's pretty close, huh?
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, no, you understand though. Since Thursday, I've heard about this,
Does she get?
and we were probably a little bit late on it. But since Thursday, we've been told, "Hey, are you watching this?" That's a long labor.
oh yeah, they ain't started.
She's just walking around.
Just walking around.
Walking around.
Labor hadn't even begun. We're just walking around.
That's just a big old.
Look, there they are. There's Oliver. Hey, hon, how you doing?
We'll be back. All right, Steve Harvey is already tweeting about the Oscars last night.
Well, he immediately was drawn into the
Yes.
confusion. Somebody even mentioned him from stage. Rick, and I'm quoting his tweet. Good morning, everybody. Went to sleep early last night, so what did I miss? And that was quickly favored and retweeted thousands of times.
Yes.
Then he followed it up later by saying, call me Warren Beatty. I can help you get through this.
Oh, buddy.
Start another day without him, brother.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show.
Working on that blubber.
866 We Be Big is our number. Wednesday Bible study back today. Also checking O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. Excited to be out on the road again this weekend. Miss Sherry going with me. Going down to Laurel, Mississippi. Salem Heights Baptist Church. I'll be speaking to the men Sunday night. Sherry will be speaking to the women. So if you would like to find out more about that, just go to rickandbubba.com. You'll see upcoming events. Sherry and I both will be there. And again, she's going to speak to the women. They'll have their own deal, and the men will have our own deal. It's not a marriage conference or anything like that. It's just they decided to do a women's event while they were doing the men's event. So Sherry and I are going there together. And then back to the manchurch.com, Blake Prime, who I'm pretty sure we just saw in that hot video, by the way. I think he was in that hot video.
Yeah, some of that was shot at Godspeed. I saw one of the power cleans was in there or something.
So he will be speaking at West Mobile Baptist. They're doing Man Church. They're doing it as a breakfast on Saturday. So find those details at themanchurch.com. So, Bubba, yesterday, have you ever just kind of casually said something to your friends and like you got this crazy reaction? Like, like you're going to be tarred and feathered, or, they don't want to be friends with you anymore. And so I was really surprised. I really didn't think it was that big a deal. But so one of the things that we've had here at the No Name studio is we have had to adjust to a lot of change. And some of that change, in my opinion, has been positive. I like my new office. I like, having a window. I like the way the office is set up. I would say probably the biggest problem here, as far as something we have to adjust to, has been the bathroom situation.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And I know we've talked about it a lot, and I don't want to go back. But the bottom line is, for you to go to the restroom now, it's a commitment. Okay,
you got to time it. You got to work it.
So for me to go to the restroom, it is 1 door, 2 doors, 3 doors. And then coming back, I've got to do codes and I got to do swiping to get all the way back.
Right.
Okay.
True.
So, I casually said, because you and I are big hunters, we hunt a lot. We love to hunt.
Love the outdoors.
I didn't think it was any big deal. And so the guys were here yesterday. Was it yesterday? No, it was day
Yeah,
before.
no, it was yesterday.
Was it yesterday?
Yes, it was.
Because I left pretty quick yesterday.
No, it was yesterday because I remember that shock.
So I said, the restroom thing is a nightmare, because sometimes you go out there and they're cleaning it. You can't even use the restroom. Then you got to go up steps. That makes the trip even longer. And
then it's even longer for me to go find the elevator.
So, yeah, right. And so I said.
Which is also amazing.
Right.
Where is it?
Right. Oh, I've seen Bubba moving around. He needs elevator.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get one of them chairs that's got that track and goes up the stairs.
Yeah, but you could sit in it. It's not going to take a minute to get to the top. But
so I say to them, when I'm in here and I'm in the middle of a project, I said, I hate the hassle of how long it takes to go to the restroom.
Yeah.
And I said, so if I'm in here and I'm putting together something that I'm working on, I'm making progress. In the past, I would simply walk around the corner and come right back and sit down.
Right.
I said, so there are times when I've got a project that I'm in here working on, and I'm working on something and I'm rolling, and I don't like the hassle. I'll just use an empty water bottle.
Rick.
And I said, and then I just throw it away.
What is
Wait a minute.
wrong?
So, Bubba, you're hearing this for the first time, I can tell.
About, Ricky thought about the people picking the trash.
No, I'm talking about. I make sure it's done away with, but because I'm not making. I've done that hunting. I can't tell you how many times.
Yeah, I have.
And I said so.
Look, just be clear to everybody here.
That means
don't drink the apple juice.
Right. And you're right. Yeah, I don't put it in the fridge as a prank or anything like that. Oh, well. And I don't do it if there's anybody in the building. In the office, but me. But if I'm here by myself, there's
I got to ask you a question. You got a window in your office. Where do you go? Which you go?
He goes and closes.
I close it and shut the blinds.
Oh, and he showed us the corner. And
then there's a corner. There's a corner I get in.
Yeah. We demonstrated.
I get it.
I don't think you could do that.
Why can't? I guess a law.
It's not like you're traveling. You don't want to get off the exit. Are
pretty
you
sure.
saying that it breaks your train of thought to walk to the bathroom?
Do you realize how long it takes to go and come back?
But Rick, you're not under a time limit at that point. You're under a time limit now.
No.
People ask me why I'm out of breath. I said, man, it's a hike.
What I'm saying is, though, a lot of times, Greg,
a lot
of times I am under a time limit. It means I need to leave and I need to get this finished.
Okay.
And I only have so much time to finish it.
I'm gonna start doing it too.
And
how much time do you think it's saving you?
Oh my goodness! I bet if you go through the
30 seconds.
Because remember when we come off the show, we have been drinking water for 4 hours, or I have. I drink water the whole show.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So it once we're done, that's when my body says, now it's time to move all this through.
Here we go.
So during me sitting down, and I know I'm not. I'm just telling the truth, and I can make up something, not make it sound so bad. This is me putting together the Wednesday Bible study. This is me putting together something that I've got to do at Speak. This is me filling out paperwork that I need to fill out for something. And so I would have to go multiple times during that process. So if you really add it up, I bet it saves me 15 minutes.
Yeah,
You're saving maybe 45 seconds of time.
No. It's
a walk there and walk back because you still got to use the bathroom.
Rick, here's the thing too.
Sometimes standing there, look, you got to think about this.
If I'm really taking time, you're having to take time because you're having to focus.
But sometimes you also get caught up in a conversation with somebody from between.
Yeah, you don't know what can happen.
Well, you didn't
there.
say that.
Well, I'm putting all that in the inclusion. I may go out there and suddenly I'm in a conversation. I might go out there and somebody asks me where something's located. By the way, I'm 1 out of 5 on that. I've only got somebody successful at the right place one time.
Okay. And Rick, here's the thing.
Haven't been here long enough.
That you really hate to admit, but at our age now, when your brain tells you need to go to the bathroom, you don't have as much time as you used to. You got to get on. You got to get going.
All right.
I got to tell you, I didn't know that this was happening.
I didn't know that.
So I've got to apologize. We went and purchased some water.
That one hurt. I wish somebody told me about
to
that.
get us to a delivery day, which was only a couple of days, and it wasn't the standard bottle.
No, it wasn't, and I didn't know that.
But I didn't know that's what was the
you
factor
need that
of
smart
buying.
water bottle.
Yeah,
that's the one I usually use.
Yeah, room.
Or that's one that's
that's
a good
not
size
bad.
there.
Yeah. Well, for me, of course, we ran out of it. What I really preferred was the orange juice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, we've got that. What is that fruit stuff in there? It's real good.
Oh, body armor.
Body armor.
Body armor.
That's perfect.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah,
body armor is perfect.
Got the bigger
well,
cap.
You just don't have to really.
But here's
go,
the problem.
you can
Here's the
overflow
problem.
with it.
Here's the problem. We don't have a sink in here, so whatever it is,
you got to carry it out.
It has to be empty. But I'm not talking about it has to be empty for me to use it.
Yeah.
So I have a water that I'm working with, and then when that water's done, it now becomes an option.
Okay. So you're drinking water to use the.
Well, I'm already got one. I'm gonna be drinking. You've been drinking them during the show. I'll go find the one that has maybe a quarter of it left in it.
One setup that I don't really like, but we're adjusting, is that the janitor service that we're using will only, for some reason, empty the garbage can. So we are now pulling that one to the main area,
one?
yes, and unloading it ourselves. So are you saying currently in there right now?
No,
that ain't Spark.
Do we have water bottles in the garbage now?
How long was I here Monday?
Okay, never mind. Because Friday was the last day I did it.
So there's bottles in there.
Hey guys, I also
Probably
not alive
from Monday.
I also have.
By the way, we just need to put out smaller cans, like a bunch of small cans, and remove the big one.
We like the big one, though.
I know it's easy.
Adler?
I've got some stinky trash I'm trying to get rid of here too.
Do what, bud? He said I do the same thing, Rick.
I've got some stinky trash to get rid of if you guys have some help.
Rick and Bubba.
So that's good. Guys, are we getting to the point we can't even pull off award shows anymore? This is happening now. It's going to be the trend.
Also in media, we talked a little bit Friday about Mama June's new show, The Makeover, where everybody was just flabbergasted by her change and all this. I didn't see it. We thought Greg might have seen it. He did not.
Yeah, he's definitely our Mama June expert.
Right.
Now it's to the point where after this premiered, or the new series or whatever or season, everybody's accusing her of she's been wearing a fat suit in previous seasons. And she really didn't lose the weight. She just took the fat suit off.
Now, where's that coming from? First I've heard of that.
Well, I've
now, why would she need to wear a fat suit? I'm confused. She wanted to look bigger?
Yeah, for the show. You know how social media goes crazy, but we're doing some research on this. Those stories are out there, and social media was just going nuts over it. But that's her trainer there. This is a story on
Pumpkin is his name.
On what?
So
what
that's
all
not
he had
Honey
to
Boo
do.
Boo. That's actually her trainer, Pumpkin.
No,
I thought the two girls.
That's
her.
That is his trainer, and then that was her going through the workouts, and it basically shows how she did it. It's a little story about how she went through the process
the finished
of losing
product?
weight.
Yeah,
have we
was
seen
it.
that?
No, that was it that you're looking at.
Well, she's still big.
They say she's size 4 U.S.
That's the
size
finished
8
product?
UK.
Look at Greg. Y'all don't miss his look.
Yeah.
Did you see that her trainer is named Pumpkin?
You sure that's her trainer? Or was she giving their nicknames to the two girls? Because one said Boo Boo, one said
Her daughter's
Pumpkin.
Pumpkin.
Yeah, I think
The orange hair girl.
Well, I thought they
which
had
would
the
make
trainer
sense.
named Pumpkin.
No.
No.
Daughter's
What's
Pumpkin.
his name?
I don't know. It's not pumpkin. No,
No,
that's the two
no,
daughters.
no.
It's Boo Boo and
See,
Pumpkin.
I didn't watch the show. I'm out of the
And
loop.
there's
I
another
have
one
to
too. I can't think of what hers is.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying when they were showing right there, they had 3 people in the shot and only 2 names.
Well, where's June?
So did you
Which
see
one
it?
was June?
Did you see it?
No, I didn't. I was in there trying to fix that commercial.
No, I'm talking about it aired Friday night.
No,
right?
I didn't watch it.
Didn't it?
I didn't know it was
that was
on.
your,
Speedy,
that was
roll
your
again.
area.
But I didn't know it was on. I
Roll
don't know.
again what you were showing.
This is just.
I'm trying to make heads or tails of this.
Let's see here. Hold on, just a second.
Guys, I don't. This size 4 is really being thrown around a lot here. And look,
Guys, June she had to weigh 400 pounds.
Right. Have you heard all the fat suit jokes?
No.
They all say
Well, that
she
didn't
wore a
make
fat
sense.
suit.
For the show,
I didn't.
she
I
didn't
didn't
wear
say
no
it.
fat suit.
They're saying she didn't really lose the weight.
Well,
she
well,
just took the fat suit.
Yeah, I'm going
That's
back.
not- that's
I'm going back
incorrect.
to this. You know, the Oscars messed up everything at the end on purpose. I mean, some of these theories we're coming up with.
Yeah,
She wasn't wearing
everything
a
is
fat
not a
suit
conspiracy.
on
I know
Honey
there's
Boo Boo.
conspiracies, but there's everything's not one.
Well, but let's go to this. Okay, and look.
Did it just show her now?
I can speak to this too. She's doing a good job and she's getting healthier and she is less unhealthy than she was and less fat. But this size 4 thing,
I don't know what a
I
size
missed-
4 looks like.
yeah, I don't
Who's in a size 4?
I've heard them say that.
I
I don't
can-
know what that means
I need-
either.
I need to look
that
up
is
size
what they're
4.
saying.
Yeah.
I think is that small?
Is 4 small?
I would think so.
Yeah,
Especially when Big June was bumping around 400. She was big.
and she's done better.
Maybe
but-
not 400.
How about you can't if you just Google size 4, guess what the first thing that comes up?
What?
Mama June.
This was just a
Really?
story I
Had
was
nothing.
rolling on the
Did
trainer
they not show it
behind.
on? They didn't show her on the show. I haven't seen it. Well, shouldn't there be footage of her?
Well, we're looking at footage right now that looks like it is her. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I pulled up size 4 and hit images that nowhere close to that.
Also, this is
Is that the finished product we're looking at right there?
Mama June is on a serious weight loss journey, going from 460 pounds to a size 4 with some medical help and trainer Kenya Crooks.
When did you start working with her?
I started when she started plateauing.
Greg?
I wasn't ready for that.
So I'm kind of like the closer. I'm the guy who helps her get over the hump so she's able to do
Oh,
her
my
thing.
goodness.
We've done a lot of weight training. We've done a lot of plyometrics, doing a lot of running. But, you know, it's all about pressing past yourself.
As you can tell, King is loud, so I think him and Mama kind of connect through the
Meshed
loudness.
well
Yes! Come on up. No, that's okay. It's okay.
We're doing crunches.
You can see all the hard work in a new
she's
WeTV
already thinner
7-part
there.
docudrama
Yeah.
From Not to Hot. Mama June will reveal her new figure at the end of the series.
I think the most important thing that she has to understand is, yes, you can blow back up. And what you don't want to do is basically take a vacation from yourself, because that's what you do if you have surgery. We want to create change that she can always maintain for the rest of her life.
Oh, boy.
I wasn't ready for that voice.
I wasn't either.
No, I
didn't
wasn't
match
either.
the look. It
No,
really didn't.
No, it
No,
didn't.
no, and that's from a
Big
story
June-
from yesterday.
I thought Terry Tate, office linebacker, was going to talk to us.
Yeah.
So this series is going to show her working out, and then at the end you see the end
So
result.
we don't
Makes
know.
sense.
So maybe she is a
That
4.
makes sense.
A lot of skin involved.
We're seeing her in the
That's
process.
not a 4.
No, now that is.
A lot of skin
It's
involved.
better. It's better.
Oh,
It
it's
is
better than
I'll
she
give you
was.
that. Yeah.
Better. I understand. Look,
They said she had surgery too, correct?
Yes.
we got surgery involved.
Gotcha.
But if you go 460 to a size 4, we're going to have some surgery.
You better.
Well, there's got to be pictures of her out there. She can't hide from cameras and TMZ.
Well, we
and-
saw the promo when it shows everybody looking like.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
there's a few.
God almighty.
There's a few of her coming out of surgery.
She's
and,
much. I mean, just in that picture, she ain't like she was on the
We
show.
got national
No.
security intelligence going out. We can't even find this.
I know. We got leaks from the White House.
All right, guys, I just got confirmation of somebody that I know that who says that my wife is a size 4.
Mm-hmm.
Mama June, this is going to be a miracle.
I know.
There ain't no way she's a 4. No way.
No. Well, you know, and
She's
a lot
a
of
4.
extra
That's one of the
skin.
greatest transformations in the history of mankind.
Well, again,
I put it right up there with landed on the moon.
look.
Exactly.
We're back 6 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. Phone calls will start it at 866 We Be Big. Our first time to chat with you today. Lines are available, and you can join us now. 866 We Be Big. Wednesday Bible study back today. Live on the YouTube channel at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, and we'll archive it soon after to all of our different platforms. You'll see links on our social media platforms too. Welcome back, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, and look right there. There's Bill, Bubba, Bussy.
Glad to be here. Thank all of you for letting us do what we do. Rick, couple of things coming up. I know you're going to phones here.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, we are.
A couple other stories we'll cover. We had a listener viewer send us a clip and heard a strange noise during the broadcast, wondering if we had a silent burper here on the set. We'll investigate that. And Rick, really a bizarre thing. A question: should handshakes be taken out of college athletics because of the little brush up they had with Michigan and Wisconsin? So, but we got a good answer on that from the Michigan State coach.
Yeah, we did. What a breath of fresh air.
Oh, I know. He'll be in trouble over that.
Yeah, so we'll.
But I loved it.
We'll try to do that in the next segment or so, and we'll unpack it. Which it's just a. You guys hit on it in the kickoff hour, Speedy, Helms, Greg, Adler, and we'll rehash some of those points y'all make because they were all solid, and that's like this is the society we've become now. Let's go to John in Birmingham, 1047 WZZK. If you want to get in, lines are available now, and we've got 10 big ones, so there's room for you if you want to join us now. John, go ahead.
Put this to bed. Get Speedy on a cell phone and have him walk it off. Come back or stand in the bathroom for about 20 or 30 seconds and see if it's worth it.
Well, remember you got to take other factors. First of all, a couple of these pads that I have to do the code in. I have really big fingers and I have terrible arthritis. I can't tell you the number of times that I hit the button and it goes twice.
Yeah,
and I'm like, I got to wait. Now,
we hear it every morning when you try to come in during the kickoff hour.
And so these things are very sensitive. So the doors may not work smoothly. You don't know who's you're gonna encounter out there.
That's the biggest thing
in the lobby. Who's going to be in the bathroom because you don't want to be rude if someone's speaking,
and you don't know if the bathroom could be closed for service.
Yeah, I think y'all get this vision that we run to the bathroom, and run back, and that's the time. No, there's all kinds of obstacles. It's not just the distance.
Yeah,
it's the way you have to get there. And there's obstacles galore. And let me tell you one place you won't have any obstacles. Stay in your own office if you're working on a project. Look, you know
this is Rick thinking out loud.
Well, I'm addicted to efficiency. And I was like, man, the time I'm wasting trying to get to the bathroom now.
I love the fact that you thought of it.
Oh, well, the hunting. That's what we do, hunting. I mean, look, it actually came to my mind quite quickly.
Rick, what's funny, listen, what's funny is I was couldn't believe it yesterday and couldn't process it. And 30 minutes later was looking for a bottle in the office.
Yeah, I saw y'all go from you were in shock to, hey, wait a minute. Brilliant. Wait just a minute.
Wish I'd have thought of this.
All right. Well, look, if I could find something that I could connect and walk around with it on, you'd never see. You wouldn't believe the stuff I could get done.
Just got to be careful.
I know.
Let it get away from you.
I know.
Yeah.
Cameron, and I will tell you, those bottles that I wasn't expecting, by the way, the ones that we came for the fill-in, you can't do it in those.
No.
And if you can, you got bigger problems than having to go to the bathroom.
All right.
What?
All right.
Cameron, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick. We're calling back to a week or so ago when y'all were discussing different paintings of all you and the characters of the show.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I figured a good one would be The Last Supper. Now, you leave Jesus still Jesus, and you fill in you and Bubba and all the other guys, but make sure Judas is Cassio Kid.
You know who is Judas?
Cassio Kid.
You know, there's just a lot of pressure with that one. I don't know if I want to tackle that one.
Probably not.
You got to be real careful on that.
I don't like playing.
I think
with
if we're going to do a
much.
portrait, we're going to stay away from there.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's go to Nathan in the great state of Alabama. Nathan, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Just Monkey Grass, Green Acres, class of 95.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, come on.
Shameless shout out to my brother, born on February the 22nd, 1953. Wow. So 2222. Happy birthday, George.
How about the 2222? I had to write a check yesterday on that. That was kind of fun.
Yeah.
It was a good one. I didn't enjoy the check, but I like doing the 2222.
What was the check? $222.22.
Now that would have been something.
I wished. Let's
okay.
I'd take that all day long. Matter of fact, I'd take 2 of those and still be in great shape. Let's go to Ivy in Gadsden. Ivy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Thanks for listening to Z93.
Hey, okay. is there not a plumbing or water hookup that y'all could put a toilet in on that kind of building?
I wish.
No, that was in the original. That was on the table so fast in the negotiations to come to the new studio. We said, hey, we got to have a bathroom. And we were told that it could not be done.
Well, the whole building is set up to go to the one bathroom on the floor.
Back to the problem.
It's not, they're not plumbed and
right. There'd be no way to do it.
Yeah. Y'all have to envision a big, huge corporate building with multiple levels with all kinds of
Lots
businesses.
of tenants.
Yeah,
Lots of
not
tenants.
our former setup.
I know there's people in the building, and I appreciate them very much, that are saying, look, we're glad y'all here, and there's some very kind
super
people.
nice guys.
But I continue to run into people that I literally say hello to, and they don't even say hello back.
I don't like
What
that.
is that about?
I don't know.
Well, they're probably mad because they had to go to the bathroom.
You're right. Good. Alana and Gadsden Z93, have a good week, Bubba.
You can leave, buddy.
Alana, go ahead. Elena?
Alan.
Whoa. I don't know. You got a little A added on there in your name there. Sorry. Go ahead, Alan.
Hey, I got an idea for something. Bubba's real good friends with all those guys at NASA, right?
Oh, yeah.
NASA could develop something that I'm sure they have something you could use. They've got those little toilets on the space station.
Well, they do. It's called an adult diaper.
Yeah,
nobody's wanting to deal with that.
Yeah, I'm not to that place.
Yeah, we've already been.
Whatever we create
we've already
here,
been
think you
sent
don't even have
links.
to stop, Rick.
I'm getting one of those.
Here's the thing: whatever we do, we're gonna have to clean up. That's the problem.
That's the problem.
It's not that
What
we
I'm doing
can't,
is
we
simple.
can find a solution.
Yeah,
what I'm doing is to clean up.
What I'm doing is simple. I mean, the bottle could even go with me when I leave.
I got to tell you, Rick, I may start.
It's very simple.
May start this process.
Mm-hmm. All right. Now, you got to, if I'd never been hunting and already kind of figured out the do's and don'ts, because there's some don'ts.
Sure.
Let's, be sure everybody's landing.
Right.
Let's go to David in Alabama. David, go ahead.
Hey, you got the parking lot right there. I say Bubba just pulls his new camper right up outside. Y'all can just go right out there.
That's it.
That's a great idea. He's got his dually ready to go. Eddie in Talladega. Eddie, go ahead.
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, got you good.
Hey, every time I hear you guys talk about
Well, we could hear you.
Now we can't hear you.
Yeah, right up until you were attacked by feral dogs.
Until you walked in the kennel.
Right.
Wow.
Must have kicked over a bag of gravy train.
Yeah, good night.
Feed him. Right before you were mauled to death on live radio. We heard you just fine.
Are you still there? Can we try it again?
He gave up.
He hung up.
I think he realized the dogs were going to be way too loud. Here's what does worry me. Were those unexpected dogs? That's
no, Rick. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. Having inside dogs. There's something about when you get on the phone and they hear somebody else's voice.
Yeah, but those dogs sounded pretty big.
Well, look, they were inside dogs, or he was standing out in the yard.
What would you do? What would you do if all of a sudden, when the news broke, so and so captured by the canine crew? Strangely, while calling Rick and Bubba, we got him. Let's go to Billy.
Yeah, you get on a Zoom call or something. The minute they hear another voice, they go nuts.
Oh my goodness! All right, let's go to Billy in Georgia. Billy, go ahead.
Hey, thank y'all.
Sure.
I just wanted to comment about y'all portable bathrooms y'all were talking about.
Yeah.
Because in the middle of your conversation, I'm driving a truck going 70 miles an hour. I was doing exactly that.
Okay, you know what?
Right, bring us on
I
into your
was
life.
using a portable bathroom driving 70 miles an hour.
Way to go, Billy. Billy, gosh, I must feel so free.
You ought to. You ought to just get you one of those bags we use for hunting.
Rick. Say it again.
One of those bags that we use while we're out hunting. Keep it in your office.
You know what?
Boy, you're just full of ideas today.
Well, they're designed for that.
And you probably got some available because you don't hunt anymore. Let's go to Chase and Jasper.
I'm trying to fix that.
Chase, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I think I have an idea to fix your guys' bathroom
Okay.
issue. I don't know if anyone's ever maybe mentioned this to y'all, but they have these new toilets that basically have a pump, and you can put a bathroom anywhere, in a closet, in the corner of your room.
Now you're talking. Send us a few links on that.
Where do you
now you're
pump
talking.
it to, though?
It's like an ATM.
And I've actually installed 2 of them in basements of previous houses. Super simple. Y'all could put them in yourself if you wanted to.
I doubt that.
So what am I doing with the waste? How am I getting rid of it?
Cleanup look like.
Okay, so it's a toilet, and it basically has a grinder tank behind it. So when you flush it, it goes in this probably 2 foot by 1 foot high box, and it's got a pump on it, and it'll pump it straight up to 250 feet into a septic line. So if you have sewer or septic tank, you just tie it into it.
Yeah, we don't have that.
See, I gotta tell you, we stopped listening.
Yeah, we don't have that. See, that's the problem.
Now we got to go back to Greg's original suggestion, our very own Baudet.
Yeah.
You ever watch Operation on one of those?
Man,
I've seen it on TV.
It's I've had some people that have gotten them here in America, and they call life changing.
Really? Yeah.
I just don't know.
You ever hit the wrong button and not know you're on one?
I've never been on one.
Oh, boy.
We'll be right back.
Better stand up.
Warm water up to it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I believe the moon more than I do that.
Do you think this is
I
also,
really do.
Do you think also this is one of those things where, everything we hear today is exaggerated? Everything.
Well, yeah.
Like we were talking about Friday. We're in the era of post-truth. Nobody cares about being truthful.
No.
Look,
we can't just say that Mama June has done a tremendous job of going from 460 down to something much thinner and much healthier, and commend her for that. We got to get her. We got to say size 4. Do you think that's just more exaggeration we always get?
Well, that's the line. You hear it over and over again.
I know. You're right.
Will she maintain it? No way.
So what kind of surgery did she have? Because they do show pictures of her undergoing a surgery here.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna bet. I mean, I'm not.
I mean, she's thin.
But I mean, there's different ways to go about it.
In my opinion,
gastric bypass.
Well, what I'm
the
saying,
ring
if this
thing or
guy's
something.
working with her, and I don't want to be grotesque, and this is just part of it.
Oh, boy. That means he is.
When you're 460 and you drop it, your skin's been stretched.
I was gonna say
it has.
Yeah,
and like somebody let air out of a balloon.
Yeah. So there's gonna have to be some.
Like somebody cut the gas.
We're gonna have some excess that's gonna have to be dealt.
What are they gonna do with that neck?
That neck.
We got to address
Which
that.
one? Which one?
They go if you squeeze it, they can freeze it.
Greg, I think
ain't enough dry ice in North America.
Greg,
you'd have to head to Antarctica.
Greg. But no, I think that they can address that.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah.
You talking about that meat necklace?
Oh,
Yeah.
terrible.
Don't you stop.
Greg June's done better.
Some of us are wearing those, Greg. Come on.
Mama June's trying to do just a little bit better. And she's
mama.
What happened to the guy that rode the lawnmower? It was her boyfriend. What was it?
Sugar Bear.
Sugar Bear.
I think she kicked him to the curb.
I don't know.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A lot of you around the country have already met Jay and Catherine Wolfe. If you haven't, today's going to be a great day for you. And they have authored the book Hope Heals. It's a true story of overwhelming loss and of course, an overcoming love. A married couple that, was allowed to go through a very, very difficult time, and they have an incredible story. If you've never read the book, it's available really pretty much anywhere books are sold. You can grab them and look for it. Hope Heals. And they've got some other things going on we'll tell you a little bit about. Jay and Catherine, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, thanks.
Good morning. Thanks for having us.
I've had the pleasure of hearing them speak twice already, and a lot of you that went to the Passion Conference with Louis Giglio, you heard them. You said that was kind of a, I know that a lot of times when people hear us talking about this kind of stuff, sometimes you hear about these events, you think, well, if we could ever get to speak at that event, it would be something. So that was a bucket list.
Absolutely. It was an unbelievable life highlight. I mean, even just being in that stadium with 55,000 people worshiping and just being together, it's unlike anything. So it was a life highlight.
And it's very rare that you get to see, and Bubba, you would understand this, Rick, you would understand this, that the worst things that have ever happened to you could somehow be transformed into the thing you get to like celebrate with 55,000 of your closest friends. It's really, it's kind of a beautiful picture of how things should be, that our most terrible, horrible sufferings are used for something glorious.
Yeah, and I know you guys talk about this a lot. Anytime, even this past weekend, had a chance to speak somewhere, when somebody comes and say, hey, I want you to know this did this and this did that, and they'll say things like, well, you probably get tired of hearing that. I'm like, no. Anytime you've been through something that's horrific and you see God used it, tell me that as many times as you possibly can.
Because we forget. We need to be reminded.
Yeah, that there was a purpose. So some people are listening and watching. They do not know the story. So take us through the story that is chronicled in the book and has become a platform that none of us would ask for, but still at the same time, you've seen, as my wife said, I don't always like his tactics, but I cannot argue with his results.
Yeah.
Speaking of God Almighty, so tell us, tell the audience the story.
Sure. I'll start a little bit. It's great to be back in Birmingham because this is where we met, actually right down the road at Sanford.
How about that?
So speaking of remembering, anytime we get back here, it's really powerful to think where God has taken us in the past 15-ish years that we've known each other. And so we met and married after college. Moved out to Los Angeles. I was going to go to law school out at Pepperdine there, and Catherine was doing some stuff in the entertainment industry and just, living the dream. And real plugged into our church and even had a baby sort of along the way at the end of law school. And about 6 months after we had our baby, James, life changed forever just out of the blue. You know how life does. The reality of this world is not safe. And someday you have this dream of what everything's going to look like, and then in a moment it's just all falling apart. And so Catherine suffered a massive brainstem stroke out of the clear blue. Was perfectly healthy, 26 years old. And we found ourselves wondering if she'd even survive the day.
Requested music for some of the truckers up there in Ottawa as we make our way back. By the way, this is my life right here because, with Sherry learning French.
It can't be all bad.
No, it's not all bad. It's actually quite good. Having your wife be able to speak French, number one. I mean,
so she learned how to take the garbage out in French.
Yeah, but when she says it in French, it's like it just feels awesome. So well, and now, and because you never know, like she's singing this to me, and the only thing I know if you hear is je t'aime, that means I love you. Mm-hmm. So if that's in there, I'm usually in pretty good shape.
Okay,
but I understand.
What is it again?
Je t'aime.
Je t'aime.
Je t'aime.
Tim or Tam?
Je T-A-I-M. Je t'aime.
Je t'aime.
Je t'aime.
Je t'aime. I don't know. I really still don't understand that, but I like that.
I do too. So anyway,
my favorite is you speaking French and with a German accent, Bubba.
I'm from Southern France.
All right, so as we make our way back
about the characters that Bubba plays.
Yeah,
I know. You leave it at that.
Right. Yeah.
So I don't want anybody being sensitive with that. It's just the way when he said it, it sounded like he was using his funny German accent that y'all do.
Yeah, you have to be careful with everything you say today.
I know. I don't want no accents, even though that's how people talk.
Which kind of leads us into to our topic here.
Man, the coach was dead on with this rant.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, so we remember the whole incident. Everybody's been punished. Michigan coach and Wisconsin coach. Everybody got mad. Hey, you running it up on me. Hey, you shouldn't be pressing. I'm just trying to give my new guys 10 more seconds. And now everybody's been punished. Everybody's apologized. We're moving on. But oh no. Oh no. We now have these idiots that are thinking, well, maybe we should just do away with handshaking after games altogether.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who brought that up.
Maybe.
What a goofy idea.
Well, let me tell you this:
of all the hands that have been shaken over the years,
my goodness,
just because of this little brush up, you're going to do away with it? How ridiculous!
If you want a breath of fresh air, I give you Michigan State legendary coach Tom Izzo, and here he is on that topic.
The social media world, which you love, and in the national broadcasting talk shows, there are suggestions, silly as they may be, that we should do away with the handshake line now.
Oh, my God.
Have you heard that?
Oh, my God, I have. And I do got to comment on that since that's not insulting to anybody. That, to me, would be the biggest farce, joke, ridiculous nature of anything I've ever heard of. We've already taught these poor 18-year-olds that when you're told to go to class and you don't like it, you can leave. We've already told these kids if you're not happy, you can do something else. We've already told these kids that it's hard to hold them accountable, and now we're going to tell them to not man up and walk down a line on somebody who's kicked your butt and have enough class to shake their hand is utterly ridiculous. So if the president said it, I think he's full of it. If the best coach in America said it, I think that gets me way more than this incident, because we're already teaching these kids nothing.
Amen.
And then we're going to do something like that. I mean, I'm going to tell you something. In the last 3 games, Trace Jackson recruited him hard. I don't like his dad. I love his dad. Great, great guy. I mean, I went down and congratulated him. I told him that glad he stayed another year. It's been fun to have him in the league. Frazier, I said to him in the line, a lot of people get credit on your team, but what you did today defensively, running your team, not taking a shot forever, I said, am I happy for the league that you came back? Now I said, for me, I wish your tail was out of here, okay? But those are the moments when I just think that you learn the most about people. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I didn't like it last year when some people waved, I didn't care if I got COVID. I'm going to go down there and shake the guy's hand. And I'm going to try to shake the player's hand. And I don't know what they do in every sport, but somebody says, well, they don't do that in football. Hell, are you kidding me? There's changing jerseys. I mean, I'm a little bit in the Magic Johnson thing when he said that Pat Riley would say, don't be talking to anybody from the Celtics before the game. But when the series was over, that's when the respect factor came.
So he's saying it's absurd, and he said his team will be shaking hands after every game, and if the other team won't do it, they'll go out there and shake air.
Yeah, that's the best part.
People are saying it may be Dick Vitale the first one to suggest this.
Really?
Yeah, which is kind of odd, I thought, for him.
He's wrong. We'll come back. We'll talk about it.
Rick and Bubba.
I don't know if you want to jump in.
Oh, yeah, and I did survive the day. And it took about 2 years to even recover a baseline. I would spend 40 days in ICU, 2.5 months in a different phase of the hospital, another 1.5 years in brain rehab. But I would relearn to eat, to speak, to walk again, even though all are very different today, and my face is still partially paralyzed, and I am in a wheelchair and severely disabled. And yet, strangely, I would argue that I am, in fact, healed, shockingly, that even though my body is very broken, what was terribly hurt by the stroke was my heart. My feelings were so hurt. I wondered, how could this happen to me? God must have made some terrible mistake. I'm caught between life and death and should have died. And God really overwhelmed that sadness and despair with the reality that he is, in fact, not only deeply at work in my situation, but ultimately this was for my good. And God just transformed my feelings. And I would argue that that is the most dramatic healing one can have this side of heaven, is the healing of the soul.
Amen.
Well, how about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Experience. Pull up a chair and stay a while, won't you?
Yeah, ready for you. Somebody say. You know, Gary Wright, is he still with us? Anybody know?
I don't know. I mean,
got
that was a while back right there.
Also
Gary
known
Wright.
for another smash hit, Bubba. What was the other one?
Oh, gosh, Gary Wright. What was that?
Smash hit. Huge.
Oh, Rick, let's see. It was one that I probably think Toto did, but he did it.
No, hell.
Let's see. What Gary Wright?
Dreamweaver, was it?
Yes,
Yeah,
Dreamweaver.
that's it. That's it. Thank you, Greg.
Dreamweaver, I believe.
He 73, Rick.
Yeah, so he's still around. Sad. If you remember, Gary got a little weird on the Dreamweaver thing. He actually believed in all this, traveling outside your body and.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's what that song's about. Astral projection.
Yeah, that's what the song's about.
Watch your mouth.
Well, it's an interesting theory.
Well, it is, and I know you coming off binge watching Timeless. I thought almost ties in a little bit.
Well, there's
somehow I got Gary Wright to that show. I don't know how I did it, but
there's a big difference in out of body experience, time travel,
Right.
and seeing time nonlinear. So,
Right.
it's all three different deals.
It's all interesting theories.
It is. It is.
So anyway,
really can't use any of them today. But
now, and Greg, and you correct me if I'm wrong, because a lot of times in areas of music, you know more than I do on this. Wasn't there also like "Love Is Alive" was done by like a Linda Ronstadt or somebody did a cover of it too?
I don't
and
know
released it.
that.
It just
really?
blew my mind's racing. I just seems like somebody else gave us a cover of "Love Is Alive" too.
I don't know.
Don't know who it was. And kind of threw out Linda.
I know.
I kind of threw out Linda Ronstadt a little reckless right then.
The song we were just playing.
Yes,
Really?
Somebody did a cover of it.
I don't know.
And released it. In
You got me, Ricky. Stop the band.
How about this? In my opinion, released it a little close to the original.
Oh, really?
Well, to me, if you're going to redo one, it's got to be long gone.
I agree.
People even have to tell other people.
Couple decades.
People even have to tell other people. That was a song.
Exactly.
Somebody else's.
People the young people need to think you actually wrote it.
Right.
Kind of like when Quiet Riot did "Come On Feel the Noise." I thought that was their song, but it was actually from Slade.
Yeah. Right.
And shocking as it is.
And I confused the band Slade with the band Sweet. You have to watch out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they have kind of that same zany.
Sweet is Love Is Like Oxygen. Did they do Love Is Like Oxygen?
Yeah, that's over
and
on
Fox
Sweet.
Ballroom
Blitz.
Fox on the Run, Ballroom Blitz.
Boy, that was some heavy hitters. I mean,
they were big.
Let me tell you, when Sweet came to the
when
plate,
they
watch
loaded
out.
one in the chamber, look out.
It's going to be a hit, bullseye. So we do have things to discuss on the program today. I don't know that any of it is really earth-shattering, but we will be playing a little country song or it ain't today. So we're excited about that.
That's right.
So that'll be coming up on the program today. Somebody's going to possibly win something today if they can stump Bubba. We don't know. We don't get a lot of winners on that because it's not that easy. So we'll talk about this. I know one. He is all over that, by the way. That's our new thing today. Well, if something's difficult, instead of requiring people to act appropriately, we'll just remove ourselves from that situation completely. We'll talk a little more about that, then get into another piece of video that has been sent to us by an audience member. MyPillow.com/Bubba. I do want to point you there. If you go to MyPillow.com/Bubba, the minute you go to that URL, boom, there they are. Savings everywhere with the great products from MyPillow. We love all these products. We have all these products. And, for example, the Giza Dream bed sheets and flannel sheets, which are phenomenal, 60% off right now if you go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. MyPillow slippers, Bubba and I love those. I wear mine practically every day. When I'm done with work and I change clothes and I go right to those every single day. And I just live the rest of my day in those slippers. 50% off. Hey, women, they've got women's sleepwear and loungewear, 50% off. The quality towel sets, they're like you're at a luxury hotel. We got a $70 savings on those. So I'll go there now. Get it done. If you're going to get these products, get them now. MyPillow.com/Bubba. That's MyPillow.com/Bubba. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So
Rick, have you noticed every basketball coach has a hoarse voice?
Yes, because they yell a lot. Well, and now
they
some
yell
people,
all the time.
Somebody says that Dick Vitale is the one who made this idiotic statement. Maybe we should just do away, baby. We're shaking hands at the end of it all, baby.
I don't know if he was just saying, if people are going to act like this, maybe we don't need to. Maybe he was making a general kind of comment, not a specific, hey, we need to do away with this. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I know, buddy, and bless your heart for that. That's kind of you to do that,
baby.
But
come on, baby.
But like Izzo said, this is our society now.
Yeah.
As opposed to saying we're going to shake hands and everybody who doesn't act appropriately, like the coach, gets punished, like the players, gets punished, and then people say, well, I think I'll do it right so I don't get punished.
Yep. Yeah. That's it.
I mean, what's hard about this?
It's not. It's not really.
But we don't do that anymore.
No.
We fall all over ourselves to remove ourselves, just like the national anthem thing. Somebody make a decision and then say, here's how we handle this, and then let the chips fall where they may. But we're not going to do away with shaking hands like Coach says. That's one of the places where you know what I'll say in this situation with the Michigan coach. And we all have bad moments.
Yeah. Sure.
But it's where you find out about people.
Yeah, it's also where you get a chance to learn.
Yeah.
How many times did I act
go.
a fool in my younger days, and probably still do to some point?
Yeah.
But you learn from that.
Well, there's something really cool, like you say. I've been in battles before. I've coached teams that have been in battles before where it was ugly.
Yeah.
And then when the game ended, that's where it all got worked out on the
yeah, and that's kind of where your mentality changes of it's us versus them to, hey, it's over. It was a good match or game, and, whoever won, and the losers will do better next time. But, yeah, you're exactly right. It's just ridiculous. Plus, we've had 2 handshake clips that made the show. The Michigan coach, you remember the kid that sucker punched the guy in line too. We had that not too long ago.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's some good entertainment. Let's not look over that.
And I think
I look forward to it.
By the way, and to your point on
happens.
that, I think social media's changed that too, because there's a camera in everybody's hand, so we're seeing it more. This has probably been going on, so we see it more. It's publicized more. But I'm gonna be honest with you, and I brought this up in the kickoff hour. The guys gave me nothing on it, and I want y'all to go back and watch it at some point. But we lived in a world, okay, in 1994, where John Chaney, who was the coach at Temple, walked into John Calipari, who was coaching UMass at the time, I believe, walked into his press conference, threatened to kill him, threatened to kick his A, and they got into it there after it was all over.
Yeah, well, it's just not new stuff.
It's not.
And the next time they played, the place was sold out.
Well,
it was.
Can I tell you what's new? What's new is to have the attitude that you would do away with it because something happened that hurt our feelings.
Yeah.
Oh, I just don't like the way that looked. Well, you should have played Little League in the town that we played in.
Yeah. And both of those men, because of that
you'd have been
incident
miserable.
in 1994, learned something from it and moved on.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Bunch of weak society. That's how I'll say it nicely.
It is. We do not have the wherewithal to just teach and learn.
I don't get it.
And require that this is behavior that's acceptable and this is behavior that's not.
We don't want to follow the rules, and we have no concept of being humble about something.
No. All right, so we have another listener to the show that is asking the question, did one of us, and I think they're talking about me, burp on the air yesterday?
Burp.
Yeah, and now they've added the clip of when Alabama's governor Kay Ivey burped, which was funny. So they've sent this to us. Is that correct? Is that what we have?
Yes, it was emailed to us.
You'll have to listen close to it too.
All right, so let me see. Adler, just whenever you're ready.
I'm more interested in the censored.
I'm in my accounts already.
I'm more interested in the censored news the guy brought up in the last call.
Right.
I've went to their website. That's pretty.
We can't filter all the calls that are coming in so much.
No, the guy brought up in the last call.
Yeah,
I went to their website. That's pretty.
We can't.
They we're getting us.
Now
that was Rick.
No, that's not a burp.
Didn't you go yeah?
Yeah. Well, no. What it is, it's one of those things on the show, and we've tried to get better about it. And a guy the other day, matter of fact, it was Jake from State Farm, who said, "Hey, right now, y'all talking on top of each other so much, it's hard to listen to."
Yeah, that does suck.
And so there's been an effort to improve that. And I said, when we have the most difficult time with it, is that there is a topic that we are all equally excited about. That rarely happens. And so everybody says, I think I have a good comment. I think I can bring something to the table here. And you can't wait to do it for your time to talk. And sometimes if you wait for your time to talk, you don't get to talk. What happened there was you heard me. I was going to interject, then I realized you weren't done. So I stopped.
Yeah.
I was about to.
And that made you burp.
That was actually the brakes being put on.
Right. That was me. Those were Jake brakes. That was me going. So because I have really honestly tried to work on that because I understand that sometimes you're doing it, you don't even realize you're doing it just because you're generally excited about what you're talking about and you want to get in, you want to get on the field and you got something to bring to the table. And I've learned to do a better job of trying to stop and wait for the window to come. And in that case, I thought the window was coming. It didn't come, so I stopped.
And that makes you burp?
Well, it's not.
I'm just kidding.
I didn't know at what time of the show that was. I didn't know if breakfast had already got here or not. If it had, it could have been me. But
I
think that was. I think that's what it was. Rick slamming the brakes on.
Yeah. So I was doing.
Who got you, pal?
Oh, but I have burped on there.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had one of those things. Yeah. Well, when you're eating and doing a show where you talk, that's going to happen.
Yeah. Look, I mean, that's just going to happen.
The number of minutes the microphone is open on the show every day, it's a wonder that there's not a whole lot of it.
And I've had my stomach growl on the show.
Yeah, I've had that a lot.
I have.
And when it growls, there's nothing you can do to stop your stomach growling.
I barked one off before.
Okay. Wow, we're just really talking about a lot of things today.
We've all tried the cheek snake and it go bad.
Hey,
that's not true.
You're just an open book today, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm an open book. I got 4 hours out there. I got to put something in there.
Yes, sir.
I told you, Amanda texted me, my wife, earlier. She said, "Who talks about this stuff in front of millions of people over and over again?" I said, "America's favorite morning show." That too.
Well, you know why? Because these are things. Most of the stuff that people connect to the show, and you got to handle it the right way. That they connect to the show are things that they go, "Yep, I know exactly what they're talking about because that's exactly what I've had to deal with before." Yep, that's exactly right.
Y'all ever started?
I've been there before.
Have y'all ever started feeling weird in the middle of a segment, can't go anywhere, like stomach wise?
Explain weird.
Like you feel
like
we got a little attack going on.
Well,
I'm not sure of myself.
No, I'll take you back to one that doesn't have anything to do with being gross or anything. I'll take you back to when I didn't realize that I was in desperate need, as I found out, for gallbladder surgery. And I was on the air doing the show having gallbladder attacks, and I was as white as a sheet, and sweat was running down my face. Yeah, during the segment.
Yeah. You couldn't just leave?
No, you can't leave. So it just pushed on through it.
Yeah.
When I told the doctor that I'd had another attack, and he said when, and I told him it was 3 hours before the show was over, and I finished the show, he's like, "What?" I said, "Well, look, man, you can't move on the rest of your day till you put the show up." 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Things that, Bubba, you and I were discussing the other day, and I heard others discussing this too. I know that we know this is not a new thought that that people can be inconsistent with what they claim they want, because what you really find out is most people just want it their way. They don't really want the general topic that they claim to be. Like, for instance, has anybody heard anybody even mention? I mean, just even mention that Kellyanne Conway is the first female to ever run a successful presidential campaign and get a president elected?
She's on the wrong side, right?
Has anybody ever even mentioned?
You don't hear a lot about that. You hear
criticism. Have you ever heard it even mentioned?
You hear criticism of her when she misspeaks or if she doesn't sit on the couch the way that everybody thinks she ought to. Yeah. So, I'm just amazed anybody can sit like that. I mean, y'all, with knees.
This woman made female history. Mm-hmm. Has anybody mentioned it?
No. Don't hear it much. No. You don't hear her. You don't hear her as being hailed as she. So and quite frankly, the campaign she had to work with. That's incredible.
Gosh! Well, you're talking about being part of a modern day miracle.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you didn't realize. And how about this? It's such a miracle. We're all having to learn to say President Trump. We just keep calling him Donald Trump.
Yeah. I know. Yeah.
I mean, it's
because we knew him as Donald Trump before we did anything.
Greg, not just sort of.
Yeah.
I mean. All right, we'll be back. 15 minutes past. Oh, Greg and Muscle Shows knows who covered the song, I think.
Oh, wow.
Well, somebody from Muscle Shows.
You knew they would do it, yeah.
All right, Greg, I'll pick up the phone on the break. You can tell me. Version of it. And I like how he changed it up a little bit, kind of did it his own way. And then and Linda Rodstadt did well, but I don't know that she ever released it. She may have just done it in concert. I saw some, you know what I think I may have seen her do it on was the movie FM.
Okay.
You remember that movie, FM?
Oh, yeah.
Great movie.
No static at all.
Oh, yeah. From
Tom Petty was in it doing Breakdown.
Right. Wasn't Stevie Nicks in it? I'm just reckless today.
I'm throwing names out.
Well, I tell you what, I'll throw a music fact out today with reckless abandon. My love is light. Oh yeah, he's gonna make a production out of it. You're right, Greg, from Muscle Shows. That is fantastic. All right, so anyway, Joe. I'm not sure I like that better than Gary Wright, but I like it. But I do like Joe Cocker. Get by with a little help from my friends better than the Beatles by far.
Oh yeah,
it ain't even. I mean, you can't even.
Rick,
I mean, come on. I mean,
it's classic.
I mean, Joe Cocker's version of that is so superior to the Beatles.
What about the Judge? Love Is Alive.
That's a different, not the right song. That's a different song.
I'm just starting googling stuff.
What's next? Our cover of Grandpa Tells About the Good Old Days.
I'll tell you another. Have you ever heard? You haven't heard it because there's a live CD out there. It's Shinedown acoustic, and they do Get By with a Little Help from My Friends.
No, I've never heard it.
Outstanding.
They don't hold stuff like that.
Really good.
I mean,
when you said that, Greg, and then took a big swig out of that cup with a buck on the front of it.
Well,
like that. I like big bucks and I cannot lie.
Another thing I like is when Greg's got a fact too. If you don't watch him, he'll stretch into it. Have you heard that?
Yeah.
Hey, Rick, have you heard Shinedown?
I mean, that's for a fact. That means I'm really locked into it.
That means I got something to say.
I got something you might want to hear.
I got some fancy things to say.
Rick, and I'm going to stretch it out and make you want more.
You might want to lean into what I'm about to say.
I'll give you a second to pay attention.
Right.
I'm going to stretch and buy you a little time.
What's up with all the weird quirks in communication? Hey, listen, if there's a quirky communication situation, we got it here.
Oh, yeah.
I heard y'all talking about that in the kickoff hour. I don't know why we're even allowed to even come on there. I truly don't. I mean, seriously, I don't even like it.
Did you hear us play Speedy's?
No, I didn't. I heard about it, but I haven't heard it.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't heard the ultimate lockup.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just, brain to mouth, sometimes it doesn't work. Your brain knows what it needs to say, but it's just not coming out that way.
You don't have to explain that to anybody here. Right?
Nobody here. None of us are going, oh, really? Tell me about that.
Rick, yeah, and I'm being sharp going to break, wrapping things up.
Rick, here's what happened. He got to going, and he couldn't find the word he wanted, and then he got to concentrate on that time was running out. The song was about
Rick, and then in my peripheral, I see that good one going, look, already laughing.
Well, he sees you're pinned, and you don't have enough time.
Well, the thing is, it sounds like you got to one of those where you keep thinking, I can save it. I can save it. And also, you know what? I'm jumping.
I'm out.
I can't save it. I can't reel it in.
We played it back, and he'd find a spot. He'd go, see, I could just stop right there.
I said, stop right there. Why go any further?
Because you wanted so bad
to go shop. I want to walk it.
I haven't heard it yet. Anyway, I can hear it.
Yeah, let's see here.
I mean,
do you still have it on your phone, buddy? I know you're in the handle.
I know you over in a big handle over there just a second ago.
Helms has got computer issues. It's not good when your IT guy has computer issues.
Computer issues. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. 866 We Be Big is our number. So I guess it's a day of everybody, dealing with saying things that people found mean. Now, what is Phil Mickelson in trouble for? I mean, what is he doing?
Rick, this is. I was trying to follow this a little bit. It's a little bit confusing, but the nutshell of it, Speedy knows the story better than I.
Not just me.
He says he was reckless. He offended people. He's deeply sorry for his choice of words.
Reckless.
I'm beyond disappointed and will make every effort to self-reflect and learn from this. And I thought, well, my gosh, what in the world has he said? But he's also saying that there's a problem with people taking off-the-record comments and social media getting involved and these things blowing up. But basically what he said, this is when the author of his upcoming unauthorized biography released a blurb on Fire Pit Collective website. Mickelson described the Saudis as scary, but said he was looking past their controversial history of human rights violations to gain leverage with the PGA Tour. Now, the Saudis are starting, even though Greg Norman is the front man for it, the Saudis have a public investment fund, and they are trying to start their own golf tour. And they're offering guaranteed money, kind of like other sports.
Yeah.
In other words, baseball and all that, because now it's set up if you don't win, it's the top so many players share the money. But it trickles down, gets less the further down you are. But if you're not winning, you don't get paid. So, I mean, you can starve to death being on the tour. So without the sponsors and other things that help prop you up. But what they're going for is more of we're going to pay you to play, so the pressure is off for that, so you can play better golf. It's kind of it's a different marketing ploy to try to pull players off the PGA Tour.
Yeah, and could I ask the very, very obvious question here? What is the difference in Phil Mickelson walking you through the real deal? Yeah, they got all these problems. They've mistreated people. That's all. It's out there. But I think they could still host a pretty good sporting event. So if we're mad at Phil Mickelson for saying that and we want to cancel him, shouldn't we be mad at everybody that awarded Beijing the Olympics?
Yeah. No, I'll even go further than that, Rick. The PGA Tour has China partnerships.
Mm-hmm.
They're up until they closed it down for COVID. That was the reason. PGA Tour China.
Because I don't know how to break it to everybody. Any deals that people are making with China, any deals anybody's making with the Middle East in any sport or any entertainment, they are all overlooking the things they do that we should all despise.
Look, I don't.
I mean, you are overlooking it by doing it, right? And you're saying, well, this is a different thing, so we're going to overlook that. Business-wise, this is still a good way to go.
Yeah.
I mean, this is any relationship with China, you're doing that.
The players,
because any relationship with so I don't understand why.
And even us as consumers, I mean, if we say we're not going to use Chinese-made goods, we're all going to have to close up all of our TVs and laptops and computers. We're going to be a quiet room.
Back to the problem of boycotting.
Yep. Yeah.
But it's I think Phil Mickelson was just being honest, and because this happens all the time when you're talking about taking sports out of our country to around the world.
Yeah.
Well, what about our country? I mean, come on. There's probably
point.
some things going on we don't
That's
like.
a great point.
Not proud of.
Yeah, we're not exactly up
look,
there.
I'm an American all the way, very patriotic, but I'm sure we have done some things that are not, square with everything else I believe in.
Well, you remember when Babylon B took that first poke at us.
Yeah,
and said that
well, we've done some of the things with the laws we've passed. I ain't square with.
Well, like I said, that I forget what country it was, but they were taking heat from around the world that they were associating with us,
right?
And explained all the things he had to do.
It was North Korea, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was North Korea. Yeah. They're having to apologize for associating with us with our history of killing babies and all this kind of stuff.
Right.
Yeah, I mean.
And Phil is promoting this new league.
Yeah.
So what this guy did, and it's an unauthorized biography, so it's basically, could be described as a hit piece in some ways.
Right.
But Phil saying, I'm promoting this, I'm for it, but hey, look, I know the Saudis are behind it. Not the cleanest, grade book out there, and we're just going to have to move on,
Well, it goes back to what we keep saying about the political parties. The Democrats have agreed that everybody must forget their tainted past, but you're not to forget anybody else's.
Right.
Well, it doesn't work that way. I mean, it's
right.
And I mean that you can. I guess if you have enough propaganda, you can force people to do that. But the reality is, I don't know, where's the country right now that stands up and say we have the high ground, including our own, by the way, to your point.
I think ours may be higher than some, but nobody has the top of the mountain, Rick.
Well, at one time, Bubba, we were, and I hope, I don't hope that because that means it doesn't change our situation, but I hope this is not growing around the world. We were sitting here, and at one time, we were one of 3 countries in the entire world, and I think it got down to 2 because I think Putin stopped it. That allowed partial birth abortion.
Right.
Yeah.
It was us in China. That was it.
Yeah, see, and this new Splinter League, y'all, they've been trying to recruit all the big names.
Yeah, well, sure.
DeChambeau, Dustin Johnson, McElroy, all of them, and they're all turning it down. And when Phil basically said, look, I'm putting myself out there, it was all about golf. It wasn't about praising the Saudis or whatever. It was about creating leverage, creating leverage for the players in the PGA Tour. He's saying, and if people were offended by it, I'm sorry, but that was what I was trying. And he's also saying those players that I've known forever, I would wish they would give me the benefit of the doubt on my actions and how I've put things up to
people
here.
that don't give you the benefit of the doubt, they never were your friend.
Yeah. Well, I was very disappointed in the way Rory McIlroy handled this yesterday. It was very.
Well,
and to your point on Greg, your point on Greg Norman.
Yeah.
If you look at the list of his companies, why is he not being canceled today?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, y'all eating his beef jerky today?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Y'all going to any of his developments, his wake pools,
There's nothing,
his clothing lines?
There's nothing different what Phil Mickelson said than what the NBA is currently doing. There's no difference whatsoever.
No.
So the NBA said what Phil Mickelson said. Got a lot of problems over here that we certainly don't agree with, I hope. But we're going to overlook that because, boy, they got a bunch of people.
Yeah.
And we got quite an audience over there.
And he loses his biggest sponsor, KPMG. Okay. He's taking some time off. The Masters is coming up. So I don't know if he's going to play in it. And if he does, he probably won't play anywhere until then. It's just bad. I don't get it.
And it's just none of the people that are being negative about it, none of them are sincere.
No.
They think they're supposed to act like they're upset with Phil Mickelson.
Correct. And,
Bingo.
it's just human nature to hear half the truth and then make up the rest. So now it's spinning out of control that he said some things that he didn't say, and so he's trying to do damage control. And again, he falls into that easy-to-cancel person, too, where it just depends on who's saying it and what sport you're in, and
if it was only
canceled.
This, I may be in the minority here. If he was on the record with word for word what I have read he said, I don't think it's a big deal. I think you ought to be able to say what he said and things be perfectly
I agree.
fine.
Yeah. It's just he's being honest because we just gave you how many examples that this goes on all the time. All he's doing is not denying it's going on.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia, WWE is huge there. They bring them over there, big money events. A lot of singers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, was it Mariah Carey? I think she caught a little heat, but they pay them unreal amount of money to come there.
Yeah. So what are the numbers on this?
Like $40 million a year per player.
Win
30, 40 minutes. Yeah, just
and you get more
guaranteed.
if you win.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I mean, look at Major League Baseball. You're paid a good salary and then extra on top of that. If you don't hit the ball, at least you can still eat, right?
Yeah.
We'll be back top of the hour. If you leave us, have a big day. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, how about that? That'll wreck a day.
It will.
I mean, it will absolutely
That'll wreck Ralph.
Look, it'll get you that look on that face right there. Look at that look.
Sunburn needs a little lotion on it.
I know it.
You talking about that face? Was somebody hit him with a dog turd?
Serious business. I'm about to flip every one of y'all off.
Okay. I'm not saying a word, Ham.
Anybody that's talking about throwing their apple from rooftops, mad.
Yeah.
All
right. He's got his phone. He's playing with it.
So you're the one who came up with it. I like that.
Yeah.
Grabbed it for us.
Yeah. Ask somebody, then get back up.
Don't confuse everybody when we play. They think we're going to break.
We're not going to break. We're making fun of Speedy. Let me be clear. This is not a break.
And we'll discuss a number of different things and get a catch their weekends. Take a listen. Coming back.
I didn't do that. Rick, get a catch their weekend.
Get a catch.
Start a conversation.
That will. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Rick and Bubba join us. And we'll discuss a number of different things and get a catch their weekends. Take a now, let's see here. Can I go back?
And we'll discuss get a catch.
But you don't understand when Rick immediately he turned the mic off and just screamed. He was so mad.
Idiot!
He was so mad. And we're late. And then Adler comes busting through the door because he heard it.
Not like you were driving in it.
I'd like to tell you where I should have just shut up.
Okay,
you know.
I don't do that.
Maybe it's the old middle finger.
I didn't do that.
That will do it.
Yeah.
I mean,
that'll start a conversation.
That will. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Rick and Bubba join us.
Right there.
And
Just be done.
we'll discuss a number of different things and get a catch their weekends. Take a listen. Coming back.
Speedy,
He's trying to fit so many words.
you know,
Oh, you kill Bully.
Bully.
No, thanks, baby.
After he was done, was he madder than I was the morning in the kitchen after my tennis performance?
Boy, it was close. Gosh. And both of them were pretty vulgar, I'll be honest. That day.
Yeah, I've had conversations.
When he kept Hey, they're neck and neck, by the way.
Really? So right there?
Oh, really?
I've had conversations with myself before. I'm talking about where nobody's around. You Steve Ho. Okay, so that's what you're going to do today. Hey, look, I'm going to step over here. Didn't even put the brake on. You know what I mean? Hey, Rick, how hard was it to stop and put the brake on? You're sitting there trying to get whatever you messed up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hey, couldn't wait. Drop that glass in the sink. Couldn't just set it down nice. Hey, how about this? How about that feeling? If you ever decide, because, you know, we've said before, all the statements that have been created over time, some of them are just so spot on you can barely contain it, and that is that no good deed goes unpunished.
Oh, boy.
Have you ever thought you're going to be sharp and be the guy that's going to go over and to kind of, you know, and it's not some big sacrifice or even big accomplishment. Look, I'm a husband and dad. I understand how silly it looks to act like you've done something when you rinsed off some dishes and put them in the dishwasher.
Right.
I know that to think that's some big ordeal, but if you're going over trying to be sharp and break one of them, and then you really all of a sudden you become like a child. You're like, do I hide it?
What do I do?
Does she know how many of these plates she has?
Right.
I mean, really, will she notice this particular glass gone? But they do. They know every.
Yeah, they do.
They know how many they got.
Yeah.
You know why, Rick? Because they want certain settings. Is that what they call it? Place settings.
Place settings. Right.
Well, they're match sets.
Right.
Sure they are.
So if they got an MIA, they look for it.
And you got every day. And then
no plate left behind.
Oh yeah, they got them all right there marked.
I mean, and you know what? They can look at a cupboard and go, "Hey, we're missing the glass."
We're missing the glass.
Well, they know where they put it.
How do they know that? I don't even know where my pants are. You know, but I mean, they know that deal.
Know it all.
Yeah.
You want to hear me really cuss myself out? You know, the one thing that I cannot stand when it happens is to lock my keys in a car.
Oh,
when that happens to me, I get so mad. I mean, I almost do like Jim Carrey in that movie. When he started punching himself and beat himself up. You remember that? That's the one thing that makes me mad, because that's a handle. That is a big handle, by the way.
Yeah, trust me, I've got so much time on my hands being mad at myself. I don't even have time to be mad at others.
No. My reaction was so bad. Greg really didn't have much to say.
Oh, I was dying.
He said, "Hey, you need to apologize to yourself."
It was bad.
And he and Helmsy were bent over laughing, and of course Adler comes running in.
Did y'all hear that? So that and Bubba in the kitchen are right. I mean, that kind of anger.
I'll tell you off air what he said.
Go, Bubba. Float. Moonshot. X announces plans to send 2 private citizens around the moon.
Wow. Rick, the next few years are going to be fun in space. SpaceX is set to test their heavy launch vehicle, the Falcon Heavy, I believe is the name of it. Test flights will begin.
That was my nickname in college.
Yeah, test flights will begin this summer. Once successful, the most powerful vehicle to reach orbit since the Saturn V moon rocket will start running tests, supplying astronauts to the space station. And they also say that they want to, in late 2018, carry 2 private citizens a round trip around the moon and back.
Bubba, this has you, and I think we were talking earlier, definitely Adler's going.
Yeah, he's in.
Because he's not to the point where he has children yet. Your children are getting older and almost out on their own. Where are you? I mean,
Well,
will
it's
you
probably
will you join Adler?
It's probably a little early for me, but I definitely later on would love to take a flight once they get it dialed in. Now it's it's a little more risky leaving Earth's atmosphere. Flying to the moon.
Do you want to do this though?
Oh, I think I would.
How much they say that ticket is?
Well, there comes in the problem. According to SpaceX, they've already contracted with 2 people who have paid to make this ride. They did not say how much it was.
Ooh, I bet it's a good one.
They said they've already paid a significant deposit to do a moon mission.
6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. Unpacking another day. If you've missed all the Rick and Bubba conversations prior to this, well, you can go back and catch all the Rick and Bubba Show on your time. Look, on the live show, sometimes you can't catch all of it. We'd like for you to, but you might be able to. So you can go back and pick up any of the Rick and Bubba Show you miss on our Rick and Bubba podcast archives. They're available to you every day. Also, we have a YouTube archive. You can go back and watch it on your time. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler all here. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day.
Lord Almighty. All right, so we have a video, and it's real quick. Greg loves the story, and we remember this growing up. The old reptile show. The reptile show was a dandy when it came to town. Here comes the reptile show.
Pay $1, you go.
Yeah, and of course we talked about a lot when I went out and faked that I fainted.
That was a good one.
Yeah, and the guy with the big snake got thrown around by it, but it was fine. It worked out fine. Once all the screaming and the gym stopped, tremendous amount of screaming. Tremendous amount of screaming. But anyway, here is an attempt to transport an alligator in a van, and it went bad in Florida, and a automobile catches this for us. The guy's wrestling the alligator after it has gotten out of the van on the side of the road. Please look, y'all. Please look on the side of the road. They are trying to wrangle it. It has gotten out of the van, and now we're in the median on the street in Florida.
How does it get out of the van to begin with?
I don't know. Is that the van parked over? Yeah. Oh, there it is.
I'm out.
Look, it's not going to be put up, y'all.
No, going quietly.
It is not going to be put up. There's the van. There's where it got out right there.
Somebody left the door open.
Who left the door? Or did not latch it good and it busted it open? Probably.
You had one job.
Yeah,
one job. One job.
It says it escaped out the back window of the zoo van.
I mean, but wasn't it in a cage back there?
See right there. Look at him. Look at that.
So is the window knocked out of the van?
I don't know how it got out.
It says they've been relocating some.
I think it injured the driver.
To another area in the St. Augustine Alligator Farm park there. And that's what they were doing.
I'll drop it off at the boot shop.
Yeah. Why are we some belts?
How about it?
By the way, I've got here he is. Lord. I've got a special. I'm gonna watch him.
Yeah, I think he knocked the window.
He did. He said they said he broke the window and got out.
He was out of there, folks.
He said, "I'm out of here."
He had to be in a cage or restrained
up on
somehow.
a shelf or something.
No, they may have him.
Well, you just throw it back there in the back, kicking around.
He's riding back here in the back.
Look at that.
The person that's
riding dirty. You got your hands full right now.
You do. Get quick. Where's the duct tape?
Look, he's trying to get into traffic. He's ready to go. But did you know this, Bubba? And I've heard you talk about this all the time on this note. Okay, so I see your gears turning right now. Why we continue to things that are dangerous and we want them to be in huge numbers. I would think things that are dangerous we'd want in small numbers.
Rick, but it wasn't too long ago you could go to Florida and swim in a pond without risking your life.
True.
Did you know that England eradicated their island of wolves completely?
Really?
They used to have them.
Yeah, so only in America will we introduce predators back that hurts farmers and stuff.
Of course, whatever the wolves eat have taken over.
Well, but their deal,
they can't kill you.
Their deal was their deal was
they can't eat my cattle and drag it off.
They eat rats.
Greg, we didn't talk about coyotes, talking about wolves.
Still.
But what they did is they said, because they have a lot of sheep farmers over there, and they decided that the sheep brought more to the table than the wolf did. and they eradicated them. Now there'll be some idiot that'll say, "Let's bring wolves back to England." That's what's going to happen.
We're bringing bears.
What about
back.
the werewolves?
We're bringing coral snakes back. We're bringing this. We're bringing
They're
that.
known for werewolves.
Yeah.
So
he'll rip your lungs out, Jim.
Yeah. Well, they said that the last wolf that left, Greg's hair was perfect.
And I'd like to meet his tailor.
All right, so this happened in Florida, and if you'll notice, this has happened on the median or whatever of the road they're on, and a truck passes.
Right.
And so I know in Florida, I mean, there's people that hit alligators. I mean,
I guess
it throws your car out of
Oh,
alignment. I mean,
yeah.
it's not like hitting a
You don't want to hit
raccoon
alligator.
here.
I
you know?
hammered a possum this morning. It was terrible.
Really?
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I tried to avoid it.
Did you even hit the brake?
I tried a little bit. I just didn't want to.
How'd you know he wasn't dead already?
Oh no, he was.
He's on the move.
Wait, hold on, what was he doing?
Yeah, a little confused. I felt bad about it.
By the way, our number of raccoons is through the roof.
Oh, that's another bunch.
Yeah.
We need to take down a notch.
England got rid of them.
They got their little hand. They got their little hands and everything.
Busy.
So you couldn't avoid.
Well, I didn't want to wreck trying to miss it.
No, you don't need to do that.
A possum's not worth wrecking over.
No, I didn't want to hit it. But
the one that hurts me the most is when
Hammered it.
Well, the one that hurts me the most is when it's a rabbit or something, and he's got it.
I know. What is he doing?
Or a squirrel that'll go all the way over and then turn around and come back.
Double back.
Why do you do that?
Why do they double back?
Right, you were across the line.
You're right, Rick. That rabbit will hit that kick where he kicked that line. You had it. You had it. I mean, why did you turn back? Just keep going. Yeah.
He does a good rabbit.
Speedy does a good rabbit.
He's leaning over.
Yeah. Please give me a.
Don't miss the teeth.
So the teeth go with it.
It's coming.
He's doing it so good I can almost see the ears laid back.
Son of a.
Well, just keep going.
But then
I know,
but the
I know,
possums
I know.
won't even try to move. They're just like they'll turn their head a little bit. You're like this.
Hey,
Go
that's
2
an ugly
feet. Just go
creature.
2 feet over.
Well, Bubba and I had a study years ago where we thought, are these possums committing suicide?
Good night.
Because it felt that way.
Yeah, they'll walk right into you.
I mean, think about it. If you go down a road for any distance, you see at least one. And most of the time you see multiples.
Let me ask you this, too, because people will say, well, they have real sensitive eyesight. You know, they can see in the dark. And the headlights blind.
Maybe that's it.
But they walk toward the headlights.
That's what I don't get.
Rick, look, I go outside. I don't walk or stare into the sun. I go the other way. I try to get away from it.
Right. You know how you know how I get hit by a train not walking toward the light?
No.
I
I mean, that should be something that if evolution is what we say it is here in the textbooks, I mean, shouldn't they have evolved to learn that by now?
You and I talked about this years ago. We've come to the conclusion in our state there must be the number of possums.
Oh, it's got to be off the chart.
We remember one time we theorized if you went in at the right time, you'd just be stepping on them like carpet.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just the number because
it'd be like grains of sand on the beach.
Ugly creature.
Hey, we kill thousands of them. We kill thousands of them every day on the streets, and they keep coming. I mean,
everywhere.
I had one sit on my shoulder.
Farm them, you know.
Yeah,
You talking about the old possum?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who spells it?
That's the old possum.
Who puts that in
This
there?
don't talk about silent letters. There's no way that should happen.
Yeah.
How about when you're walking out in the dark from maybe hunting in the hardwoods and you hear one kind of shuffling beside you and you don't know what it is, you think it's Bigfoot, and then your lights finally find it.
Hey, how about this? The loudest
Then
son
my
of a
45
gun.
finds it.
Hey, the loudest son of a gun in the forest that'll really mess you up is the armadillo.
Oh, yeah. It sounds like a deer coming.
That's a loud son of a gun.
Yes, it
You ever
is.
seen them
Do you
jump?
remember, it's been a long time ago, y'all probably forgot, we used to have a gray cat that looked kind of like a possum, and Betty went out in the garage one night and tried to pet it, and it was a possum.
That's so good.
Scared her to death. She thought she was reaching down and pet the cat.
That's good.
Ain't nothing better than that hissing when he.
Oh, I know. Do it for me, Greg.
Get them soul up. Pick up that back tail. Get it away from your body.
Dad was a threat to pick one up.
Oh, yeah.
We thought it was the greatest thing.
We picked one up in a second. Hold it away from your body.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, bite you.
Mm-hmm. We'll be back 15 minutes past.
Oh, Lord, look at that.
Oh, my goodness.
That's why they're still around all the time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now, here's the good news because of the physics involved here. once they leave Earth's orbit, they basically can take a shot at the moon. And if they don't go into orbit, they're just going to circle it one time. They can do what's called a free fall back to Earth. By going at the right angle and the right speed, they'll use the gravity of the moon to turn them right back around and shoot them toward Earth. So even it's a fairly safe trip, because even if your engines go out, they can slingshot you back to where you need to be. And that's pretty cool. But now if you go into orbit, that's a whole other thing. You got to do some burns to get in, burns to get out, and all that. But I think it would be cool for them to do that.
I just want to be clear on this. You just said that if I can be shot into space and I can be slingshot around the moon and free fall back to Earth,
yes,
that's a relatively safe trip.
Well, that part of it. Now the re-entry is a little hairy.
Right.
You got some
Because
burns.
you believe the whole thing. Because when I just said what I said in my headphones, it sounded quite dicey.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
right.
we get off the launch pad. We get into orbit at what? What's the number, Hams? About 17,000 miles an hour. We stay in orbit.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what it is.
We need
You're
to do.
spot on.
We need to do. And I'm just. I don't know the exact figures. I don't remember them exactly. We need to do a quick burn to get up to about 21,000 miles an hour to shoot out of Earth's orbit.
That's what I got down.
And then they can predict a path. It's funny how all these moving things. You got the moon moving, the Earth, but they can rendezvous and slingshot around that baby. And
you got to really pay attention to the path.
Yep. The path's everything.
Yeah,
we got computers.
I saw that movie.
Computers can do that now.
I saw that hidden. Was it Hidden Numbers?
Figures.
Yeah,
hidden figures.
Don't say hidden fences. Everybody gets mad.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool though.
That's
you know that
phenomenal.
lady who was in that. They even put her into the Timeless series on NBC. So they've tied in several things to that. When she was bragging about how that computer, how much memory it had, and she was telling these people from our time about it, and they got to laughing because it was, basically the memory of a watch.
You got something like a little Timeless show, don't you?
Love it.
All comes back to Timeless.
I binged the last few episodes last night. I'm all up on it.
I heard him this morning talking about Timeless in there.
Yeah, he loves it.
You know what's funny though? The people they mention and meet during this, I find myself sitting there Googling the history to see these people, and it's funny. A lot of things happen I didn't know about. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
People going to be Googling us, Bubba, when we go check out the dark side of the moon.
So you're in.
You're in, huh,
That's going to be awesome, Bubba. And they're letting 2 people go, and you're like a person and a half. I'm a half a person. There you go. There's
perfect.
your 2
There's our
people.
2.
Okay.
Hey, that's done right
Boom,
there.
done.
And you know what? Maybe y'all get stranded out there. That'd really be awesome.
Oh, yeah. Space Brothers.
Or you could just be
Space
putting
Bros.
in Bubba's suitcase. You could go in his suitcase.
2 or 3 days to get there, 2 or 3 days to come back.
Perfect.
That'd be awesome. Ground control to Major Tom.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
So you're in. You're married now. You have responsibilities to a wife.
Well, I talked about it in the kickoff hour. I think she'd be fine. Her life would probably get better. I mean.
You're saying 3 days, so 6 days total?
Well,
give or take.
Depends
if we orbit or not.
If I were to perish,
she gets a week without you.
Be better.
No, don't say that.
Well,
you don't
I'm not
mean
bringing much to the table. I'm bringing a little bit. I'm not bringing.
You think you're
much.
bringing more as the guy who died in space?
There you go.
Right.
Yeah. She could be like this hero.
She go around and speak.
Gets a book deal.
Gets a book deal. She gets the
Insurance policy.
Insurance.
Movie.
Boom.
My love went to the moon, never came back. Book.
There
My Crooked
it
Little
is.
Husband.
Followed by the movie.
Yes.
And the movie ends with her looking up in the moon, and my face is in the moon, and I wink at her.
Kevin Howells at the
Wait,
moon.
your face is in the moon?
Sure, it'd be like we'd make it look good. Like special effects would look good. I like wink and be like, I'd take like a drink of coffee.
Get a little pop off of it. Yeah, I went to the moon, baby.
Yeah,
But she thinks you're dead, but you actually aren't.
I'm just living on the moon with Bubba because we're space bros. It's all comes back full circle. This is gonna be awesome.
Second thought, I may wait a while on this.
Right. Yeah. So you're all in.
You're going to let somebody else go ahead of you.
Yeah, I don't want to be on the bleeding edge of this.
Right. Well,
I think it's gonna be cool.
Yeah.
No, you can't argue with a view.
I think you could take another person because you could go on one of them pet taxis.
I could be like a half person.
Right.
And if Bubba lost like a little bit of weight, we could go 3 people. I think.
What are the health restrictions on this? There's got to be something that you're in. I don't think any of us could probably go. Maybe Adler. I mean, I'm being serious. I don't think any of us could go other than Adler.
Bubba's good.
Anybody who's the size of a jockey can go. I bet the rest of us can't.
Really?
21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. 866 We Be Big. Let me tell you something. Elton John, 74 years old now. They're saying Bubba was caught in a terrifying mid-air emergency after his $90 million private jet suffered hydraulic failure 10,000 feet up en route to NYC. He was supposed to be playing at Madison Square Garden, and you said he was coming from Ireland?
Yeah, it looks like he was coming from Ireland when they had the problem. Pilots decided they had to return due to the problem with the plane's hydraulic system.
$90 million.
And then, after the pilots requested an emergency landing with fire crews standing by.
Oh, boy.
They said that they had 80-mile-an-hour winds at the nearest airport, and they tried to land, and they had to abort the landing twice. And go around and finally touch down on the third attempt.
And then when they finally got out, it blew Elton's wig off. That wind.
They said that he was shaken by the event.
I bet he was. I bet that was a terrifying ride.
I was hoping you wouldn't go with the other, but that's good.
That's better.
I'm still laughing at that.
Unfortunately, I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave the room.
Well, you know, we've seen him pitch a fit before when things wasn't just right.
Yeah, he gets upset easily.
Hey, $90 million jet.
Yeah,
who's he think he is? Kenneth Copeland?
That's good.
That's good, buddy.
That's a good one, Greg.
Yeah. Him and Jesse Duplantis.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, Jesse said he ain't no need to be upset about all things he's got.
No.
But
speaking of that, have you seen? Is his name Rod Parsley?
Oh yes.
You know
yes.
Ron Parsley.
Ron Parsley.
Rick does a good impression.
He does. Do it, Rick. Do it.
When he's walk.
Have you seen him lately?
I haven't. No.
Well, you know, he used to be kind of GQ looking, cut, you know, high tight and all that.
Yeah,
I saw him the other
doesn't
day.
he like Ted Kaczynski now?
He looks like he was Amish or something.
Yeah.
He's a woodland creature or something. I don't know what happened.
Because I think didn't he have a big old long beard now and all that too?
Yeah, it's a strange beard. It was
You're talking about Ron Parsley.
I saw it and I had to do a double take.
Holy moly!
Well, that's a much cleaner presentation of what I saw the other day. He'd really let that beard go.
Ron Parsley.
Yeah,
Bubba, Abraham had to walk on down.
He's very animated.
I love it. Oh,
yeah. Watch those animated guys. So anyway, they did get on the ground, and but I bet that was so. When they talk about hydraulic failure, that usually means, hey, I can't get the landing gear down,
right? Or it could be control of the flight
control of whatever, and then have to manually try to get them down. Then you don't know whether they're locked in place. Are they going? Are you going to still get on?
You
the
have to manually get down there and crank them down.
Sure you do.
Weren't we on a
and
flight?
then you're not sure if they're down.
Where were we going? And they weren't sure about the landing gear that time. Remember, we had to circle. Where were we? Where were we going? That was a scary little moment.
Well, you can ask Gorosky about it. He had to go through this one time.
I don't think we had that.
Fly over.
They worked fine, but there was an alarm that came on. He wasn't sure what it was.
Whether it was locked.
Yeah. That's what you're running.
I remember the lawnmower.
Yeah, I remember the lawnmower.
That's another incident.
Yeah.
If all of your sensors work and say yes, they're locked in place. The problem is sometimes that sensor, you're like, it's not showing us it's locked there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, I remember that. Your sensors can go bad just like whatever it is you're trying to monitor something.
Then you fly by and see if the tower can see if you lock. Hey, are they down? Does it look they're down?
That's a bad call.
10-4.
Yeah. Then whoever's picking you up go, look, there's going to be some fire trucks. Just
in case we come skidding in.
Yeah.
And Elton had to walk on down.
I shouldn't have ever brought that up.
That's all day.
Parsley.
I bet Elton was nervous.
Yes, he was.
He was too, Rick.
Just move on to the next story. What else we got?
And
It was a tight situation.
we mentioned it earlier. The USFL had their draft yesterday.
Speaking of Elton John.
Rick, will you do Ron Parsley doing the #1 pick overall in the USFL draft?
Yeah, who is it? Who is it?
Shea Patterson.
Shea Patterson.
Who's that?
From Ole Miss, he went to Michigan.
He was a quarterback.
Former 5-star.
What's his name?
Shea Patterson.
From Michigan.
#1 pick in the USFL is Shea Patterson. Shea had to come from Ole Miss and walk on down.
Walked all the way to Michigan.
He did. All he had to do was claim his blessing.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Claimed it. That sounds just like him, by the way.
We actually can tell God what to do.
I love how he's grabbing in air.
Really, Ron? Not sure about that. But anyway, so.
I'm still confused about the
Here we go.
USFL players that are being drafted.
Here we go.
Do they have to go into a
This
pool?
This is Bobber.
You asked us this morning. We have the same answer.
Well, I thought we may have clarified
Because
it.
here
by now.
comes the XFL. They're going to draft somebody.
And I'm trying to save all of y'all from having to go to a meeting later.
Now, wait a minute, though.
By the way, I've officially left that line. It was a great one, but I left it.
But wait a minute.
Yeah.
You remember the
I
XFL,
almost let Ron Parsley do it.
when the XFL came back this last time and they shut it down because of COVID, are they just going to keep those rosters that were there?
No, I think they blew that league up. Because didn't it go bankrupt week number 2?
No, that was the one in Birmingham. I'm talking about the XFL came out again.
Right.
And then when the pandemic hit, they had to shut out.
Here's what I'm and I told y'all this
that
earlier.
was the American athlete, whatever.
Speedy's got it.
I told y'all this earlier. The only thing that could be more confusing and difficult for me is not just one spring football league trying to get started again after all the others have failed. 2 of them are going to try to get started. And now, like today, every time y'all tell me there's a draft, I think it was the XFL or was it the USFL? Right. And this is going to be so confusing and so convoluted. And then one of them is with the NFL, but then the USFL had NFL people announcing their drafts. Mm-hmm. But are they not with the NFL? See what I'm talking about?
So it says here the USFL's 8 teams will have players in a pool of around 500 athletes that signed contracts with the league.
Okay.
Only players who sign contracts will be eligible to play this season. It says you cannot join the league if you it says the only stipulation is in the league is you must have graduated high school by 2020. Who signs contracts and could land on the favorite team, that's got to be that haven't been disclosed publicly yet. And so it goes on and on and on. So it does look like to be eligible for the draft, you have already had to
Everybody
sign
signed up, and we pick from these books.
Guys, this is how Speedy said this earlier, and I would have thought this too. Okay,
what did I say?
So because we looked at it and said, my goodness, a bunch of quarterbacks got drafted in round 1. That's all that was drafted. So the way they did it was round 1 was all quarterbacks. Yeah. Round 2 was edge rushers and defensive ends. That was round 2 through 4. If you're an offensive tackle, you didn't go to the 5th or 7th. Mm-hmm. So that's weird how they did that.
That was
they
all
did it by
done in day
position
1.
only.
Yeah,
I guess they're trying to get the teams to
because
have
the salaries don't matter because they're all making the same.
Right, and they're trying to be sure all the teams get the same amount of all the things you need to
at
fill
least
the
some
team.
kind of balance to begin with.
The poor long snapper will not be drafted until round 35.
By the way, I'd like to know this. So here I go again. Now, so is the XFL or how they getting their players?
They must have another pool that everybody signed up with, or like I said, they were playing when they shut down. They may have.
Which one is Trent Richardson going to play for?
I didn't see him in the USFL, Rick.
So you think it'll be the
last
XFL?
time we heard from him, he was in Mexico.
Last time I talked to him, he was going to take up golf.
Yeah. And last time I talked to him, he was very interested in lacrosse.
Something about Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Well, Phil Mickelson.
Is it true that Ron Parsley will be the one that kicks off the first game?
It is.
All right, so there's 38 players on their roster, 7-man practice squad. There's only 35 spots being filled during the draft, but they say there's going to be a supplemental 10th round draft that's going to be held on March the 10th where teams can select any position they like. They don't have to go in order as Helmsley talked about.
Does anybody think either one of these leagues will make it?
No.
I think they're both going to make it.
When you say make it, does that mean how many years?
They got to make it at least 5 years.
Oh. 5? Good night, Ron Parsley.
Well, I mean, we've done one before.
You, Mr. Collins.
Yeah, weight's important
great job.
when you're trying to get off the launch pad.
like
So
he's on
every
horse
pound counts, you know.
You're right. That's true. All right, you see these screens, right? All this going on. They go to breaking news, and it shows the launch.
Oh, my gosh.
And that son of a gun right there is in a spacesuit, and he's walking.
Oh, my God.
Got that big old dog in a helmet.
Pillsbury Doughboy.
Yeah.
Somebody screams out, look, it's a flashback to Fat Fest 1999. By the way, if you've never seen that picture,
Yeah.
you
The
need
baked
to.
potato
The baked
outfit.
potato was fantastic. That was gold.
The baked potato.
But let me know if you want to apply, Bubba. I'm in, man.
Well, they said they've already got 2 people here. They've already cut them a check. So
Oh, really?
Maybe you can be on standby.
Dang it.
yeah.
Okay.
We'll have to get in line.
We got to raise that money too.
Yeah.
Plus, they still have to test the Falcon Heavy. So. But I think it's good that we're getting back somebody going to the moon and beyond.
Space Bros flying through space.
We're Space Bros.
Hey,
Space Bros.
That re-entry, the re-entry's the thing that bothers me. You got to be just right to slow down.
Your phone calls are next. We'll talk to you at 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. Bubba Hardy. We do, people have already photoshopped, if you were listening to the segment we talked about.
They are so talented.
With Space Brothers, and that is that SpaceX, they're going to send people to the moon to orbit, go around the moon, Bubba, is that in?
Yeah, just take an
and
orbit.
Then come back.
They didn't say if they're going into orbit or just going to loop around once and come back.
And Adler has suggested that you and he be the two people. And
that's two good-looking astronauts.
Yeah, and people have now put together Adler and Bubba in their astronaut suits, and it looks fantastic.
Yeah, we got that, and we also got one that says Space Bros. It looks like with us on the moon. So did y'all get that one?
No, I hadn't seen that one. But the one you just showed is a really good one. I mean,
that's really good.
If you don't make a poster out of that and put it up.
Oh, I know. I know.
Especially it's from the summer of Bubba. I mean, you look fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we talked about this a little bit earlier about how, and we had the teacher that called up, and I thought it was really a great point a teacher made earlier in the program today, said that he took on teaching students just about principles and did not say whether the principles were Democrat principles or Republican, conservative, or liberal, and he found out that most of his students, even if they didn't know it and declared themselves not to be conservatives, actually really were.
Yeah.
And he said if you remove all the labels and the teams and the political fighting and backbiting and just get down to principles, you find that people have a lot more in common than we act like. Now, there's exceptions to that, obviously.
Sure.
But this is another example. So we brought up the fact that Kellyanne, what's her last name? Conway. Kellyanne Conway is the first woman to ever head up a successful bid for the presidency in a campaign.
Now, that was a pretty tough job because, Rick, she was the third campaign manager.
Right. So you would think that women would be celebrating the accomplishments of Kellyanne Conway.
All right.
Now,
one of the biggest upsets, it probably is the biggest upset.
ever. And she's the first woman to ever do that. Mm-hmm. So you would say, well, first of all, if you think they would celebrate her, there's two things you don't know. You don't know liberals and you don't know women. Okay, so anyway, but anyway, so now she's being nitpicked about things like this latest story, where now she's being taken to task because they were having a meeting there in the Oval Office, and she's trying to get good pictures of it. She actually put her knees and her heels set on her knees on the couch there in the Oval Office, and she's getting ridiculed for it, saying that was not appropriate, the way she was getting her feet up on the couch and trying to get.
How dare her?
You see she's on her knees, and she's trying to get there when she can get a picture of all of these men that are there at the Oval Office with President Trump, and they're showing that, look, her heels are digging into the fabric.
What's that going to hurt?
And you're just not used to seeing an adult sit like that a lot of times. I'll be honest with you. It is a little bizarre, but I don't really think it's the end of the world.
No, well, it is different.
But she had just been
looks
up
like she has no legs,
on her knees, leaning forward, and then she sat back
to look at the picture.
To look at the picture is what it is, and that's one.
Are they saying that's disrespect? What are they saying?
Yeah, well, they're saying first of all that that she could tear the couch up with her heels.
Well, whoopity do,
and
they can get another couch at the White House.
Well, this is part of that got you plan where they went after Sessions, they went after the national advisor. She is one of the people they want gone because they consider her successful, and to cripple Trump, you need her out of there.
Well, they said Sessions peed on the toilet lid.
Okay,
they're mad about that.
But I would. So if we want to be apples and apples, would we be getting the same coverage if there was a historical meeting in the Oval Office while Barack Obama was President Obama?
Oh, wow.
And there was a historical meeting in there, and all these men or women or whatever, just any group, is standing around, and you can't get your cell phone to get everybody in the picture. So "35 minutes past the hour. You got Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being here." Well, flowing by. Dip a quarter in the river, then I headed for the other side. Yeah. I made the same wish that I always do. I'm just fool enough to think it ever come true. Man can come out like a lamb. Somebody say, Greg. Wide open for me. So beautifully. Worry about a thing, baby. All right, good tune. As we make our way back, LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Anybody need help trying to get an availability? I'm going to tell you something, guys. Ran into it yesterday. Sherry and I met for lunch yesterday, and we're walking in, and it's like, hey, guys, we just got to let you know, it's not that, we wouldn't normally be able to do this quicker, but got 2 servers today. That's it for the entire restaurant.
Woo!
I mean,
sweet, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just so there's all kinds of opportunity out there, and if you're a small business, you're trying to fill a role, and you'd like to get out there in front of some of the most qualified people. Just a few questions. They'll get some screening questions from you. They'll throw it out there, and your first job post, because you support this program, will be free. And there's 770 million people. We'll have a look at it, and then they'll use your screening questions to take all those that are not qualified out of the mix. And then when you get to interviewing folks, you're only interviewing the very best. Saves you a lot of time, a lot of hassle. And your first job post is free. Go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Over 40 million people a week are there looking for opportunities. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, kind of a sad update here. Do you remember the story that we had? I don't know that we ever talked about it on the show. Maybe we did, maybe we didn't. But Miss Alabama, and I think the name is Zoe Bethel.
Yeah, that's been a very strange story.
At one time, and I kept hearing, this. I kept hearing that she had, unfortunately, had reached a place in her life that she took her own life, and that's kind of what was out there. That was the narrative. But now they're coming back, in the Miami Police Department, citing the medical examiner. They're now confirming that they do not think that this was suicide at all, but they do think it was just a terrible accident. They do not think that there's any foul play involved, and they are saying that she did die from blunt force trauma, but this happened because of an accident, not because she wanted to take her own life.
Yeah, they're saying she fell out of a 3rd-story window, right?
Yeah,
or off a balcony.
Yeah, and they're saying now that was not on purpose. Wow. It was actually an accident.
Man, that's terrible.
Yeah, it is. So I mean,
had a 5-year-old daughter too.
Yeah, yeah. But even though that's terrible, it's the family is talking here about her devotion to her faith. And is saying that obviously this is a clarification they want to make that she, because a lot of people I saw when the interviews were going out, there were people who knew her, and they're like, and look, I've had people that took their own life that I never saw coming. So just because somebody doesn't seem like they're in duress doesn't mean they aren't. I mean, doesn't mean that that they aren't. But people were very, very shocked that she would take her own life based on the way she lived her life. And now they're coming back saying that was actually an accident.
And, she was a very outspoken conservative, too, Rick. I don't know, very politically active. Really? She was a political commentator. She was a brand ambassador for Turning Point USA and Liberty University's, and I don't know how you pronounce that place, center, according to her family post. So the Falkirk Center.
So it doesn't give a lot of detail here, but I guess the bottom line is the fall that killed her, she fell accidentally. Yeah. I mean, that's really the best way to put it.
Just a tragedy. Beautiful young lady.
Yeah, it is. You hate to see that. All right, so some other things that we were going to talk about. I'm looking at this again. Speedy always puts a story in here about eating. He's done it again.
I'm just saying, it's news.
It's in the news.
Here's the news, Rick. If you eat good, you'll be okay. You don't have to take vitamins.
Right. So what I was going to go to is video 2 here, Adler video 2. This hostage drama at Amsterdam's Apple store there ends And
Oh, I saw it.
Wait, do you see this?
Well, it's look. We need to give a disclaimer here. This is disturbing video. The police actually run over the gunman.
Really?
Well, they said, "Hey, enough's enough," and here we go.
Yeah,
That's one way to stop
do
it.
I do audio or no? No audio. All right. So there's the gunman with the hostage. We can see that, right? And does it? Yeah. Is that some sort of? Does he have protection on of some kind?
Vest.
It looks like he may have a bulletproof vest over a hoodie or something.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
And so.
Spinning.
There's and we'll get to it. We're spinning in there, but there's a shot from above, and it looks like he's chasing someone across the road, and
Right, and the police get there and
Boy,
they
do
stop him.
yes, they do.
All right. So
They stop him all right.
So this is still going on. So that's him over there, right in that window. Okay. So we're looking now, and so now he decides he's going to run. Is that right? Is that him running?
Yeah. Well, and
That's the hostage running, right?
right.
And he's he was chasing the
Well,
hostage.
that was a much better shot from the up top.
Yeah, I think we may have that shot, but it keeps spinning. But so what happens is the hostage gets away, and then he takes off after the hostage, and then they drill him with the car.
Yeah.
And I know they've got all these disclaimers on that, and but folks, when you're holding people at gunpoint and you're that evil. Okay,
Oh yeah,
and you're taking
you're
hostages,
traumatizing people's lives and
I
probably
want
act like you don't
people-
kill somebody.
I want people to see what happens to
Absolutely.
because we've candy coated the world now to the point no
Yeah, here we
one's
go.
scared of anything.
Yeah, here we go.
And you need to learn this is what happens to people who try to hold up hostages and threaten people and hold guns on them. I mean that's what you deserve. That's what you get.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so right here,
I'm
so
chasing
going
you,
going after the
and
hostage.
boom,
Yeah.
not anymore.
Good job, authorities.
Yeah, that will stop you from continuing right there.
Well, the man saved the guy's life. I mean, he did have a gun. He could have
Oh,
started
he's after
firing
he's
at any
after him with a
moment, you
gun.
know?
Yeah.
Doggone.
So I think appropriate.
Yep. You see how quick they got the laser on him in case he moves?
Yeah. Well, good.
Yeah.
I'm just
that
tired.
laser got on him pretty quick.
I'm just tired of evil people getting
Yeah.
by and getting a pass.
Well-
and that's what encourages more people to act foolish.
Well, you're right. It's like when you see this and you go, I was thinking about taking a hostage today.
Yeah.
And you see that and go, well, maybe not.
Ain't worth it. Ain't worth it.
No.
It is a deterrent. I don't care what anybody says.
What, you talking about severe consequences?
Yes,
Well,
absolutely.
Yeah.
it is.
Anybody that doesn't think that that's a deterrent is just foolish. I mean, it always has been, and we've seen
It's not
that.
pretty.
No.
Sometimes we don't want to deal with it, but that's what causes a deterrent to this stuff. That's why everything has gone haywire now everywhere.
No, nobody is suffering. We're trying to keep people from dealing with consequences.
Cause and effect.
Yeah,
Yep.
it did a lot for me. It'll do a lot for you. Can we go to the junior hockey player?
Yeah, I
too?
wanted to ask, because I did not see this footage ahead of time. We have a junior hockey player who has received a lifetime ban after he sucker punched an official.
Boy, did he!
So this is a hey, you don't know I'm even going
Right. So
I'm even approaching.
So it's going over on the wall, and the referee is going to kind of take care of things and separate, and then they go to center ice, and the kid decks him.
Right,
Just
so-
let it keep rolling here.
So he didn't like the official.
No, so now he's telling him, "Hey, you're getting the penalty box. You're done."
Right, because he pushed the official.
Right, and
when the
wait
official-
for it.
Oh my
Boom.
goodness.
Yeah, that'll get you thrown out.
You can punch each other all you want to.
Right.
But you don't need to punch the guy.
Well,
So-
he slid into the referee, which was up against the rail anyway. I mean, you're going to have those kind
Well,
of
watch the official. He realized
He tries to get out of the way
I
and
got
he
nowhere to
can't.
go. I
Yeah.
got nowhere to go, and then you run into me. He loses the puck.
Yeah.
And pushes the official, and the official
It
says,
looks like he said something to
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
He threw him out or put him in the penalty box or something, and
boom.
as he goes by, he just levels him.
And done.
Wow.
But that goes back to kids nowadays they
respect.
don't have any respect for authority.
Can I say
at
something
all.
too? Can I talk about the official for a minute? And you don't see this very often. He can take a punch.
Yeah,
He did. He
Well,
got up
right
pretty
back
good.
up and said, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Yeah, he took a good punch right there.
Yeah.
He's lucky the guy didn't take the stick.
Mm-hmm. Let's not forget he's on ice this whole time.
He got up quick.
He did.
See, I would, and this is not good, but I would probably say, let me go over and apologize to the kid, and they tell him it's going to be
Yeah,
all right.
let me borrow your stick. I'm gonna go over here
and then I'd go over and clock him.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
I'd say, hey, I just want to come over and come on, yeah, and
Even
but
the score.
but he is he's going to be he's done. He went out.
Lifetime ban, which means he can probably apply to be reinstated 3 years. Y'all notice lifetime bans are not
They're
lifetime
not. There's no
bans.
such
anymore.
thing.
Death
there's no
sentences
such
are not death sentences.
No, you're right.
I mean,
We're going to kill you in 30 years.
We're going to kill you in 30 years.
Yeah. So get ready.
And then they let them out in 25.
After we put you up and take care of you, give you the best care you've ever had in your life.
Can you imagine if your parents ever said, we're upset, and in about 30 years we're going to deal with it?
Yeah, we'll give you a paddle.
All right, we'll come back. Let's go phone calls. All the lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG, and there's a lot for you to comment on. Or you can bring up your own topics at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Michelle Obama, the first lady, gets up on the couch, on her knees, leans out and gets the picture she needs to get, leans back and looks at the picture for a minute. Do you think we'd have the same coverage?
No, Rick. Heck no.
Hmm?
No, they dislike this lady really bad because she has been successful helping Trump.
Yeah. Well, the key
Bottom line.
The key is helping Trump. So we really don't want women to make history. We want women to be politically the way we want them to be.
Well, that goes back to my question earlier to the guy who called, Rick, in that what is really the core issue here? Because it's not women's rights, okay? Because we saw a lot of folks support Clinton. He was obviously did not treat women correctly in the workplace. And they supported him anyway. Now, they're against Trump because of what he did, which I understand, but yet they supported Bill Clinton. So we've got to say that wasn't the issue that was the deciding issue, right?
Yeah.
And so you keep going back to what could it be?
Let's say, for instance, let's just say that she wasn't taking a picture and that's the way she was sitting. Does the politicians on the left not realize that's what they want America to be is real? The fact that she looks like a mom at home on the couch hanging out getting comfy, we don't want that because it's real. That's what won Trump the election.
You're right.
They don't get it.
They're still out of touch.
They're so out of touch. They're the most delusional people I've ever met or seen in my entire life, and it is a non-issue.
Right.
I mean, and being a sufferer of knee injuries, I'm impressed you can sit like that.
Well, and you go back to this. You remember even in the city where we live, they were going to do a thing about great people of Birmingham who've accomplished a lot in the African American community. And of course, there's so many heroes of the civil rights movement and all that. And us and others were saying, well, we'll be part of this, but unless you're not going to include Condoleezza Rice, because she wasn't politically the way that a lot of the African American community wanted her to be, and they did. To their credit, they said, "You're right. This event would not be credible if we exempted Condoleezza Rice," but they had to be told that because they sure were going to.
Oh yeah.
And see, that's the kind of garbage I don't understand. I mean, so politics means so much, you won't even allow people to be historic unless they do it your way.
Right.
Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, where I heard the boys talking about it, where all decisions are made for Rick and Bubba Incorporated, the kitchen. And we've actually interviewed and discussed this character that keeps rolling in and out of our midst, and that, of course, is the great Red Dobbins.
Red Dobbins can show up at any time, any place.
Red Dobbins can show up anywhere. He's coached at various schools. He's
parked cars at different places.
An acquaintance of Greg's son has coached with him, and he's one of these people, and a lot of you may have this in your life, and that is the person that just seems to end up everywhere all the time, either in a cushy job, standing next to something that's going on.
Well, the season also we look, and there's Will Muschamp, head coach of the Florida Gators, and Red's right beside him, and he was there all year long. You remember that? We were going
right next to him. You'll just find him anywhere and everywhere. Where is he
amazing.
Now?
Last I talked to him, and that was at Taylor's wedding, he was coaching at a private school in Atlanta.
Yeah.
I think he's a football coach. That's what he does by trade. But
Red Dobbins,
his resume is as long as this building.
Yeah, well, he could be anywhere, anytime.
Red Dobbins. So Speedy and the guys were saying, if you watch the TV show, The O'Reilly Factor on Fox News, that guy, young guy Waters is his last name.
Oh yeah.
And they do Waters World, and he's on the street and he's asking questions, and so this is the deal of they're in Trump America. These are the voices that hadn't been heard of. And they've had enough and all this. So Waters was going to go to a NASCAR event and start of the new season with the Daytona 500. And interview people about what's wrong with America, what's right about America, whatever, and hear the voice of the NASCAR fan. And lo and behold, it's Red Dobbins.
The very first one they go to.
Amazing. I mean, amazing.
Right again.
And he makes more than one comment, right?
Oh, yeah. Now, what I want to know.
He sent me a text last night and said, hey, You might want to watch O'Reilly Factor. I think I'm going to be on there. So I have to watch it, of course.
Which is really not a bizarre text from Red Dobbins.
No. Taylor followed it up, said, hey, we'll be looking for Red.
Yeah. Now, do you want me to skip to Red through this whole thing or listen to Waters' World?
Well, how long is it?
It's a few minutes.
Longer than you want.
Yeah.
Won't we skip to Red?
Okay. All right. Now, it's going to start with Red, so everybody.
He brings him right out of the gate. You need to see his new look with his hair.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got some flow going here, Red flow. Do y'all listen to his voice so you can kind of capture his voice, okay?
Kurt Busch wins the Daytona 500.
So what's NASCAR all about? Oh my God.
It's about the racing, the fun, the intensity, and the adrenaline. Can't beat it.
I know nothing about NASCAR.
I know nothing about NASCAR either.
All right, let's go forward.
We're all American, right?
I love this plan. I'm excited to be a part of it. Let's do it.
ISIS. Them.
Wow, tell them how you really feel.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's go. 30 seconds a pop, the largest number of people in the shortest amount of time. And there's plenty of lines available, so you can join us right now if you just make a move. And we'd love to talk to you. Wrapping up the hour. Let's start with Jared. Jared's out of Birmingham, Alabama. Listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. The end of 30. Jared will get the buzzer unless he gets a timeout, and only 2 of those are even available. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Jared, 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Hey, Bubba, this is Jared. You know, I've got a couple restaurants and printing company and, a few other businesses, and we cannot find employees. Yet I don't know anybody that's not working. Where is everybody? Where are all the people that should be working?
I think if now, are we still giving people money not to work? That's usually one of the big detriments. Is that over now? Is that over?
It's been phased out.
Yeah, that's out. That's phased
I think what it was, and Jared, I may be wrong, but I think a lot of people went home for a year and a half and decided they liked it.
Yeah,
and they're trying to find a way to have that lifestyle and do without some things.
I think that I've been around the people with the mentality of the government handout. I have some that I've known really well, and I'm going to tell you, their mentality is, as long as they still got money that was given to them for doing nothing, they're not coming back to anything till all that money's gone.
Right. Well, I
they
understand
may may have put some of it up and
what I'm saying, the other bunch, the ones I was referring to, just decided they wanted a lifestyle change, and they're willing to do without 2 and 3 cars and vacation, all this just to bare minimum get by. Maybe even, I know some of them that took a lesser job in the company that didn't require as much time. So they have more family time, which, that if you want to do that, that's fine.
Yeah. I was more talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Because I don't see a waiter and a waitress being able to do that.
Right.
So I was kind of wondering, why are the entry-level people not going back to work?
Well, think about this too, Rick. Some of the entry-level people can get by with less because they've never made more.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Well,
that's a great question.
Yeah, it's a big problem. I'm like you. I thought everybody. I went to a restaurant yesterday, and they just said, it's going to be 30 minutes till you sit down, not because we don't have room and not because we're overly busy. We only got 2 people.
It's almost like a spaceship landed and took a lot of the workers away.
Yeah, you're right. Let's go to Tony in Tupelo, Mississippi. Tony, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, guys, thank you. A quick update. Could y'all tell us how Mr. Red Shoes is doing, how the new breakfast is working out, and did Bubba ever sell his old truck? Thank you.
Number one, Red Shoes has vanished. I haven't seen him in a while. I think he's going to a different floor now. He may have known. He may have known that I was on to him.
Or he changed to New Balance, so we just didn't know it.
Yeah, the new breakfast situation is working smooth as silk.
Yeah,
smooth as silk.
We got that worked out.
Yeah, we've got that worked out.
And,
Bubba,
and I did sell the old gold truck.
Did it go?
You
sold it?
Yeah,
Goldie's gone.
Goldie's gone.
Did you get a good deal for it?
Oh, fair price.
You went out without me.
No, it was good. It was a good situation for everybody.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, Goldie.
And the gentleman that's got it's enjoying the heck out of it. He's emailed me several times.
How about that?
Are you sad that it's gone a little bit?
Well, I love that truck. Yeah, but
once you got Dooley, though, you just ignored it.
Look right there.
Listen.
Yeah, he ignored it.
There's a time where, as you pointed out, I had when the mechanical problems had happened, they left me stranded, and you kind of get
Ain't no
burned by
good.
that.
Ain't no
But
good.
now all of
It's
that,
like a spring
all of that,
football league.
all of that was fixed. You know, it's a whole new deal. So I'd have probably been fine. But
well, I have a little say.
at that point, I had to make a move because I was, had some stuff I had to move.
Well, I have a little saying,
so to speak.
I came up with. You may never heard it before. If you love a truck, set it free, and then if it comes back to it, it's yours. If it doesn't, it never
Rick,
will.
he's done replaced it with his new.
I know.
Now, what are you and Rip doing today after the show?
Yeah. Mr. Dutton.
That's off Yellowstone.
Mr. John Dutton, what are you doing this afternoon with Rip?
Rip's his sidekick.
Let's go
off
to
Yellowstone.
He didn't watch it.
I don't watch it. I don't know.
Alabama, Al in Orange Beach.
You're like a big rancher.
Sunny 105. Al, go ahead. Hey.
No, I was just talking about the hockey player. You know, these kids nowadays, they don't have any respect for authority whatsoever.
But no, I mean that's one of the things that's very, very prominent right now.
Yeah, well, I've got two sons, and one of them, I don't remember which, when he was younger, he told me I couldn't spank him because he would call DHR. And I told him, I said, look.
Oh, really? Well, we'll never know.
Yeah, I think as a parent, we've all heard that at some point or another. But then you remind them what a DHR visit's going to be for them.
Right.
And a lot of times they go, well, maybe that's not a good idea.
Yeah, maybe I'll call DHR.
Yeah.
Have them come get you.
Frank in Pell City. ZZK, go ahead.
Yes, I got a big laugh this morning. Listening to Rick tell about the story about his gallbladder about to bust at work. And the other day, Bubba was wanting more compassion from Rick. Nah, not going to happen.
When did you ask for more compassion from me?
I couldn't understand the beginning of that call, so I was struggling trying to catch up.
Jack.
Was it y'all too? Was it just me?
Yeah, I couldn't understand.
I didn't understand the last part. But
Jack
that was well
and Coleman.
done, Rick.
Yeah, Jack and Coleman.
Compassion part. I didn't hear that.
I did hear that.
Jack.
Yeah, I wanted to. I'm here. I wanted to ask Bubba, why did he in fact shoot the jukebox, and what was the song about? Was we out of ketchup, or hey, we've only got carrots for dinner?
Well, I don't know if you heard the whole story. It made me cry.
Why Bubba cry? So what was the other one, Speedy? I saw you try to explain. We just couldn't understand his call.
I believe there was something being You got me?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe there was something being discussed where something was wrong with Bubba and he wasn't getting enough compassion about it. Yeah. And you just talked about having a gallbladder attack live on the show.
Oh, okay.
So he's saying,
okay.
If I got that, I'm not going to give you much compassion.
I got you. Yeah. It goes back to why our dad never gave compassion, because he had pushed through things that he thought everybody else should push through as well. Yeah, but,
that's what I took from it, but I couldn't remember what Bubba had mentioned.
I didn't either. The Bubba part's what I don't remember.
Neither can Bubba.
It was a
His
couple of
stomach
weeks
was
ago.
hurting.
Yeah,
it was a couple of weeks ago, and I don't remember the subject. But
yeah, I've worked on compassion. I told y'all that.
Yeah,
I think Bubba's big toe was hurting, and he was upset.
No,
I think he had plantar
that.
fasciitis.
I think it had to do with Hamfest or something. I don't know, and you not being able to go.
Well, I told him that I felt bad about it.
I think that's what he's talking
what
about.
It was. I remember that.
Yeah.
She was crying.
Jason, Birmingham, go ahead.
Hey guys, just give you kind of a little update. March of 2020, they put a moratorium on foreclosures on people's houses, which is, most of the time everybody's biggest expense.
Oh, yeah.
That was lifted December 31st, but it takes about 6 months for that to go through the court system and people start getting evicted out of their houses, or
I see.
start making house payments again. So it's going to be probably about June or July for the housing market corrects a little bit, and then people actually have to get back out.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. Hey, if I don't have I don't have to pay my mortgage or my rent, I ain't going back to work. And he says once they have to start paying it again, you'll see them come back.
It's coming.
Yeah,
it's
right.
coming. Stand by, Jared. Stand by.
Hey, thanks for being with us. If you're leaving us for the day, Lord willing, we'll talk to you tomorrow. If you got more Rick and Bubba, stick around. A Wednesday Bible study today, noon Central Time on the YouTube channel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.